I don't just feel it in my heart. Don't just feel it in my heart. No, I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, and I know, and it cuts deep down through your chest and through your soul. That's how you know. That's how I know. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. Oh, that's how you know. That's how I know. I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. All through my city, all through my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance.
Doors are opening. Doors are opening.
It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't need control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say. I can't stop the feeling. Oh, no, I can't stop the feeling. I can't stop the feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body. Can't stop the feeling. Got this feeling in my body. All we've got is this moment. 21st century's yesterday. You can care all you want. Everybody does, yeah, that's okay. So slide over here and give me moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You're one of my kind. I need you tonight, 'cause I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, girl, that makes me sweat. I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. You are my kind. Oh. I need you tonight, 'cause I'm not sleeping. There's something about you, girl, that makes me sweat. So how do you feel? I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. How do you feel? I'm lonely. What do you think? Can't think at all. What you gonna do? Gonna live my life. So slide over here and give me a moment. Your moves are so raw. I've got to let you know. I've got to let you know. So slide over here and give me a moment.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair, Eric Kropp.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. I said this yesterday, but it felt so good I'm going to say it again. I have been waiting for 2 years to utter this sentence. Welcome to Enterprise Connect. And again, thank you so much for being here. The show floor was fantastic last night. There was so much great energy. There were hugs. There was backslapping. Everybody is just so delighted to be here, and we are so delighted to have you here and to host you for the first Enterprise Connect in 3 years. I'm not going to give a long speech here because, as always, we've got a ton of great sessions coming up for you this morning on the keynote stage. But I do want to just say one thing before we get started, which is that over the course of the last 2 years, obviously, all kinds of people have dealt with the pandemic and the situation in all kinds of different ways. But one thing that I don't think has been said, and maybe the opportunity hasn't arisen to say it, is that the people in this room and the community that you represent are the people who kept the world working over the last 2 years, who kept people connected, who kept people in their jobs, who, when calls to state unemployment insurance offices went from thousands a day to millions a day, literally, overnight, kept those contact centers up and running so that those people could get the help they needed, and so that everybody who worked in an office, who needed to be in touch with their colleagues, who needed to have some kind of connection to the work they were doing and the people they work with, it's the people in this room that kept that happening. And I don't think there's been enough recognition of that, and I'd ask you, I don't know if it's corny, but I ask you to do me a favor and give yourselves a hand and give each other a hand. Because it really, the people in this room, and again, the community that we all represent, you really made a difference in how people were able to get through the last 2 years, and things would have been very different if you all hadn't done the work that you did, and if the technology providers who build the technology hadn't gotten that technology to the point where it could support what needed to be supported. So this industry has just so much to be proud of, and I want that to be one of the feelings we have this week, is pride in what we've all done over the last 2 years, as well as excitement over what we're going to do. So I'm going to move right on to the first item on our agenda, which is our Best of Enterprise Connect Award. And that's one of the things we want to do this week, is celebrate and recognize innovation. Innovation did an amazing job in keeping us all working over the last 2 years, and it's going to do amazing things in the coming years. And every year we do the Best of Enterprise Connect Awards to recognize specific achievements. And we do it in these categories. We have an overall award that's the big award, and then we pick out specific categories. Best innovation in customer experience, most innovative use of AI, best innovation for virtual meetings, and best innovation for meeting rooms. We pick a panel of judges. They're the independent experts who speak at the conference and who know this technology deeply and can evaluate it objectively and in a very deeply well-informed way. And this year, we were very lucky to have Robin Garris, the CEO and principal analyst at Metrigy, as one of our judges, along with Robert Lee Harris, president of Communications Advantage Consultancy, Steve Layden, founder and president of Layden Associates Consultancy, and Elka Popova, vice president for Connected Work at Frost & Sullivan. So here are our nominees. In the category of Best Innovation in Customer Experience, our finalists were 8x8, IntelliPeer, Journey, and LiveVox. And our winners, look at that, a four-way tie. 8x8, IntelliPeer, Journey, and LiveVox tied with the judges. So they've all won the Best Innovation in Customer Experience Award. So congratulations to those companies. Our next category, most innovative use of AI. And this is the great thing. These are two companies that are relatively newer compared to some of the established large companies. 3.0 and Versailles, nominated for most innovative use of AI. And the winner is Versailles. For Best Innovation for Virtual Meetings, the nominees were Blue Jeans and Vonage. And we had a tie there. Blue Jeans and Vonage tie for Best Innovation for Virtual Meetings. For Best Innovation for Meeting Rooms, the finalists were D10 and Zoom. And D10's our winner. So our finalists for the overall award, and I encourage you all to obviously check out everybody on the show floor, and certainly these companies produced the innovations that our judges felt were a cut above everything else, and they were Amazon Web Services, Five9, IntelliPeer, RingCentral, UJet, and Zoom. And I have the little trophy here. And the name on it is UJet. There you go. Thank you very much, Stuart. Thanks very much, Anna. Thanks. Yes. All right. Again, I encourage you, obviously the show floor is going to open at noon when our keynotes are finished, so I encourage you to go down, visit all these companies and all the other companies. I mean, it's been 3 years since we've been here. We know the technology's changed and what you're going to see has changed, but you're just going to be amazed if you know, you've been watching it change, but it's going to be just incredible for you to actually see it, touch it, be able to kind of take a little bit of time to really familiarize yourself with it. So we're going to move on now to our first panel, and this is always one that everybody loves because it's the peers of our audience, so the enterprise executives at leading companies who are going to talk through the past 2 years, but really I think focus more on the coming 12 months, 2 years. This is our Enterprise Summit. We're calling it Building the New World of Enterprise Collaboration. And we've got just an incredible panel. I was talking to them backstage, just people with really great perspectives, and I'm really excited to share with you. So I'm going to bring them out, and we're going to get started. Our first panelist is Todd White. Todd is the IT Manager of Collaboration Services at Ford Motor Company. Hi. Thanks again, Todd. And our next panelist is David Bartos, Senior Manager of Telecommunications at Ryder Systems. Thanks, David. Thanks so much. Our next panelist is Ann Dozier. Ann is the Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer at Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits. Batting cleanup is Gary Lasasso. Gary is Senior Director for Global IT at Amicus Therapeutics.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, first of all, thank you all so much for being here. It's, giving your time up to kind of share your ideas with everybody is super helpful. So the question I wanted to start with is for each of you, for your companies, what's the task in front of you in 2022 as we sit here in March, as you look at where your enterprise is, what it needs to do, what is that job, and is it a different job than it was before the pandemic? Is it fundamentally different, not just different technology or something. Is the way you do the job different? And I'll ask maybe for anybody who doesn't know what your company does, give us just a real quick, probably know what you do, Todd, but your company does, but just give them a quick introduction.
Sure. I'm Todd White. I'm the Collaboration Services Manager at Ford Motor. We make vehicles. But we are actually, switching from just a manufacturing company to a manufacturing and a software company. So recently we made a very significant organization change to split our vehicle lineup, where EV and autonomous vehicles will be led under one business unit, and the classic internal combustion engines under a different business unit. And so what's really changed in our strategy is the EV and the AV side of the business really wants to accelerate, right? And the talent they're looking to hire is different than the talent we've been traditionally hiring. So strategically, what we're looking to do is set up the organization so that we can move super fast. And of course, with the hybrid workforce and hiring talent wherever they are, they don't have to move to Dearborn, Michigan anymore. We really have to figure out a way for the engineers to collaborate, not only with the other engineers in Dearborn, but around the world. And so we have facilities in all parts of the world, and they need to be able to do it as if they're in the room. So strategically, what we're looking to do is keep the pace moving very quickly, but provide the technologies and the tools so that whether they're on site or at their homes, they can collaborate as if they're all in the same place.
Got it. And that's a direct effect of the pandemic, that there was more remote spreading of people, or?
I think it's a combination of the pandemic. Obviously, people got very accustomed to working in their home office, but I think it's also a result of the talent that we're looking to hire. EVs and AVs are quite different from ICEs, and so the talent isn't just in the Detroit metro area anymore. The talent could be anywhere in the world, and so we're looking to hire the best.
Okay.
Good morning, Eric. Morning, everyone. Dave Bartos, Senior Manager at Telecom at Ryder Systems. You might know Ryder from our trucking footprint, but we also are extremely into supply chain management as well. So through the pandemic, obviously, we had to keep the trucks rolling, as well as supply chain and everything like that. But our support buildings, our headquarters in Miami, we also have a big data center in Alpharetta, Georgia. Those changed. We had call center footprints as well, where everybody went remote. So we had to quickly move everybody to a remote condition. Now that we've gone through the pandemic, hopefully, we need to reevaluate just what we're going to do with those locations, because we have a lot of expensive facilities and things, but we've noticed that those buildings really don't need to be there. So now we're at that crossroads. Do we bring the people back in to have them work at the office again, or do we look at other ways of making a more hybrid situation for that? So that's the biggest hurdle right now.
Got it. I don't want to come back and kind of dive into hybrid work a lot, but let me kind of bring Ann in. And
Great. Happy to be here today. So my name is Ann Dozier, and I'm with Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits. We are the largest distributor of wine and spirits in the U.S. and Canada. We distribute products in 44 states in the District of Columbia. And so we bring you those great products that you get to enjoy, and hopefully you get to enjoy quite a few of them at the concert here. For us, we've all learned about agility and adaptability, right? The world is moving very fast, technology is moving very fast, and clearly our employees and our customers and our suppliers have much higher expectations around technology. So for us, it's how do we continue to provide the user experience needed in this new world of hybrid work and this new world of agility and adaptability. So our big focus is continuing to evolve our technology landscape to meet those needs. And obviously, many of you here are providing great innovation and services to do that.
okay, and Gary?
Hi, my name is Gary Lasasso. I'm Senior Director of Global IT at Amicus Therapeutics. Amicus is a biotech company. We research treatments and cures for people living with rare diseases. So our audience as an IT team is not only just our employees, but we're also looking to improve the lives of patients and caregivers living with rare diseases. So some of the technologies, are looking beyond just the conference room. It's how do we improve the lives of those patients. I can talk a little bit more about that, but I think I appreciate what Enterprise Connect has done here in that they've created they've combined the digital world with the virtual world, or the physical world with the digital world. So people are joining this conference remotely. and enabling those experiences is important. I mean, we'll talk about the hybrid world. It's how do we help those that are not in the room, that are not at this event, and not only that. I look at it through the lens of people living with disabilities. How do we ensure that they have inclusivity and equity in the meeting experiences? And we've been able to do that as well. So, prior to 2020, unemployment rate for people living with disabilities was extremely high. It's improved a lot over the last couple of years because of a lot of the things that people here have offered. For years, people up here and all of you guys out there have talked about, well, any place, any time, any device collaboration. That was big, and we've told people it worked. But in March of 2020, hey, it does work. We went to the cloud. We enabled video rooms all over the globe, and everyone crossed their fingers on March the 13th of 2020, and 2 weeks later, video usage went up dramatically, and the innovations the last couple of years from everybody have been so fast and furious that there are so many different platforms that we can look at and utilize, and we're excited to explore what's out there.
So, it's interesting. You talk about I don't remember us, and it wasn't that nobody paid attention to disabilities. Maybe the technology didn't really offer the opportunity to do as much, but when you talk about dealing with disabilities, or we talk about spreading out the talent pool that you can make available to the company, has that changed kind of your relationship with the business leadership in the company? They're coming to you and saying, hey, we have these goals and we realize technology can help us achieve them, where maybe they didn't necessarily. Technology has always been strategic, but the opportunity has grown. I'll throw that out to anyone.
Yeah, I think Todd mentioned that the pool of workers is now all over the place, right? In our company, there's not a mandate to be in the office, so the talent pool is more expansive, and then people are, now because of the last 2 years, are used to working at their kitchen table, right? And we have to sort of recreate those experiences now at the office, but there are some people that we've worked with now for a couple of years that we've really never met, right, and on our teams, and may not meet for a couple of years now. So it's ensuring that those experiences, continue, the ease of use and those things continue when we are back in an office, but allowing everybody to be able to participate and collaborate is really the key factor.
Yeah, I would say, we've always had a good relationship with our human resources, our facilities groups, and corporate communications. But I think what's happened recently is because everybody got used to working from home and using the consumerization of what used to be just IT in the office, what we've really done is gone to the next level with our business partners, right? So they're telling us, they're coming to us now, and they're saying, this is what my engineers need, this is what my marketing team needs, and they need it yesterday. So we're trying to work hand in hand with those business leaders to provide them the tools, whether it's in the office or in the home offices, right? And really accelerate that ability. And we're looking at how do we, simple things like when they hire new talent, how do we get them the devices and the software they need day one, right? In a zero trust kind of environment, so that when they're onboarded, that lag to get productive is minimized to as fast as possible. So that's a lot of where we're spending time right now, is making sure the engineers, the marketing, the finance, they all have the tools that they need to be productive from day one.
I think for us at Southern, we view IT and business as one. And what we've learned over the last couple of years as we continued to try to move our business forward during the pandemic with constant changes in regulation and how we had to operate in the offices and how we had to operate with our customers, is cross-functional collaboration gave us the ability to move at an accelerated pace. So we're trying to really focus on how do we maintain that accelerated pace of working by ensuring that we have cross-functional teams involved in all the initiatives that we do. Obviously, digital transformation continues to be a huge part of everybody's business. The innovation that's coming out of technology right now is amazing just because of people working in a different environment and realizing the importance of technology and how it impacted their day. So for us, it's really how do we continue to have that agility and that pace that we had during the pandemic as we come out of it and make sure that we work cross-functionally.
Dave, what do you think?
I agree 100% with everybody else. I mean, it's really collaboration, right? At the end of the day, whether you're at your house or in the office, you need to be on top of everything. And that's, I think, where the layers of management really become important to, there's speakers during the seminars that I've attended here that always talk about, workers feeling like they're on an island. And that's very important. You have to keep the people engaged to the project and the rewards that come from that as well.
I guess I would love to add one more thing too. For many of us, the technology foundation has always been the hardest part, right? The network and, how do we kind of keep that underpinning of what really runs technology operating? I think now there's a big recognition of how important the network is, how important having that conference room set up just the right way is, the importance of having standards across the organization. So we've really seen a lot of focus on how do we make sure that we have a resilient foundation to be able to continue to serve the business, not only with the strategic cool projects that we're doing, but also with just the day-to-day things that we need to do to effectively operate.
How do you, and I'm guessing that's something that it was probably almost invisible to the business units in the past. Are they sort of getting it?
They definitely are getting it. At least at our company. Now you can't have a network go down, right? You have to have high availability, you have to have resilience, you have to have lots of different methodologies to be able to keep that network running. They expect when they walk in a conference room that they're going to have the same experience that they had when they were sitting at their kitchen table. So they want to have that unique experience. They expect that when they're connecting with other people that you're just going to be able to connect seamlessly. So we are seeing a tremendous amount of support. The other thing that we've built a lot of understanding around is cyber, because I think a lot of our companies had to really work hard when everybody went home to say, okay, what are all the things we need to think about to make sure that we continue to keep this place secure while everybody's working remotely, or many people are working remotely. So all of a sudden now cyber has taken a much bigger focus in the company, and people are thinking a lot more about risk, just like they're thinking about the strategic initiatives. And I know at least in our company, we're investing a lot more in making sure that we're effectively managing that risk.
And I think one thing on top of that too is you have, X amount of conference rooms, but when we all went remote, everyone's home became a conference room, right? So how do you manage everyone's own personal, ISP and say, well, whatever platform we're using, we probably all use different ones or whatever, but Teams or Zoom or BlueJeans or whatever the case may be, or WebEx. I don't want to miss anybody. RingCentral. But everyone wants to look at, hey, my platform didn't work. Well, no, it was really your home network, right? And then how do we monitor that, and how do we create standards around that to see that hey, it wasn't the platform, or it was the platform, or it was it was your home environment. So. We're a small company. We have 500-ish people, but we also have now 500 conference rooms because everyone works at home, and we have to make sure their experience is perfect. So that's been a big challenge.
And that's a great point, too, the home network, right? I had all my call centers dispersed to home. So where I came from before, it was with a Blue Cross Blue Shield company, and only 10% of our workforce was remote. And we had high standards for those people, from security on down. But we basically had to scramble with the pandemic. And we would have complaints come in from people not being able to connect or being dropped, and then you would just start to investigate their home network, and they're sharing it with their kids that are being homeschooled, or even in the wildest one where a person was actually stealing Wi-Fi from the neighbor.
That must have been
He didn't last long, but once we got it sorted out. But again, it's something you can't control at this point.
That's crazy. Todd, I imagine you're such a huge company and sprawled out everywhere. but probably security was already a major consideration. How has that evolved?
Yeah, security's always been a big focus at Ford. It's evolved in the sense of, we had the same challenges with the remote offices, and what the U.S. has is not what India has, not what China has. And so we're really, I think, kind of to the question, the business is understanding the tech more. They don't like it, so we're trying to take the tech out of tech. But they're realizing they need to invest more to make this hybrid workforce go, and that includes the cyber and the analytics to diagnose challenges around home offices and stuff. So we're looking at different AI and ML type of scenes to, if somebody's having an ISP issue or the kids are streaming Netflix too much, right? The systems can actually alert the user that says, hey, this is what's going on, try this, try that, to try to get high quality conferencing going and stuff like that. So we are looking at how do we secure the home office better, different options to provide kind of a private network at affordable price. So we are looking at those things, but I think the businesses realized, they realized they took for granted all the capabilities we had in the facilities, security, bandwidth, everything else. And now that everybody's home, we've got them at the table, and we're talking about additional investments to make it that user experience, that employee experience that everybody is expecting to have.
So, I mean, we kind of, and talking about people at home and stealing their neighbor's Wi-Fi to do their corporate work, kind of pulling back and thinking about, we kind of circled around the topic of hybrid work, and every company seems to kind of have its own take. I wonder if you all could describe, sort of, to the extent there may be an official position or an official description in your company of what hybrid work is, and how that then impacts what you have to do to carry out that mission and that description.
I can start if you are. All right. So at Ford, I'll be straight. We have a sense for what it might look like, but we really don't know. And so what we're kind of looking at is what our strategy is called the evolution of work. And we recognize what may work in the U.S. may not work in Europe, may not work in China, et cetera. So we have a plan. Our return to work is officially April 4th. So we're on the verge of bringing in the workforce. But we're going to be very flexible and adaptive as this comes. So we don't know exactly how many people are going to come back into the office. Obviously, certain roles, there's huge benefits by being in the office together with their teams. Other roles, not so much. So we're going to we have an approach where we think 25-30% will probably be coming back. But we're going to be flexible enough to accommodate what does happen. And we're going to change. We're going to attack as we see what changes around. So, India, the UK and Germany offices, China's been in the office for a while, Australia, the US, Brazil, they're all coming back on April 4th. And so we're going to be in a position, we hope, to adjust as we start seeing what really happens.
So is that a date that's like got a big X on your calendar?
It is. I feel bad for my teams. I'm here, they're back at home, and they're checking all the facilities and the networks and the Wi-Fi's and capabilities, making sure everything is set around the world. Because it's like a big date. So we'll see what happens. But we're optimistic that it's going to be positive.
Cool, Dave.
And at Ryder, there's really no official policy yet for the office workers, the knowledge workers we call them, at the big garden sites like I mentioned before, Miami, Alpharetta. The only real policy we have is 100% remote for all our call centers. So we do have the CCAS solution out there. We have one in place now. It's an InContact. We're looking at them from a different provider now as well. But it's a very solid, robust platform. It's doing well for us. So we feel confident we can keep our call center is 100% remote and have the efficiency and the uptime that we're looking to have for that.
I'm curious, why is that kind of such an absolute that the contact centers are going to be remote?
It was, call center management decided to do that. They didn't want to house all these people inside of an office space when the efficiencies were there, having them work from home. So now we're at the crossroads with our bigger buildings. Just what are we going to do with it? Are we going to bring people back in a staggered, schedule or not? And is it really worth doing that? So, we're exploring that because there's a lot of expense that's already been tied up in the infrastructure to make that happen. So do you just walk away from it? I don't know. I mean, that's the thing that we're analyzing right now. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out.
Yeah.
So 2/3 of our workforce has been working all through the pandemic. So we've got 22,000 employees, and 2/3 of them have been there the whole time. So we're really dealing with the other third. We have a fit for purpose model. So it's basically going to be determined based on the need to be in the office and the need to collaborate. But we fundamentally believe that there is tremendous value in people getting together for collaboration for certain activities. So on the IT side, we're going to be looking at an activity-based model for people to have the flexibility, but also to have the ability to be in the office when they need to be in the office for the right reasons. And that'll be determined across our organization for those, what we call non-essential office workers, based on the function and the role they play. We too are going to have our service center actually work remotely. That is going to be a choice, so you don't have to work remotely. You can if you choose to. We believe that that'll give us more flexibility to be able to build out more talent across the U.S. And we do have the capabilities in place to be able to support that and monitor. That is also an area where you can measure productivity very effectively, so it's a job that actually is good to be able to work remote. The thing that's really interesting, though, is we have been bringing people back into the office over the past month, and some of the behaviors are very similar to work from home. So we're finding, for example, that, we had a meeting for 200 people. They were all doing Zoom out of their office versus getting together in the conference rooms, right? So we really hadn't planned our networks in the office to have 200 people on Zoom at the same time, plus run all of our cloud operations. So it's going to be a bit of adjustment. So we're right now making sure that we're fine-tuning our infrastructure and all the facilities to actually take into account the fact that even though people are going to be coming back, they're going to be a little bit more cautious, so they may not be operating the way they did before they went out.
So does the company leadership, when they learn that people are all Zooming from their office rather than going to the meeting, I mean, for you it's a network problem and a facility problem. Do they see it as like a people problem? Like, hey, you people were supposed to be in the room with each other.
I think we see it as a temporary adjustment as people get comfortable coming back. Okay. It's funny, though, that happened right as people were starting to come back. Now we're starting to see a lot more people gather together. I think the big opportunity is going to be, how do we create that right user experience when people are in conference rooms together? Some people are remote, and then some people may still be in their office because, frankly, they're trying to multitask, right? We've got to make sure that we're creating that user experience that's going to meet the needs of everybody. And I think that's our biggest opportunity right now, is how do we make the solutions that we want to implement very simple, very secure, and standard, so that everybody has the same experience, whether they're sitting in a room with 20 people, whether they're remote, or whether they happen to be in their office down the hallway.
So it's not how many features can I pile on, it's how can I just make it dead simple. Absolutely.
And I have to say, I mean, some of the innovation that I've seen from the group of people in the audience has been amazing. Our conference rooms used to be pretty complicated. There's a lot of bells and whistles in there to do different things. And now with the innovation, it's very simple to have an appliance in the room that anybody can use. Makes it a lot easier for us to service. Having the ability now to use virtual assistants in the room instead of having somebody from my team have to go there to help is adding value. And having a lot of the technology in the cloud to be able to automatically go to all of our conference rooms at the same time versus having to go figure out how to implement in all of the facilities, because we have a lot of facilities as well, I think is going to be a huge benefit for us. And I think it's going to move this area forward with a lot of pace that we haven't seen historically.
Gary, what's Amicus seeing?
So I think it's interesting. You asked about the big X on April 4th. I think there might be a big X, but it's written in pencil, right?
Yeah.
Because we have to evolve, we have to be flexible, and we have to know that date might not happen. And what's the next thing that's going to come up? But at Amicus, we are actually currently building. In downtown Princeton, what we're calling the Innovation Center of Excellence. It's a place for people to go for a purpose. So, we are going to be hybrid. We've always had scientists, so the scientists can't work from home. You have to do research in a lab for the most part. You can monitor and things remotely, but you have to be there to work on the instruments. But for the rest of the workers, we want to provide that opportunity to be wherever it is that you need to be on that particular day to work. I agree. There is a reason to come into the office, right? I mean, there are some things that we miss by just doing a 9x9 meeting, 4, 5, 6, 7 times a day. The things that we learn about each other, the culture, and the things are a little bit hard to recreate on video. But in that sort of innovation center that we're building, we're working with the architects who want to build this beautiful space with all of these glass walls, and we're trying to dial that back from an IT perspective, and all the issues that those kind of things present. But we also have a number of generations in the workforce that want to work different ways. So we have maybe an executive who wants to be in the office all of the time because that's what their career may have been. You want the younger generation who just wants to come in and come out and has different needs. But we have to accommodate all of them and all of their experiences and all of their needs. Certainly, I agree. Simplicity. You want to walk into a room and either click a button, or now people don't want to touch things, so automatically launch a meeting because there's Gary. Let me launch his meeting. So we're trying to blend different generations and different needs of the end user. Understanding and surveying and partnering with not only business units but end users to understand as well to help build those experiences.
Got it. So as you all kind of look out the next 12 months, and you've all got obviously we kind of know what's supposed to happen over the next few months, and you've got a date for it. But as you think about the flexibility you need and the inclusiveness you need to provide, what are like the strategic technology pieces? I mean, is it just video? What is when you think I've got to enable XYZ technology? What technologies are you seeing as this will accomplish what our corporate mandate is to accomplish?
Sure, I'll start. So I think it's AV. The traditional AV is not enough anymore, especially as we have such a diverse working location now with home offices. So we think the rise of AI, especially in the digital assistants, is going to help the pre-meeting, the post-meeting, with helping with meeting notes, translation, real-time translations. So we have people who don't English isn't the native language. They have meetings after the meeting just to understand what the meeting was about sometimes, and so we do 60,000 meetings a day. So we can't afford that. I think the digital world of whiteboarding and collaboration in those assets is important so that 3D modelers can work remotely to do that. Asynchronous work is another rising technology where we're looking at the use of video, not kind of in a sense like TikTok or Instagram, where you can record updates and you don't actually have to go to the meeting anymore, right? So the asynchronous world. We're digging into our supply chains. You may have heard there's a supply chain problem.
Not right.
So we are actually drilling down into the supply chains, and we're looking at using AI and some machine learning, actually using the collaboration tools. We're a Cisco shop WebEx. So how can WebEx actually connect with our supplier chains down to multiple tiers? We're in the dealerships with AR, VR. And so when the vehicle comes in for service and the tech is working on something, they can put on goggles, connect with the engineers back in the office, and they can see what they see. So we're looking at a wide range of different technologies to bring different groups together to accomplish their jobs as most efficiently as they can.
Got it. Dave, what?
At Ryder, really, again, we're at the crossroads because all the voice systems at our garden sites and some of our other divisions are all legacy on-prem, right? So one particular division, Ryder Last Mile, over the last year, we moved them off of an old Avaya platform and call center onto a Ring Central UCaaS and also CCaaS solution, and it's been great. Now we have to not have to worry about any of the facilities, any of the upgrades, anything like that. We do still have an office building for those people in Columbus, Ohio, that if they do choose to go in and work, they just come in, go online, go on the network, they're up and running just like they are at home, and it's been fantastic. So, that's what we're really looking at going forward, because the garden sites, we have old Atos, Siemens, PBXs in there. So, the time has come to make a decision. So that's my biggest challenge over the next 12 months right now.
Okay. Yeah.
We always start with the customer. And in this particular scenario, our customers are our employees, they're the customers of our company, and they're the suppliers that we partner with. And I think anything focused around personalization and user experience are going to be areas that we want to continue to expand. And AI obviously has been a tremendous asset in improving that personalization and that user experience. So, for example, when I think about creating that right experience for the user regardless of where they are, AI has really been a big factor, and we've seen a lot of innovation come from this group here on being able to personalize that experience and create that ability to connect directly with that person, even when you're in a large room, for example. Being able to go from one device to another and be able to have that connectivity automatically happen is going to be really important. I think the other piece that we're struggling with a bit is getting all of the companies that are innovating in the space to actually work together to develop some standards. That's a huge challenge because our users are different. What our salespeople need, what our delivery drivers need, and what our office workers need are very different capabilities. And we use a lot of the brands that are in this audience, but ultimately we need for them to tie together to be able to create that seamless experience. So we're going to be working really hard to try to push this community to focus on how do you get these things to be connected so that we're connecting the dots and creating that great experience for our users.
I've been doing this show for 20 years, and this is the first time that an end user has ever begged a vendor to interoperate with another vendor. Now, obviously, it's something, whatever the technology is, it's always there, and
it's tough.
I really hope the message continues to come out. Gary?
I remember when interoperability was right around the corner.
That's right.
But yeah, I think it's, for us, I think it's the AI. I mean, like I said, we've, any place, anytime, any device is now table stakes. We can all do that. So it's now how do you take those experiences to the next level, whether it's on the device side or the application side. It's captioning and translation for meetings. So when you're dealing with colleagues in other parts of the world, people with hearing disabilities can see the words, those kind of things. We had an experience. We have a colleague of mine who has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and one of his biggest issues was he was concerned about the ventilator noise in meetings. The rest of us on the other side weren't, but he was, and it made him self-conscious about always being on mute. So we actually worked with Polly and getting a camera for him that drowned out the noise. Now I know, again, that's standard across the board now, but at the time when we got it for him, it was unique. He used it, and he basically literally said, "It's changed my life." And that's the things that from a biotech company, we want to change lives, and it's one at a time. And in this case, we changed that one life, but it made his experience so much better. And that's what we're trying to do, one at a time.
Well, I think that's a fantastic story to end on, a fantastic message to our folks, our friends in the vendor community, that it really does make a difference how well this technology can work and what it can do for individual people. Again, we saw it in the pandemic. We see it in individual meetings. And I want to thank this panel. This was such a great discussion. I really appreciate your being with us. And please join me in thanking a great group of enterprise executives. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break, and then we will be back with our keynote, and we'll have the Microsoft keynote to open the day.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kropp.
Thanks very much, everyone. We're now going to launch into the keynote portion of Enterprise Connect 2022. We've got 3 great keynotes for you today, and also 3 great keynotes for you tomorrow. And today we're going to start with the company that I think played as big a role in how the pandemic played out for workplaces as you're going to find. And of course, are an incredibly important company in the industry, and that is Microsoft. And we're going to have our keynote from Microsoft VP for Teams, Nicole Herskowitz. Nicole's going to join us on video, and then her colleague Mahendra Sekaran is going to be out here to continue the conversation. So without further ado, Nicole Herskowitz.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole Herskowitz, Vice President of Microsoft Teams. I hope you had a great first day at Enterprise Connect. In the spirit of the brave new hybrid world, we're bringing you a hybrid keynote. Let's have some fun with it. I am here with you virtually while my colleague Mahendra Sekaran is in Orlando. You'll hear from Mahendra in just a little bit. 5 years ago, we embarked on an exciting and challenging journey to design a hub for collaboration and teamwork. We are thrilled to celebrate the 5-year anniversary of Microsoft Teams this month. Back then, video meetings were not the workplace norm, let alone integrated real-time collaboration apps. When COVID-19 hit, Teams emerged as one of the indispensable tools to help enable remote work, learning, and frontline response. As we take a moment to look back, we are humbled, grateful, and excited about our ability to support customers around the world in achieving your goals. It's almost like we have a superpower, and that superpower is you. Our community has inspired us to reach new heights. Every day we hear your feedback and shape Teams to better serve you. From conference rooms to cloud-based phone systems to integrated apps, we continue to expand how teams connect, collaborate, and stay in the flow of work. Today, with over 270 million users, Teams has become the place where hybrid work happens. According to a recent Morgan Stanley CIO report, over 50% of organizations have standardized on Teams, and over 2/3 are expected to run on Teams within the next 3 years. Over the last year, the number of active Teams Room devices more than doubled. And Teams Phone has nearly 80 million active users, placing 1 billion calls monthly. But this momentum is just the start. Let's take a look at some of the newest innovations coming to Teams.
5 years ago, Microsoft Teams began a journey to make work and learning more productive and collaborative, where everyone's voices are heard, and to help us feel closer, even when we're apart. You have shown us that the journey has just begun. Engaging meetings, a reimagined office, feel connected, we'll continue to grow together.
Our work is far from over. We are focused on continuous innovation and enabling new ways of work. As organizations around the world are shifting from remote to hybrid work, it's clear that a lot has changed since 2020. This month, we released the 2nd annual Work Trend Index report, sharing insights about trends shaping the future of work. The survey polled over 30,000 people across 31 countries, from frontline workers to the C-suite. The results help us understand what employees want, what motivates them to stay or leave their jobs, what they need from the office experience, and the role technology plays in creating richer workplace experiences. Today, for our 5-year anniversary of Teams, we will look at 5 trends from Work Trend Index and how we're evolving Teams to meet your changing needs. And now I'm excited to hand over to my colleague, Mahindra Sekaran, to kick us off with a few of these trends and some of our latest Teams innovations. Over to you, Mahindra.
Thanks, Nicole. Good morning, and good afternoon and good evening to the folks who are joining remotely and virtually for this wonderful event. It's so awesome to be here in person at Enterprise Connect after 2 years. The pandemic has changed us. The workplace of today is drastically different from 2 years ago, and it's not going back. Before I dive in, I thought I'd start with a note of gratitude. Every person in this audience, whether you're a customer, whether you're a partner, or a technology provider, has played a pivotal role in keeping the world connected, businesses connected, our kids educated over the last 2 years. It's something that we all should be super proud about. Let's give a huge round of applause for that. Thank you. And as we kind of turn the corner on the pandemic and embrace the new way of hybrid work, it requires us to adopt a growth mindset and embrace new technologies and tools to make hybrid work really work. As well as, there's some cultural norms we need to adopt to make sure meetings are effective and inclusive, and we are actually being very inclusive of people who are choosing different ways to work. And I'm here to talk today about 2 of the trends that Nicole touched on from a Work Trend Index report, and also kind of share some product updates that we've been kind of working on to make sure our customers are getting a wonderful experience. Leaders sit at a very important inflection point. They need to define their organization's new normal, and we are here to help. Let me start with the first trend. Employees have a new worth it index. What that means is what people want from work, and they're constantly reevaluating what they are actually expecting from work. The data shows employees are reevaluating the reasons they work and the reasons, what they expect in return. They are evaluating, is my commute to work worth it? Is the stress at work worth it? Is the time away from my family worth it? And this is super important in terms of making sure we are adopting a culture where mobility and flexibility are no longer a choice or option. It is the new norm of hybrid work. We need innovations that makes hybrid work work. At Microsoft, we are building those solutions. Today, it's safe to say that the days of us being tethered to a desk are over. People need flexibility, people need mobility, and we can get done most of what we need to do on this mobile device. And we strive to kind of build a Teams experience that's integrated with the mobile dialer so that it actually fits very naturally into people's usage patterns. We're happy to announce the launch of Operator Connect Mobile, which basically makes your mobile number a first-class endpoint in Teams, just like your PC endpoints or Mac endpoints or browser endpoints. And we've done a lot of work with mobile operators around the world to make this real. And with Operator Connect Mobile, you can actually set privacy and compliance policies, so even calls made from the native dialer are subject to what the enterprise sets as a policy. For example, if you're a FinServ company and compliance recording is is part of how you run your business, when you make a call from the native dialer, we are able to provide the compliance recording solution from the Microsoft Cloud, and we remove the mental overload of people having to go to an app to make a call. And this is something we feel super proud about. And with this solution, you can start a call on your car, then walk into your office, and we provide very seamless switching across endpoints so that you can elevate the call from an audio experience to a very high fidelity video and screen sharing experience seamlessly. The beauty of this solution, it's device agnostic as well as network agnostic. And managing Operator Connect is very simple as well. It is built on the same framework that we had for Operator Connect, and we focused on simplicity because from an administration perspective, we wanted to make sure the solution just works out of the box. Let's take a look at the video.
Introducing Operator Connect Mobile for Microsoft Teams, the seamless way to integrate your users' mobile identities with our productivity suite. Now, your team can make, receive, and transfer calls on their mobile devices. Teams now recognizes when you are on a mobile call, making your presence available to your team. You can easily uplift calls to Teams meetings for greater collaboration by adding multiple parties, sharing screens, and leveraging the power of video across mobile and data networks without dropping the call. Operator Connect Mobile also enables your users to stay connected while away from the office, with call notifications across devices as well as unified presence, call history, and voicemail. And with a simple setting, calls to customers look like they're coming from a company line to avoid exposing the caller's number externally. Operator Connect Mobile is easy to set up and manage as well. Simply choose from the participating operators, add operator-provided numbers via the Teams Admin Center, assign numbers to Teams users, and update voice policies. Operator Connect Mobile can improve flexibility and productivity in your organization while keeping your mobile communications secure and compliant.
Awesome. Azure for the Operator Connect mobile solution is made possible by the Azure for Operators product, which is now part of Microsoft, which was formerly Metaswitch Networks. The mobile control point as part of Azure for Operators allows us to build this connective fabric between mobile operator networks and the Microsoft Productivity Cloud that's being able to provide seamless experiences. We look at this as a very foundational thing that we're building, and the possibilities of new experiences we can deliver in the future using this rich connectivity fabric between mobile operators and Microsoft Cloud is just endless. So we are super excited about what we have in store, and Operator Connect Mobile will be available in preview with the operators that are shown here. And don't worry, we are continuing to work to globally expand our footprint, and Operator Connect Mobile will be coming to a mobile operator near you shortly. Switching gears to Teams Phone. We are very, very serious about and committed to Teams Phone solution. And we take the responsibility and trust that customers place on us as their dial tone provider very seriously. And it's evidenced by the fact that 90% of the Fortune 500 customers today use Teams Phone for their internal communication and collaboration needs. And that's something that we feel super proud about. And at Microsoft, we have hyper-focused on customer feedback. We continue to listen to our customers and act on feedback that we get from them to improve our product. To that end, we've actually made a bunch of enhancements that we've been working on. Our customers have asked for, hey, how do I support my analog devices? I have DEC phones in my solution. How do I make them work? And we've been working on them, and the solution should be available in the next quarter. In addition, one of the most asked for features, the users wanting to be able to customize and manage their call history, that is also going to be available next quarter. For customers that care about privacy, we are happy to share that Teams calls will support full end-to-end encryption starting next quarter across all the endpoints. This basically means that calls are end-to-end encrypted, and even Microsoft does not have access to the decrypted audio stream here. And there are a lot of markets where people care about it, and we're happy to share that that'll be available next quarter. And working from anywhere doesn't mean that you're always working from a boat or a beach or from the golf course. I love the office. I love the energy I get when I run into colleagues in my office. I love the serendipitous conversations that happen in the hallway conversations, or when I run into people when I go to grab a cup of coffee. And the joy of collaborating with my team, colleagues to solve hard problems is just irreplaceable when you're virtual. But we want to make sure in this new world of flexible work and hybrid work, we want to make sure that the trip to the office is meaningful and it's productive. So we are happy to share that we are continuing to build solutions that allow us to make that happen. And very soon, within Outlook, you will be able to RSVP to a meeting, indicating your intent of whether you plan to attend in person or virtually. And this is something that I think provides a lot more clarity for people, so they know when they go into the office what to expect. And that actually has a lot of meaning and impact to them. And sorry, the video's playing. In addition, we've been kind of doing a lot of studies in terms of how the brain works. We shared a lot of research on the effects of meeting fatigue. And Outlook now has a default option, so you can actually start meetings 5 minutes after the hour. That's a practice that we've been using within our team for the past year and a half, and it's been just amazing. The ability to be able to stretch your legs and just take a breath while you're moving from meeting to meeting is just irreplaceable. And that brings me to the next trend. Leaders need to make the office worth the commute, kind of what I just talked about. And we also have studied a lot that 44% of people, remote or hybrid workers, do not feel included in meetings. And this is something that we study deeply how people feel, how they act, and the struggles they face with hybrid work. And we've been kind of working on how do we make our experiences better so that we can actually provide a great experience for hybrid workers. And it starts with the meeting layout. Front row for Teams rooms, which is now available in preview, moves the video gallery to the bottom of the screen, so you're at eye level of the people in the room and the same horizontal plane. So it provides a more equitable experience for remote people as well as the in-person people. And this is something that we feel great about. It's a very subtle innovation, but the effect it has on people, on how they feel, has been just like amazing. And we also make sure that the meeting content is fully included in the front of room experience. So meeting chat is part of the experience. And we often today, like when you have meetings, there's a separate meeting within a meeting that's happening over chat. And that's something that we want to kind of capture in the front room experience as well. Is the video playing? OK, awesome. And we also wanted to make sure that things like meeting reactions and gestures are included in the front of room experience. Last September, we announced a suite of intelligent cameras. These intelligent cameras are able to kind of capture individual faces from a meeting room and be able to project that into the meeting experience so that people you don't feel like there's 9 people huddled around a table and you don't get a clear view of each of them. For people who do not have the capacity or who have not yet made the investment on these intelligent room devices, we are making a set of investments to improve the companion device experience. Now, when you walk into a meeting and the meeting is going on in your Teams meeting room device, you can actually open your laptop. When you open your laptop and join the meeting, your audio will automatically be muted. No more echo, no more howling. Right? This is just amazing. And we've done a lot of work to make sure that experience is as seamless as possible. And the users will also be prompted to turn on video. And each of these video streams are projected into the meeting for remote participants, but they're hidden from the front of room screen, mainly because you don't want to distract the people in the room with their own videos. And now, for people who are remote, in case you're wondering, hey, what's the name of the person sitting second from left on the table, you'll know that because they have the video on, and we make sure the companion experience is available. And these enhancements will also be available next quarter. All right. I'm also happy to kind of share that you want to make sure that remote participants do not feel like they're peering around a set of people who are just sitting around a crowded table. I'm happy to share that we are announcing the new AI-powered Microsoft Surface Hub 2 smart camera, which dynamically adjusts your team's video feed, as well as it's a great collaborative canvas as well. Let's take a look. Being seen and heard is essential to an inclusive meeting. but so is the ability to kind of collaborate seamlessly with both in-person and remote participants. We're super excited to kind of announce our partners having new touch-enabled display solutions for Teams from Neat and A-Link. These have integrated Microsoft Whiteboard in them, and they actually elevate the experience in the meeting room. And these devices are very simple to deploy, and it's just like one unit that has audio, video, as well as the board and compute in one device, making it very easy for admins to deploy and manage. And we continue to innovate in terms of making the meeting room experience better, as well as making Teams the most preferred product for remote collaboration and communication. And now Nicole is going to show you more of the ways Teams is going to make flexible work happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahindra. Work flexibility isn't just about where you work. It's also about when and how you work. Remember when we used to punch the clock from 9 to 5? The trends show that those days are gone for good, as employees are reshaping their days. First, meetings are still consuming the lion's share of our time, up over 250% per week for an average team user since the start of the pandemic. But meetings are getting shorter and more ad hoc. Chats are on the rise too. The average user is sending over 30% more chats each week compared to before, and this trend continues to climb as well. But as employees opt for flexible work, being overwhelmed by digital noise puts work-life balance at risk. The Work Trend Index numbers are clear about trend number 3. Flexible work doesn't mean always on. We need to create new norms to reduce time spent in meetings and empower people to hit the off switch. And technology must enable asynchronous work so that one person's flexible schedule isn't another person's 24/7. Teams channels and chats gives you collaboration tools to work on your terms while ensuring you stay connected with your team's work. They also provide flexibility to choose who you work with. As the workplace becomes more digital and interconnected, there's a greater need to seamlessly collaborate with external partners and customers. Teams Connect allows you to establish secure, trusted, and easy-to-use connections across organizational boundaries. Everyone can work as one extended team while staying in their own team's environment. For example, a team working on a new product will be able to share a channel with an external design team to create one workspace across organizations. Team members can communicate, schedule meetings, share files, and collaborate on apps. There's no need to switch accounts. Teams Connect Shared Channels is coming to public preview this month. Another way we've made asynchronous collaboration easier and more effective is by bringing Loop components into Teams Chat. Loop components offer a new way to ideate, create, and make decisions together. Today, we're introducing Loop components in Outlook Mail. Now you can brainstorm, complete action items, and get the latest status from your team without having to switch context or apps. A single shared component is always up to date whether you're in Teams or Outlook. To get access to the latest Loop components in Outlook, sign up to be an Office Insider. In this new hybrid environment, we all want to eliminate busy work. According to the WTI, almost 70% of employees say they want to be rewarded for impact over the number of hours they worked. And 56% of leaders say they are rethinking how to measure productivity within the next year. And that brings us to trend number 4. It's time to now shift focus from activity to impact. Microsoft Teams is here to help with that. In September, we showcased Cameo, which overlays your Teams video feed onto PowerPoint presentations. You can customize how and where you want to appear on your slides, and the designer even offers layout recommendations for optimal viewing. Cameo helps your meeting participants follow the content while benefiting from all the nonverbal cues of your video. Cameo will be generally available next quarter. We also recently announced Recording Studio in PowerPoint, which allows you to record your presentation and offer recording on demand or embedded in larger PowerPoint presentations. No more waking up at 3 a.m. to deliver a presentation to colleagues or customers on the other side of the globe. PowerPoint Recording Studio is now generally available. But just like peanut butter and chocolate are better together, we think bringing Cameo and Recording Studio together creates something really exciting, and that's exactly what we're doing. This means you can appear in your recorded presentations with all the clarity and personality you bring to a live discussion, making the dream of asynchronous presentations a reality. This integrated Cameo and Recording Studio experience will be available next quarter. In September, we also announced Speaker Coach for Teams, which uses an AI-based nudges to help speakers deliver more impactful presentations. For example, letting you know when you're speaking too fast or interrupting someone, even reminding you to check in with your audience. Even if you are a seasoned speaker, it's helpful to get this private feedback, especially in remote and hybrid presentations, when you're often missing the nonverbal cues from your audience. Speaker Coach will be generally available next quarter. And to make sure your words won't get lost in translation when addressing a global audience, I'm excited to announce language interpretation. Live interpreters convert what you say into another language in near real time. Meeting organizers can assign interpreters and select up to 16 source and target language combinations. Attendees hear the translation with the original audio playing in the lower volume in the background. It means multilingual meetings without the start and stop of delayed interpretation, and global collaboration without language barriers. It's like a distributed United Nations. Language interpretation in Teams will be available at the end of March. But not all hybrid meetings are presentations. They are also spaces for collaboration. Microsoft Whiteboard in Teams makes brainstorming sessions easy with your team members from anywhere in the world. Whiteboard now includes 50 new templates to help you get started. You can communicate easily with new contextual reactions. Everyone in the Teams meeting can open existing boards and collaborate with external colleagues. These whiteboard features will be generally available next quarter. And finally, a common challenge of remote and hybrid work is maintaining social capital, the network of relationships that enable people and organizations to thrive. The data shows that remote workers feel less connected than hybrid workers. Over 40% say that relationship building is the greatest challenge in hybrid and remote work. Trend number 5 is about overcoming this challenge. Rebuilding social capital is a business imperative. Many of us have trouble expressing our true personalities in the hybrid workplace, making it harder to build bonds. Now you can bring more of yourself to the conversation with the new 3D fluent emojis in Teams. With vibrant and fun styling, over 1,800 emojis can infuse expression and playfulness into your messages. You can also use the skin tone selector to pick an emoji that better represents you. Fluent emojis are now available in public preview. The new world of work requires technology that goes beyond meetings and collaboration to create social connections and bring company culture to life. In fact, positive culture ranks as the #1 thing that employees want companies to provide, followed by mental health and well-being benefits. To help your organization build a supportive culture, we're announcing the new Inspiration Library, available in preview in the Viva Insights app in Teams. It helps you turn well-being and productivity insights into action. With access to thought leadership and best practices from Harvard Business Review, Thrive, and Microsoft, the Inspiration Library preview will be available in 11 supported languages by the end of April. The shift to hybrid work doesn't start with new technology or corporate policies. It begins with culture, one that embraces a growth mindset, a willingness to reimagine nearly every aspect of the way work gets done. We need to develop new skills to adapt to this new way of working. With Microsoft Teams supporting your efforts, bringing everything and everyone together, we can make hybrid work really work. Thank you for joining our session. Please continue to share your feedback and serve as the superpower behind Teams. I hope you enjoyed the rest of Enterprise Connect.
Thanks, Nicole. We are thankful for your support and trust that you placed in Microsoft and Microsoft Teams. We are committed to making hybrid work, and you can be assured of continued innovation to transform your communication and collaboration experiences. Thank you so much for attending, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Mahendra. All right, terrific. Thank you so much, Mahendra, and thank you, Nicole. We're going to take a short break, about 15 minutes. Come back and join us for the Cisco keynote at 10:45.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kropp.
All right. Well, our next keynoters also are a familiar company to the Enterprise Connect keynote stage and have been helping drive this industry now for 20 years. And we're very excited to have them. As you can see, they've got a lot to show us, and so we're going to get right to it. And our keynoter for Cisco this year is Javed Khan. Javed is Senior Vice President and General Manager for Cisco Collaboration. So, Javed Khan.
Good morning. Wow, look at this crowd over here. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've been looking forward to being with all of you here in person, and obviously those of you joining virtually. And you know why? Because this right here is the future of what hybrid world looks like. And I'm really excited to be here because we've got some cool stuff to show you, and we're going to do a few demos. Yes, we're going to bring back the art of doing demos. Over the past couple of years, the world changed. So many different ways. Think about it. We went from commuting to the office to commuting to the kitchen, living room, or whatever space we could find. We went from working from 8 to 5 to working all the time just because we could. We went from working with no interruptions to constant interruptions. And we also went from no video to, Javed, why is your video not on today? But we all adjusted, we adapted, and the industry adapted. I'm really proud of how fast we moved at WebEx, how fast we innovated to adjust to the needs of our times. In fact, we released 1,200 plus new innovations. I counted them personally. We integrated technology from 5 different acquisitions. And we completed a first major rebrand. Our Net Promoter Score is at an all-time high. So I'm going to do something with the new WebEx that's never been done before in the history of Enterprise Connect. I'm going to ask all of you to participate in this keynote using Slido, which is now a part of WebEx. Yes, all of you get to share and engage in this conversation we're going to have about hybrid work. So we've got a Slido poll going. I want all of you to go to slido.com, enter the event code EC22, or you can scan the QR code. And by the way, no, we are not going to make you register. And my marketing team is not going to send you SMS messages after we are done, even though there's an API for that. And you can participate if you're here in the room or joining remotely. Wow, look at that word cloud. We've got some participation from lots of different places across the United States, including some friends from Seattle. I wonder who those people are. Isn't that cool? Slido makes it so easy to interact with people in real time. Slido is just one example of the many innovations we delivered to the market over the last couple of years. Now, I could spend the next few hours showing you all of those innovations, but that would be not very nice to the next speaker. So let's show you a video.
How do you elevate hybrid work?
Okay, WebEx, start my meeting.
Looks noisy over there.
Can you hear me okay?
I can only hear you. Any questions? Let's take a poll.
Now, see what I mean? If you haven't tried the new WebEx, you must. During the pandemic, I know we got used to many different platforms, but I know that the new WebEx is going to blow you away. Give it a try. Now, I'd like to learn a little bit more about all of you as we go along, so let's see what you said in the second question we asked in the Slido poll. How are your tools adjusting to the new hybrid work era? And looks like some of you are doing okay, but more than half of you are struggling with the new hybrid work era. And you know what? I agree with many of you. At Cisco, we believe we are going to go through yet another massive transition. Hybrid work is very different from the way we worked the last 2 years. We know it's going to bring a lot of challenges because you're going to go from mostly remote employees to a mix of remote employees plus employees back in the office. So your meetings are going to look something like this. You've got 5 people in the conference room, and you can't really tell how they are reacting, or for that matter, are they even paying attention? And what happens when 2 of them stand up and start to whiteboard? If you're remote, how do you follow along? We've been working hard to solve these challenges because it would be a tragedy if we were to lose the productivity gains of the last 2 years. But for that, our tools and our workspaces needed to change. So I'm going to talk to you, for the rest of the time today, I'm going to talk to you about 3 things. Firstly, I'm going to talk to you about how we've completely reimagined our workspaces, wherever you work from. Secondly, I'm going to show you the new WebEx suite purpose-built for flexible work styles. And finally, I'm going to show you how we are enabling you to create memorable connections with your customers. Let's start with hybrid workspaces. Now, we spent a lot of time working from home. We all know how that is like. Sometimes we join meetings from the bedroom, sometimes from the kitchen, and for some of us, fortunate enough, we had a dedicated office space. Now, for those of us using laptops at home, we created the WebEx Desk camera and the Cisco headphones. With these, you get high-quality audio for your important calls and clear video for your meetings, and obviously noise cancellation to help you focus. But we also designed powerful WebEx devices so you can use these at home, and they're designed to up-level your remote work experience. With the WebEx Desk Mini, you can easily work from your kitchen table, and when it's time for dinner, you could move it around. Use it as a second screen for your video calls. No more crouching over your laptop. For the dedicated home office, we designed the WebEx Desk, an all-in-one collaboration workstation. Go play with these at the booth. I guarantee you'll want to take one of these home with you. Now, what about those of us returning to the office? The office of the future looks very different than it did before. How do you still provide amazing work experiences for people when they don't have dedicated desks or workspaces? The best shared spaces need to do more than just give you a space to work. It must become your personal office and give you the same or better experience than it did when you were at home. What about ideation, innovating, creating the next big thing? We need spaces to let teams share their best ideas, whether they're there in person or remote. And finally, the conference room. They will need to change too, to ensure equal and inclusive experience for all participants. Now, the good news is that WebEx has solutions for all of these. So I'd like to invite Snora Keshbu to join me to show you the office of the future. Snora?
Hi, Javed. Thank you, Javed. Thanks for having me. And Javed said something important. The office of the future is now. And I can't think of a better way of doing that than doing some real live demos. So let's get straight to it. So, the key is to be able to work from anywhere. What if working from anywhere is not only taking your laptop with you, but also to bring with you the entire office and to bring with you who you are? We have hot desking. And with hot desking, you just authenticate yourself using a laptop with the WebEx app or using your badge or something else. And then you can reserve a meeting, reserve a device for an hour or two, and all of a sudden, you've taken a shared device and you made it personal. And all of a sudden, here are my meetings, and I can dial back in to our demo crew in Oslo. Let me call them. So, one button to push, and we got into Oslo. And here we have 2 people from Oslo, and you can see them in the traditional side-by-side view. A lot of us got used to a different layout now during the COVID period where WebEx really democratized video. And there's a lot of unused screen real estate. So what we can do is that we can go and turn on what we call people focus, and you will see what happens. All of a sudden, and this is shipping now. This is in our products, and you can use it now. Let me say what happens if we add a lot more people, because this is actually designed to be able to be in all types of meetings. When you have a lot of people, when you have a mix of people that dial in separately, or meeting rooms, or whatever you have. And if we see here now, we have 4 people, then we'll add a meeting room as well. So here, this is the typical layout you see in the old way. Let me turn on people focus again and see what happens. Look at that. Isn't that a big improvement? That is helping on our meetings. The other thing we've done is that we've actually introduced translation into 108 different languages. And I thought I'll demonstrate that live to you. So let me go in and turn on translation. I'll pick a random language, so I'll take Norwegian. And I'll pass it over to Oslo there. Anne-Marie, could you say something in English and translate it? And that will translate into Norwegian, right?
Yes, of course. So as I start to speak, you will probably see the translation coming across, and it works really well, even when you have a speaker with a Scandinavian accent.
It's so great to have you as part of a demo again. So a big round of applause to the Oslo team. The other thing we have is our new Desk Pro. Let me just go over here and go back to the screen. We've done a poll amongst our customers. 85% say they want to use 2 or more meeting platforms. And together as an industry, we're working to solve that. As you can see up here, we have WebEx, we have Microsoft Teams, we have Google, we have Zoom. And for the next demo, I thought, why not run this connecting through a Microsoft Teams meeting? And I'm dialing back into Oslo, and Oslo is joining again. We're looking into the same meeting room. And what we've had for a while is that we've had speaker track, we've had best view, but now we can also send multiple streams from one room. So if you can enable that, you see it as well. Also, when we run on a competing platform, you see that. So with that, thank you again, Oslo. I'll hand it back to you, Javed.
Thank you, Snorre. As you just saw, WebEx has the industry's most complete set of solutions designed for hybrid work. But I'd like to show you one more incredible experience that we are launching later this summer. Now, you all know, it's worth the wait, trust me. You all know Apple and Cisco have a great technology partnership. And I'm pleased to announce that we are integrating Apple AirPlay technology into WebEx devices. Let's take a look.
Intelligent, versatile, powerful. Apple AirPlay now works with WebEx devices. With a touch, share work with the team. Extend or mirror the screen of your Mac, iPad, or iPhone wirelessly. And get more done at home. Or just relax to your favorite music. Simple sharing experiences you know on the devices you love. Apple AirPlay now on WebEx devices.
Now, isn't that cool? And guess what? My Office playlist just got so much better. Now, we've shown you how WebEx can make working from home easier. We've shown you how working in the office can be more productive than ever before. But what about when you're on the go? Now, we all know work isn't where you go, it's what you do. So if you're in the coffee shop, at the airport, somewhere in the middle, how do people reach you? And that's easy, right? Everyone has one of these. Now, the problem is that this is my mobile phone, it's my phone number, and now everybody has it. So if I get a call from a number that I don't recognize, how do I know if it's a customer calling or it's a partner or a family member calling? Well, we've got a solution for that too. That is why we are excited to announce WebEx Go. Now you can add your WebEx business number as a second line to your mobile phone. I set my work contacts to use my business line, my friends and family to use the personal line. So when the phone rings, I know which line it's for. So I can choose to answer or maybe not. And this requires nothing to download, no separate app. It's built into the native dialer on the phone. This new feature that nobody else has, we're making available today in WebEx Calling, our enterprise-grade cloud calling platform. And we also announced today a big milestone for WebEx Calling. We now have 6 million subscribers and counting. How many times have you had to take a quick call from your car or your truck when you're on your way to pick up your kids? So let's take a look at what Ford is doing with WebEx to make that better.
Ford and WebEx have teamed up with the industry's first collaboration solution built natively into Ford Sync.
Just imagine having an F-150 Lightning with its desk, a 15-inch screen, and being able to conduct WebEx meetings inside the vehicle.
While in motion, you'll be able to access all of your meetings hands-free with just your voice.
Start my meeting.
And we're looking to create experiences not just you can make a call or even just join a meeting, but it could be the best place to join a call or collaborate with people.
Once parked, you can enjoy the full WebEx meeting and collaboration experience right from the comfort of your vehicle.
It's one of those things that we can add to the addendum.
So we're looking for solutions for secure and immersive collaboration. Ford is excited to be collaborating with WebEx on next-generation experiences in our electric vehicles.
Ford and WebEx, creating next-generation experiences.
Talk about a mobile workspace. I could use one of those. And yes, the video will only work when you're safely parked. So today we've shown you some incredible hardware experiences, but you cannot deliver these hardware experiences with incredible software powering these experiences. And that is why we built the WebEx Suite. But before I tell you more about it, let's take a look at another question we asked you, which was, which one of the following business interactions have you participated in over the last year? Looks like the team meetings seem to be most popular. But as you can see, we also interact with each other in so many other different ways throughout our day. Right? Not all of these meetings, though, are created equal. They require different levels of preparation and management. And we must think of these business interactions differently, especially in the world of hybrid work. So a 10-person board meeting is very different from a 10-person team meeting. The stakes are much higher. You cannot have an uninvited guest stop by. My staff meeting is very different from my 5,000-person employee meeting. For some of my employees, where English is not their native language, I want everyone to feel included. How do I get real-time feedback? And then there are high-stakes events and conferences like this one, which require solutions for both in-person and virtual attendees. So the one tool you might have used for team meetings in 2020 may not work for all of these business interactions. That is why we've enhanced the WebEx platform with new tools and capabilities to support every type of business interaction. And today we are announcing the availability of 3 new hybrid work experiences. Let's first start with whiteboarding. Now, we realized that the only way to deliver powerful whiteboarding capabilities was to build consistent whiteboarding experiences across hardware and software, whether you're in a meeting or not. Now, this has become even more important in the new hybrid world. So today, I'm pleased to announce our standalone whiteboarding application. Now you can collaborate with anyone from anywhere, whether you're in a meeting or not. So let's take a look at this application. I'm going to have Snorra come back out here and bring up a whiteboard that he and I were collaborating on earlier. Snorra is going to join from the WebEx board, and I'm going to do the same from my iPad over here. We've obviously added a pencil support, so I can use pencil, and you can see it up on the screen. One of them's the iPad, the other's the board. And Snorra, I was looking at this backlog of hours for the whiteboard, and I really think that this voting feature needs to be moving a little faster. So please let your engineering team know that I made a small change here.
You have a tendency to always push us on features. I think I'll put it back on backlog if that's okay.
I cannot get anything through the Oslo Teams, Snorra. Yeah. What about pictures, images? Can I add some images? It seems a little dry. So let me see. I'm going to maybe
take a picture of the audience.
Why don't we do that? Everybody say hi. And I'm going to use that photo. And looks like that did work. Cool.
So there it is. And I can move around and manipulate it. And as you can see, regardless of whether you're on the iPad or the board or you be on your...
So this application works outside the context of a meeting. You don't need a separate application. So thank you, Snorra, for helping me show that. I'm just going to move that feature back again. Now, we also know that some of you use other tools for whiteboarding. So we've also enhanced our integrations capabilities inside meetings and on our devices so that you can use tools like Miro and Mural. That's an application you're using. Now, what about events like this one? So today, I'm also excited to introduce WebEx Events powered by the Socio platform. It's our end-to-end event management platform that supports in-person, virtual, and hybrid events up to 100,000 participants. Now, before the event, you can use WebEx Events to handle things like registration, ticketing, sponsorship, and even badge printing. During the event, you get world-class broadcasting capabilities powered by the WebEx platform, plus attendee engagement tools like interactive networking between your virtual and in-person attendees. And after the event, you can track metrics, attendee participation, lead generation, which, by the way, makes your CMO very, very happy about the money they spent. Now, we all love to attend events, and we also don't want to get left out of important meetings. But sometimes our schedules are just too packed. There aren't enough hours in the day. And if you have a global team like I do, it's very difficult to find a time sometimes that works for everybody. Now, you could try to use your favorite messaging tool, but these simply don't have the richness of video. So to solve these problems, we created Vidcast, our new video messaging tool that's available today. It's a quick and easy way to replace a meeting with a video message. I use it all the time to stay connected with my team because I get to record the video when it's convenient for me, and my audience gets to consume it when it's convenient for them. And they can even add comments and reactions and follow along. Now, one of these side effects of the new way of working these past 2 years has been stress and burnout. That is why we built Collaboration Insights to help you, the employee, have a view on how you're spending your time. How much time are you spending in meetings? How many meetings are you attending? Are you carving out enough focused time for yourself? These insights let you set personal preferences so you can take more control of your time. Now, all of the rich experiences I showed you will be delivered in one place, the WebEx app. You can message, meet, call, whiteboard, broadcast, and much, much more. So how do you get all of this? And guess what? Many of you already have it. Everything I just talked about is included in the WebEx Enterprise license. You don't have to buy these things separately. It is the most comprehensive suite available today. Now, we've shown you some amazing experiences for your employees, but what about your customer experiences? The same platform that powers the WebEx suite also powers the WebEx Contact Center. So to tell you more about it, I'd like to invite Larissa Horton, who runs WebEx Calling and WebEx Contact Center at Cisco. Larissa?
Thank you, Javed. I'm so happy that we have made it so much easier to get everything that we have to offer for the enterprise. But what most people don't realize is that these innovations aren't just for the knowledge workers. Everything from our collaboration tools, AI capabilities, analytics, and management are experiences and innovations that are used to also create memorable customer connections. This is what really sets WebEx apart. UCaaS plus CCaaS, here, now. The technology serving millions of WebEx users every day is part of the core foundation of our brand new WebEx Cloud Contact Center. For example, when agents start to return to the office or continue to work from home, you can now leverage WebEx Smart Audio to ensure that the customer only hears the agent voice and nothing else, none of the background. Our Smart Audio has already removed over 48 billion minutes of noise from interactions on our calls and meetings on WebEx. Our contact center solution is also built on our WebEx Cloud Calling, which, as Javed mentioned, is already powering 6 million cloud users. Today, we're pleased to announce that we've successfully integrated the capabilities of our acquisition of iMyMobile, now rebranded WebEx Connect. This platform powered over 15 billion customer interactions last year and is powering 13 digital channels for our WebEx Contact Center. Not only that, WebEx Connect also gives you low-code, no-code customer journey orchestration to ensure that you can customize the experience for your customers in your business. This fall, we are bringing the power of our world-class video into WebEx Connect, giving our customers access to our rich video capabilities so that their customers can interact with them over video. Our WebEx Contact Center includes a brand new agent desktop experience. Its intuitive design allows our agents to seamlessly move between voice and digital customer interactions, as well as internal interactions for when they need help. Using the embedded WebEx app, the same one we use in our UCaaS, agents can communicate with internal subject matter experts to provide faster, more personalized customer experiences. As you heard, we have built collaboration insights to really focus on the well-being of employees and understand who are they talking to, how often are they talking to people, how long are they online. We are leveraging the same technology for agent burnout. This AI is also being used for our customer insights to help agents better understand the customer history. And they can now empathize better, know how often has this customer called, how many issues have they had, what is the sentiment of that customer. Plus, our open platform means you can leverage not only our powerful AI, but also integrate with other third-party solutions like Google CC AI. All innovations across WebEx help you connect with your customers better every single day. Again, our UCaaS and CCaaS all together. Back to you, Javed.
Thank you, Larissa, and it's great to have you back. UCaaS and CCaaS together today. Now, you've seen some amazing innovations, and I can promise you there's a lot more to come from WebEx. We've been working for years on solving some of our toughest problems, whether you work from home or the office. But you know what? That wasn't enough. We wanted to put our technology to the ultimate test because we know how good it is. So what happens to your experiences when you're communicating with someone almost 300,000 miles away? Would our technology work? What better way to find out than test your tech from space? Let's find out.
This ship isn't made of communication. The engines aren't fueled by it either. But communication is the link that brings everything together.
Okay, WebEx, call space.
As part of NASA's Artemis 1 mission, WebEx will test video communication between Earth and deep space.
Hey, Mom.
Making what's up there seem not so far away.
Collaboration is in our DNA. Collaboration is what we do. It always has been. That is why we created the new WebEx platform. What we care about is helping you and your customers succeed and thrive in this new hybrid world. With WebEx, we got you covered. Thanks for joining us as we reimagine hybrid work.
Thanks so much, Javed. All right, thank you very much, Javed and team. Great demos, fascinating stuff. We're going to take one more short break. We'll be back here at 11:30 for the keynote from Amazon Web Services, so please join us for that.
Please welcome back to the stage, Eric Kropp.
All right, thanks very much. We've got one more keynote this morning, another company that's really come in and sort of changed the game in contact centers. They announced Amazon Connect here at Enterprise Connect a few years ago, and really brought a new aspect to the whole contact center marketplace, and they've continued to innovate and continue to be a driving force, and we're delighted to have them here with us today. So please welcome from Amazon Web Services, Diego Pantoja Navajas.
Welcome and thank you for joining us this morning. We're really excited to be here with you today. My name is Diego Pantoja Navajas. I am the new Vice President of New Products for AWS Business Applications. Today I'll be joined by Pascal De Mayo, General Manager of Amazon Connect, to show you how we're rethinking customer experience with our recent innovations. Today, rapid changing world is delighting customers and transforming how we communicate, and we need to do it as business have changed and are demanding new tools for them to communicate faster and better with their customers. Innovation is a constant that is challenging all of us to think bigger about what's next for our businesses. The cloud is helping to accelerate the pace of innovation. Today's rapid pace of business transformation, it's really demanding for improved customer experiences and communication tools that are flexible, that are integrated, automated, and resilient. So how we collectively innovate and deliver exceptional customer experiences and communicate, all while doing it at a large scale and a rapid pace people have come to expect from all of us. The answer lies in understanding our customer needs. When Jeff Bezos was asked about how to sustain a high-performing culture and how to align vastly different businesses and products, he captured it very well by saying, customers are always beautifully, wonderfully dissatisfied. Customers' expectations are always very high and continue to grow higher even when they're happy with what they have. At Amazon, we work to understand and meet the needs of our customers. We love to invent on their behalf, whether it's reinventing the retail experience, grocery delivery, developer tools, or infrastructure services. We have built products for our customers over and over again, working quickly, keeping up with their requirements and existing performance at a high velocity. At AWS, we're helping our customers to innovate their businesses and deliver digital-first experiences with product applications that are anchored in the needs of our customers and employees. One big area of focus for us is in customer service and contact center. Organizations are demanding innovation. What's next for customer experience and working that right in the cloud. Also, we have seen many opportunities in communication so that businesses can offer enhanced ways to offer customer communications from anywhere. Now, I would like to invite Pascal to stage to share more about how we are changing existing behaviors and experiences and innovation here in the contact center at the cloud at AWS.
Thank you so much. I didn't get the clicker. I like the fact that I thought it was magically going to click for just a second, though. So thank you so much for coming today. I'm glad to be here. As you've noted, and as many of you have seen here, this is a huge convention for customer service. I bet a number of you folks are highly focused on customer service and in the contact center. How many people here work specifically in the customer service area? So I see quite a few of you do. Obviously, it's an area where I'm sure you spend a lot of time thinking about great outcomes for customers all the time. I bet you're also really, really aware of great customer service when you get it. The moment when someone is truly engaged with you, when they are solving your problem, when they're being empathetic, they're truly understanding what's happening, they have the tools at their disposal to solve and take care of everything you need. And then when they're done, you can also tell they are going to take the steps. They've communicated to you how they're going to take care of things after the contact is over, when you've completed the experience, and you have extreme confidence that's going to happen. At Amazon, we think a lot about these same things too. We've been innovating in customer service since the very beginning because we knew it was incredibly important for our customers to have great experiences interacting with us. Often it's the one or first touch point they have with a real person at your company in today's digital age. And we found that to make these great experiences, it really helps to build on top of a great customer experience that's supported by a great agent experience, which then again fuels back into a great customer experience. A nicer way to put that, or a faster way, is happier agents make happier customers. And over the past 5 years, we've been innovating on Amazon Connect. As you heard just a second ago, 5 years ago on this very stage, in this room at this conference, we launched Amazon Connect based on the technology we built for ourselves to provide great customer service. And we've been innovating ever since. Amazon Connect, for those of you who aren't familiar, is our easy-to-use, self-service, cloud-based contact center that enables customers of any scale to deliver superior customer service at lower cost. You can set up an instance of Amazon Connect and get going in 5 minutes, and that instance can scale to handle millions of contacts, and it can scale back down just as quickly when you don't need it, and you only pay for what you use. We designed it from the ground up to be omni-channel, making it seamless to transition across different contact mechanisms, whether that be chat, voice, whether you have to track the tasks your agents need to do. And all the tools inside of Amazon Connect are the same for each of those because they were built from the very beginning to be part of a core system. And these tools might include automations, whether that be chatbots and IVRs, which use the same graphical interface to design them, whether that be our powerful routing engine, whether that be the analytics you use to monitor and maintain your contact center day to day and over time to make improvements. And the thing about this that's also interesting is it's all self-service, so you can move incredibly fast. We like to innovate quickly, but more important is, can you innovate quickly? We want you to be empowered to make changes in minutes, not months, that then provide immediate value. Test them. If they work, great. If they don't, change again. Try maybe 2 or 3 at a time and see which one works best. This speed of innovation is incredibly important today. You need to be making your contact center and your customer service better than it was yesterday, and you can never take a break. Customers expect improvements every day. They expect better. One more tool that we offer in the toolbox here for allowing you to innovate incredibly quickly is machine learning. Our investment in machine learning started from day one. We launched with automated capabilities using natural language processing so you could literally understand what a customer was saying to you, and you could speak back to them using a natural voice. And that continues. But we've grown our ML investment in the contact center so much since then. We've launched Contact Lens. It listens to every conversation, and then it can understand what's happening. It can provide sentiment in real time back to your agents or to your supervisors. It also takes transcriptions of the calls. It summarizes those calls even, so agents don't have to spend time taking notes, and future agents can see what happened and get a clear understanding of why the customer called before and what was promised to them, what the outcomes were. Additionally, we've built voice biometrics. So you can actually have integrations where you recognize the person based on their voice and know it's them, so you don't have to ask those annoying questions over and over again. What's your mother's maiden name? From there, we can actually understand who the customer is and take the data from across your enterprise, pull it together into customer profiles, which allow you to understand everything about your customer and present that to the agent at once so they don't have to be fumbling through different tools. And then with all of that information at hand, as Contact Lens is listening to that conversation, it can actually pick out important things and feed that into Wisdom, a tool we provide that uses machine learning to scan your knowledge repositories and then give the most likely thing to help that customer. All within a single UX that makes it easy for your agents to use. They don't have to switch back and forth, makes them efficient, and allows them, once again, to use Amazon Connect and to provide that great outcome for their customers without having to think about it. So instead, they're thinking about the customer. And that's what we want. We want to have people thinking about the customer. No other contact center provider is making these investments in machine learning at this scale. And because of these investments, and also all the tools we've built and the way we've built them as a consolidated experience for you, we've seen incredible momentum. Today, tens of thousands of customers are handling over 10 million customer interactions a day. These customers are broad and across many industries, whether it be big ones like Delta or smaller ones like Slice Pizza. The big guys love the fact that they can move quickly like a startup, and the small ones love the fact they get an enterprise-grade contact center at startup prices. And we're not slowing down. We continue to innovate quickly. Since our first launch, we've had over 180 more feature launches. Some were small, but many of them were very large. I talked about customer profiles that pulls all of that information across all the different databases and storage locations you have in your enterprise into one place. I've also talked about Wisdom. We continue to build on top of Lex to make its capabilities much more powerful so you can have these natural experiences with your customers. Adding APIs so you can integrate at different places. All of these pieces come together to accelerate what you can do. It's really all about your ability to imagine what you want to do in the contact center and then deliver that. Accelerating our growth also means accelerating globally. We have customers on every continent in the world, except for Antarctica. I'm hoping for Ice Station Zebra soon. We're responding to an RFP right now. But aside from that, we literally have customers all over the world using Connect everywhere. And the thing that's great about that, whether it be APAC, EMEA, or the Americas, they love the fact that you can use all these tools to make a better experience for your customers. And they love the fact that the performance is terrific in the cloud, and you can manage it from anywhere. Your agents can access it from anywhere. So I mentioned a little bit about our AL and ML-powered investments here. I did it pretty quickly. I tend to talk fast. I'm from the East Coast. I'll dive in a little more now on some of the specific investments we've made here. First one I talked about was natural self-service experience. I think everyone's experienced the horribleness of pressing 1, pressing 2, pressing 3. By the time you hear what number 4 is, you can't remember what number 1 was anymore. And we had the revolution of being able to say 1, and not too much better. I still can't remember what number 1 was by the time you get to number 4. But more recently, we've seen NLU changing this. You can simply ask your customer, how can I help you? What can I do for you? Which is better, but you still end up with customers saying operator, agent, because they really want to talk to someone because they don't really trust that you can help them. And the thing that's really sad about that is you probably know why your customer is calling. You have so much information about them. It's hard to pull together. We're making that easy, as I said, through our customer profiles. But having that information isn't enough. With Amazon Connect, you can literally call out to any of these back-end systems, and you can understand why your customer is calling, and then you can ask them a question that's much more useful. For example, I see your flight was canceled this morning. Can I book you on the next one out today? No one's not going to say operator agent to that. They're going to say, yes, that's what I want to do. Or they'll say, no, that's not what I want to do. And then they'll say what they do want to do. This creates an engaging solution. And when you do book them on that flight, that experience is satisfying, not annoying, not painful, right? Now you fundamentally change the way the person interacts with your systems. Now, of course, we know agents are still going to be the heart of a lot of customer service experiences, and we don't want to change that. We want to make them enable them to be incredibly good at what they do. And so we want to make sure all the information that happens in that exchange is transmitted to them. Now, we see agents working in lots of different ways. Amazon Connect initially was focused pretty heavily on inbound contacts. More recently, jumped ahead on you. I did want to mention one of the customers who uses Amazon Connect today for these powerful experiences. Affirm, some of you may have talked to them before. They're a financial services technology company. And they care very deeply that when they talk to a customer or a customer calls them, they solve their questions very quickly, but they also very much want to improve the customer service. What they found was when they used the powerful tools we have for enabling these real-time experiences, these automated experiences, but the ones that feel natural and feel good to use, they were actually able to create great self-service interactions, which also had a higher first-time resolution and also improved when it got to the agent at the end as well. Bringing all this together, they saw better customer service outcomes and they saw lower costs, exactly what people want. And I'll often say, it doesn't cost more to provide good customer service. It often costs less, but you need to think about it a little bit up front. And that's exactly what they did to get these results using Amazon Connect. Now, agents take calls and chats in a variety of ways. They can be reactive, but they also sometimes have outbound contacts. Amazon Connect added tools this year to allow you to do outbound contacts much more efficiently. And we did it across multiple channels. So it's voice, it's SMS, and it's also email. And so you can create campaigns and then fire off one that spans all these channels at once, or just one of them if you want. And we will help avoid agents sitting online listening to answering machines or waiting for a customer to pick up. Save all that time and only connect your agents when it's the right time to connect them to an actual customer. Additionally, once an agent's connected to that customer, you really want to know who it is. As I mentioned before, people are sick of having asked who their mother's maiden name is or the last 4 digits of their social security number are. And the fact is, those are easy to spoof anyways. So with Voice ID, we've enabled customers to actually hear, enabled ML that actually can hear the customer speak and use that to determine if it really is them, and also to detect fraud and to eliminate that. I talked a little bit about our contact lens speech analytics, where you can hear where we listen in on the call and we improve the ability to understand the call, to record what happened there, creating notes, summaries, and then also take actions like creating follow-up tasks on this call, all to aid the agent to perform better and to learn and grow as an agent, and then also make sure things don't fall through the cracks. When you layer on top of this Amazon Connect Wisdom, which provides those real-time insights, it's incredibly compelling to see that your agents actually can understand what's happening and predict what the customer is going to need using machine learning to scan your knowledge bases. The great thing about that is that once your agent is getting this information in real time, Contact Lens is feeding them in details that can actually be used to make those searches in the knowledge base. Your agents start to act as if they're superhuman. And superhuman agents are the best agents, not just because they're faster, but also because they're focused and they're engaged with the customer. And that's really what it's all about. Now, customers ask us for a lot of things to help them. One more thing that they wanted to ask for help, they asked us for help with, was being able to forecast, do capacity planning and scheduling of their agents. And what we did to make that a reality for them is we started from the ground up inside of Connect and added these capabilities directly within our core systems. It's easy to turn on with a single click. It improves the accuracy and efficiency using custom-built machine learning models. It's simple to use because it's in that Amazon Connect UI, and you get the benefits of Amazon Connect, which is a cloud-based contact center, so it can scale incredibly easy. It's incredibly flexible. You're in control again. You decide what happens and when it happens. And of course, you get the reliability that AWS is famous for. So I'm going to jump in now and show a quick video of this, which will give you some insight into what this experience is like inside of Amazon Connect. And as I said, it's as simple as one click, so watch quickly. You don't want to miss it here. But all you have to do is simply click a button. And now it's going. So that's the first part of the demo. It'll get a little more complex than that, but not much more. I mean, the whole point of this is that we want it to be easy for you to turn on, and then we're going to crunch these numbers in the background. Now I'm going to fast forward a little bit here into the experience and show you how you generate forecasts using these tools. And the very first step of generating a forecast really starts in Amazon Connect, and that's because this is built into it. So we'll look at our queues UI. This is where you go into Amazon to connect how your contacts are handled. You put them into queues so you know which agents should handle them, and the agents know which type of contact they're handling. You can see this is an insurance company, and so you see brokerage queues, you see home loan queues, obviously a sample company to make the point here of how it works. I'm going to jump in from here and go to my analytics UI within Connect, and there's a new option called forecasting. When I launch this forecasting experience, we're going to quickly see that we're still in that UX, and we haven't done any forecasting at all yet. So we're going to do the very beginning first setup, and what that takes, the first thing you need to do there is create a forecast group. This is going to group together some of those queues so you can predict what contact volumes you're going to see. So I'm going to name this thing brokerage forecasts. I'm going to grab a few brokerage queues here. I'm going to drag and drop them into that group. Pretty simple. And so now I'm going to click Save. Not too bad, I think. So now that I've got a forecast group, I can start forecasting against it. So I'll create a forecast. I'm going to pick that one I just created, the group I just created to build it on. And I'll use both long and short-term forecasting here. And the thing you can see is that I'll select all the different types of forecasts. We can do average handle time. We can handle contact volume. I'm going to do them all. This is all going to use machine learning in the background. We've seen about 5% improvements from a lot of our beta customers in terms of the quality of the outcomes, in terms of how good their forecasts are, which if you work in this industry is a huge deal. So from here, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at one of these forecasts. So we did fast forward a little bit there. It does take some time to calculate in the background, but now we see here our long-term forecast. You can see things go up and down. They have some peaks. Diving into a shorter-term forecast, it gets a little more interesting. And in this case, I've actually created some overrides. So you can see I've said, I know my forecast is going to be a little bit different because I'm expecting to sell some new products this year that we didn't have in the past. I can drill into a single day and see the detail at that level, all right within this Amazon Connect experience. And when I'm happy, I decide I like what this looks like. This is the right forecast for my business. I'm simply going to publish it. That goes very quickly. Again, I'll choose to publish all of them. Why not? We live in an and lifestyle here. And so you can see that was really how easy it was to publish a forecast. Very quick. Again, back in the Amazon Connect UX, I have a new option here for scheduling. Building a forecast is great, but having the schedules for my agents is what I really care about. Now you can see I've actually created a schedule here before, so we have one there. But let's do a new one so you can take a look at it. So I'm going to click on generate a forecast here, and we'll create a new one. Again, we have to name it. Naming things is typically good. It slows down the demo a little bit, but I think it's worth doing. We're going to pick which one we want to do for the input here. Pick some dates. Why don't we do the next couple weeks in March? That'll be a good time to take a look. And then I'm going to determine how I want to think about this schedule. What's my goal? And in this case, I'm going to say I want to answer 70% of my contacts in the first 30 seconds. And let's do it across multiple channels since we want to make sure our agents are fully occupied and getting the most and best usage of them. And I've got a new March brokerage forecast ready to go here. Again, we'll fast forward a little bit. They do some pretty heavy machine learning in the background to make these as accurate as possible. We can then take a quick look at this. And you'll notice as you look at the image here that we've actually got these divided up and scheduled in a way that's designed to optimize when the agents are available to hit those goals we had at our ideal level. You can manually change them if you want to, and that's something you may want to, but most of the time you're probably pretty happy with this. And one of the reasons why you really like that is because it's going to make it much more efficient for you as you move forward. And by doing this, what we've done is we've actually seen about 5% increases in scheduling efficiency too. So not just a better forecast, but also a better outcome for your agents. So I like this schedule. We're going to go ahead and publish it. And this will make it available for your supervisors and for your agents. So of course, getting the schedule to the agent so they show up to work is really the end goal here and having them be efficient. This is the Amazon Connect agent experience. If you look on the left, that's our call handling. It's built in. You can customize the way this looks, but a lot of people leave it the way it is. In the middle, you see those customer profiles I talked to you about. They show you all this detail. We've pulled in one location to see all the information about your customer and also to see the history of the customer, where the contacts they've had with you. And on the right side, there's that Wisdom UI I talked to you about that shows exactly what we think the next best action for them to take is. But in this case, this agent is really interested in their schedule. So we're going to skip any of diving into those, and they're going to open up the schedule manager right here in their experience. So this will allow them to access their schedule directly, and they can see exactly where they're supposed to be and when they're supposed to be there. All just part of the Connect experience. So let's take a look at how some customers have been using this in the beta, what they've heard. So we can go ahead and leave the video. Perfect. Traeger grills, you guys might be familiar with them. They do a wonderful job offering really beautiful grills and smokers to their customers. But people still call in sometimes and have questions and want some help. And so their agents are really important to that experience because they want to make sure it's incredibly valuable. But they also need to save money just like everybody else. They loved Amazon Connect's forecasting and scheduling because they saw that they actually could use it across their outsources really effectively, all from one UX within Amazon Connect. And they were one of those customers who told us they saw that 5% improvement in accuracy. Another customer who's been using it in the beta is the litigation practice group. And it's really important for them to have a simple solution. They were really frustrated with how hard it was to use their previous solution. And so when they used Amazon Connect, they were incredibly happy to see that it was all right within that UI and they could do it very, very quickly. They also were really happy that they saw an improvement in their actual scheduling efficiency, which they achieved more than 95%. So it's just incredible for me to see how much these customers are getting benefits out of the beta right now, and now we're moving to this preview where it's available to you. So if you're interested in trying this out or seeing it, you can sign up today. This QR code will work like other QR codes you've seen before, so I think you'll probably figure it out. But we'd love to have you get started with a single click and try it out. Also, we'd love to have you come by our booth and talk. Now, while we continue to invest in the features of Connect, I also want to be really, really clear that we continue to invest very deeply with our partners who do an amazing job to build solutions for our customers. Two of them I want to point out are Verint and Calabrio. They offer great workforce optimization solutions that plug in tightly with Connect, and they're wonderful to use. These solutions are available today in the AWS marketplace. You can try them out and use them as well. Again, come by the booth. We'll show you what we're doing. We'll show you what our partners are doing. We'd love to have you. Just come and see where we're going on this journey to offer amazing customer service. So that's the end of my talk today, and I want to hand this back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time today. Please come by and say hello.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank
I got mine. Thank you. Thanks, Pascal. It's incredible to see how customers are using Amazon Connect to innovate and power great experiences with their customers. Also, customers continue to engage with us to explore and innovating different alternatives and business processes in the cloud with us. So we're excited about how we're going to improve our communications with customers. So over the past 2 years, we have seen how important it is to communicate efficiency with business and different tools, either to solve some issues related to supply chain, or to find ways to communicate better with our friends, family, and colleagues, or to be able to find different ways to maintain productivity at home while working from home, or finding ways to be efficient to serve our customers. Communicating with our customers has always been incredibly important for Amazon. Customers have told us that they want to enable communications with their existing systems and applications to make the experience even better for multi-party collaboration and make processes more efficient and streamlined. Over the years, we have built a number of tools and services that left support and help communicating internally with our customers and allow us to communicate with our employees as well. This has pushed us to innovate in such areas as email with Amazon Simple Email Service, SMS with Amazon Pinpoint, audio and video with Amazon Chime SDK, enabling wide range of communications types like transactional communications for use cases like order notifications, asynchronous communications with messaging and SMS, and real-time communications for live video or video conversations. At AWS, we continue to help customers to deliver scalable, secure business communications. Our customers have asked us if we can use these tools and help them to create additional technologies for them so they can use in the applications to make them available for them. Amazon Chime SDK is one of those examples. With a set of real-time communication components that businesses can use to quickly add voice, video, and messaging capabilities to their web notifications, and also for mobile applications. This service has been incredibly successful, and we're constantly inspired by the amazing things our customers are doing with our communication services at the Amazon Chime SDK. Blackboard is one of those customers. The Amazon Chime SDK has helped them to deliver stability, speed, reliability, and outstanding audio visuals for their virtual classrooms and collaboration tools. There are many advantages that customers can leverage with machine learning, such as service virtual agents, and also voice bot capabilities. However, customers are challenged to integrate these new ML capabilities with their existing telephony and voice systems. And of course, there's the challenges of background noise, and we also want to help customers to make sure that they always find the ways to reduce the cost and find ways to create and maintain real-time communications and capabilities with existing telephony systems and voice. So today, we're very excited that we're sharing the availability of several existing new machine learning integrations for Amazon Chime SDK. The first integration enables you to connect self-service voice bots and interactive voice response systems powered by Amazon Lex into your telephone systems to improve customer experience and voice-based interactions. With text-to-speech powered by Amazon Polly, you can easily create voice applications that utilize telephone calls to notify patients and upcoming appointments. And finally, you can reduce telephone background noise so that your other callers can focus on what is being said instead of wondering how to mute the caller with a barking dog. Also, along with the exciting new voice integrations, the Amazon Chime SDK, we also support now video scale with 10,000-person meetings. Also, more people connected from anywhere they are, we have found this to be very needed for our customers and internal use. With large web real-time communication sessions for live events with audience participations and low latency streaming of audio content, and really work to deliver outstanding user experience. From celebrating the 5-year anniversary of Amazon Connect that's helping our customers to improve their contact center communication experience, to seeing how customers are reinventing their business communications with Amazon Chime SDK, we're excited about the success our customers are having empowering their businesses with what's next. The one constant in the world is that the cloud is powering a wave of new innovation that will transform how we together deliver new bar-raising customer experiences, communicate, and collaborate. At AWS, we're committed to continue improving and innovating with you. And we're here with you. We're going to work with you along your journey to help, whether you need to build a proof of concept or brainstorm how to use some of these new capabilities that we just talked today. We have great resources, professional services, support, training, and certification. We also have a great ecosystem of partners who continue to work with AWS with customers to help modernize customer experiences, contact centers, and communications. And we really look forward to create more relationships and partnerships to collaborate during the next couple of years. While you're here at Enterprise Connect, we invite you to come to visit us at our booth and see some more exciting product demos, and also to talk with our experts. Also, we'll be hosting new sessions, or different sessions throughout the conference. And the next session will be in 1 hour. The topic is how to use AWS machine learning for your existing telephony workloads. Finally, if you want to learn more about Amazon Connect forecasting, capacity planning, and scheduling, please sign up for the preview. The QR code on the screen will take you to our webpage, and I'll leave it there for a second. And with that, I really want to thank you all for coming and joining this session. And I really hope you have a great, wonderful conference here at Enterprise Connect. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Diego. Thanks very much. OK, show floor is open. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow for 3 fireside chats and 3 more keynotes. Thanks.
Hi everyone, Enterprise Connect TV is on the air. I'm Lisa Schmeiser, the editor-in-chief of No Jitter, the news and analysis media site brought to you by Enterprise Connect, of which I'm also the program chair. I'll be your host for this portion of Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We're coming to you live from the Microsoft booth on the Enterprise Connect 2022 show floor at the Gaylord Palms Hotel in Orlando, Florida. Enterprise Connect is the leading independent conference and expo serving the enterprise communications technology industry, and it's the first time the show will be live in person since 2019. Enterprise Connect TV brings you interviews with the leading independent experts in enterprise communications, as well as thought leaders from Microsoft. You'll be able to watch live streams of Enterprise Connect's keynotes and general sessions here on Enterprise Connect TV. You may already have seen this morning's keynotes here on Enterprise Connect TV. We've got a couple of great hours of interviews for you this afternoon, and we're going to start with the General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect, Eric Kraft, who joins me at the news desk. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much, Lisa. It's fantastic to be here.
Yeah, that's what you said this morning when you welcomed everybody back.
It just being back at a live show. It's the first live show I've been to, let alone produced and led, and it just feels great.
Yeah, the energy is fantastic. We've had a day and a half so far of Enterprise Connect 2022, a couple general sessions. What have been some of the highlights for you so far?
Well, definitely. I mean, I think the biggest highlight has been just being on the show floor and seeing people just kind of really responding to being together. I was sitting here at the news desk yesterday. I was doing an interview, and I heard like a slapping sound, and two guys were just hugging it out. They were back slapping, and it's been that way all over the show floor. People are just like, "This is great. We get to do this again," and all those things about being together with people that. As great as the technology, and of course it's this technology that's made the past 2 years possible, it's still, just the sort of leisure or the opportunity to just kind of sit with somebody and really, exchange ideas and exchange just sort of mind meld with them is really hard to do on video if you're just back-to-back meetings all day.
Yeah,
so that's one of the big highlights for me. I think when it comes to the specific kind of technologies that that we've been seeing, there's been a ton of interest in the contact center sessions. The UCAS plus CCAS session was packed today, and the other sessions, we've got more of them coming up. I'm really interested. Our composable enterprise session was really crowded. And that, that's a CPaaS topic. It's a topic about APIs, and we've kind of been looking for the year of CPaaS for a long time, and so it looks like maybe that technology is ready to pop. So that's been really interesting too.
That actually leads right into my next question, which was, what have been some of the popular breakout sessions, and what have people been particularly interested in?
It's interesting, and then today we went on to the keynotes, and the keynotes, I think especially Microsoft and Cisco, they did a bunch of announcements, which was fantastic. They announced a whole laundry list of new capabilities, and it's really interesting. AI is a theme. I mean, it's hard to call it a topic because it's AI is kind of in everything, and it is everything now, but it's not. There's nobody in an enterprise who's in charge of buying the AI for the enterprise.
It's this pervasive ambient technology that shapes a lot of specific features, right? Like from translation to camera tracking to transcription.
Right, and that's what they were talking about this morning in the keynotes. It's and it's what really. When I think about, like, we had this 2 years where the transformation was we went from people not doing remote work and connecting over video routinely to people doing that. Now the nature of those meetings has the potential to be, really amazingly different when you think about, Cisco, I think, demonstrated a translation into Norwegian. If people, and I've talked to Enterprise Connect speakers who, even prior to the show and to these announcements, have used the translation capabilities, and think of what a game changer that is if you can hold meetings with your overseas colleagues and people can be speaking in a language they're comfortable in, and you have confidence in the translation, and you have just the ability to take that information and be able to use it, not just have it be sort of fleeting.
I noticed there were a couple themes that seemed persistent through both the Microsoft and the Cisco keynotes when I was watching them this morning. And one of them was around changing how we look at each other in hybrid meetings so that it really does feel more collaborative, because both Microsoft and Cisco unveiled features. And another one was a focus on employee wellness. Is that something that's been on the show floor here too?
Yeah, I think so. It's this kind of holistic view of the employee, and it's to the point, to your first point, I think it's definitely the case that we're seeing those kind of developments, and wellness is something where you kind of put it under that heading of employee experience, and you put it under the heading of hoping that enterprises figure out how to get it right between understanding what employees are doing and understanding how to help them do it more healthily without being too intrusive about it and without being creepy about it.
So speaking of the show, what have you seen on the show floor that you've thought is particularly interesting?
Well, I think a lot of the vendors are really kind of trying. I think rightly, it's like this is the first major show in this piece of the industry. So we're seeing a lot of that new video stuff, and you mentioned it gets called meeting equality or meeting equity. And it's just that's become a huge topic, and we're seeing that in booths. This idea that you don't want to have 4 people who are at their desktops, with a pretty good, nice frame on them and close up, and then a room full of people with the old-fashioned sort of fisheye camera looking down into the room. And so we're seeing ways that those camera angles are getting improved, and the way that it gets presented gets improved, and it's very interesting. Before the keynote started, we had a general session that featured enterprise executives, and one of them, I'm forgetting which one, I think it might have been Ann Dozier from Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits, was talking about how they had a workforce that stayed very much in the office, but about 2/3 stayed in the office pretty much through it all, and 1/3 came in later. But as that 1/3 came back in, what they found was that those folks were joining company meetings through the desktop video on their own laptop or workstations, rather than like going into the meeting room where the meeting was. And that's I've heard that kind of anecdote told by others, and I think it partly is because people there needs to be a new sort of way of existing in a meeting room that people are still figuring out.
Well, in the general session you moderated yesterday with Jim Burton, one of the things that the participant from Zoom said was they had noticed during the shift to remote work, there was more of a perception of equality when everybody was just the same size square on a screen. So I'm wondering if this is something you've seen a lot of, where people are kind of eager to stick with that and push a little bit of meeting equality, because then it reflects a little organizational equality or a boosted workplace experience.
Well, I mean, it's really interesting, and I think that's true. And I think also, the sort of anecdote that we closed today's enterprise panel on was Gary Lasasso from Amicus Therapeutics talking about the ways that the technology, and it kind of goes back to, it's an extension of wellness, the way that the technologies that we've got now can be much more inclusive of people with disabilities. And he meant, the story he told was a colleague who has muscular dystrophy, and I uses some sort of breathing apparatus to help him breathe, and it apparently makes some background noise, and so he would stay constantly on mute, and he felt self-conscious, and when they were able to upgrade to a technology that had some of the background noise cancellation, the quote was, the guy said, "It changed my life." And that's, telephones
maybe in the old days they changed people's lives, but the thinking of an industry that can aspire to changing workers' lives is a cool thing.
Yeah, especially since he also had some pretty sobering statistics on unemployment rates for differently able populations too. So it was a really nice reminder that, like you said, that technology changes people's lives.
Yeah.
So we've talked a whole lot about how exciting the sessions were and the show floor, which is insane. Just all these people, all this stuff. But this is also a hybrid event, and there's a really strong virtual component. What's the virtual component like here? Is it original sessions, replays of sessions? Are we going to see speakers? What's in it?
Well, actually, I mean, ECTV is kind of part of it because the folks, other than me, the folks that you'll be interviewing, and I and others are interviewing. Terry Sweeney, our friend, will be back tomorrow, and those interviews have been with Microsoft executives, but many more of them with the folks who speak on our program, and the folks who speak on our program are all independent experts. They're consultants or analysts who don't have affiliations with the vendors. We go and build a program with those folks over the course of the several months leading up to the show, and so the hope with ECTV is that we get little bites of the wisdom that those people are sharing in the sessions that they're leading here at Enterprise Connect, and that you can tune into this Enterprise Connect TV and get a good high level view, and you can dive in from there. You can, if you're watching this on the Enterprise Connect website, you can scroll down and there's some links and there's some buttons that you can go and register for the virtual event if you want. And when you're in there, there are sessions. The sessions are replays of what we're doing here in Orlando. So they've been, if a session was done yesterday, it might be replayed today. We're doing about half of our conference sessions in the virtual environment. But one of the things that we started it yesterday, and I've gotten some really terrific feedback from the folks that were kind enough to facilitate, was we did some virtual kind of bird of a feather or virtual peer discussion groups where you can go into this virtual environment and you go to this something that says virtual peer discussion on collaboration platforms and click it. It brings up just a video window and it's essentially a big video call where the attendees of this session, but rather than just a one-to-many thing where it's like, here's my presentation, I'm going to talk at you, it's meant to be a dialogue, and there was like 100 on one of them and over 100 in another one, and that's, I mean, as I understand it from the speakers, or from the facilitators, they didn't, fortunately they didn't have 100 people trying to talk at once, and I think in any group you're going to get that where 10 or 15 of them really want to talk and the others kind of want to listen. And so that's been a thing that I think everybody who's done virtual events over the past 2 years has tried and kept trying to get more real engagement with the attendees. The attendees like the sessions, they like to receive the knowledge, but nobody's figured out great ways to get attendees talking to each other and really sharing like they do at a live conference. And so that was one of our attempts to do that in the virtual environment. I feel good about that as a start, but we're going to keep working at it as we look to do future virtual events.
Yeah. And to wrap up, what are you looking for in sessions over the next day? Because we do have another full day of the conference, and then we wrap up on Thursday. What are you looking for between now and the lock note?
What I am looking for is, we've got 3 keynotes tomorrow. We've got Zoom, Ring Central, and Google, and we've also got 3 fireside chats with Genesys, Salesforce Slack, and Vonage. And so, I'm looking for more of that kind of strategic thought leadership from them. The sessions tomorrow, we've got our next guest, Melissa Swartz, is going to do a really interesting session on the supply chain. And there's a lot of sessions on cloud tomorrow. A lot of, kind of across the gamut. I think what we'll see is just more of these trends and some really great kind of expanding on what we've already seen.
Ending and building. All right. Thanks very much, Eric. It was great talking to you, and I know you'll be back later to interview some of our guests on Enterprise Connect TV. Thanks a lot. Enterprise Connect TV is sponsored by Microsoft. We're coming to you live from the Microsoft booth on the show floor at Enterprise Connect, which is being held now through this Thursday at the Gaylord Palms Hotel and Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. Remember, Enterprise Connect is the leading independent conference and expo for the enterprise communications technology industry, and this year it's a hybrid event with a strong virtual component for those who couldn't make it to Orlando. If you're watching this from the Enterprise Connect website and you're interested in attending the virtual Enterprise Connect that's also going on in this week, just scroll down and you'll find buttons that take you to the registration page. My next guest on Enterprise Connect TV is Melissa Swartz, founder of Swartz Consulting and someone who's really got her pulse on what's going on with enterprise IT shops that are dealing with the current technology challenges. Welcome, Melissa. It's so nice to meet you. I've emailed with you, but this is my first time meeting you in person.
It's nice to meet you.
I'm so excited.
Actually, this in-person thing's great, isn't it?
Right?
This is so nice.
Oh, it's one of the greatest things about being at this show is getting a chance to connect with people face to face.
Absolutely.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the session that you're doing. You were kind enough to write about it for us for No Jitter, but let's talk about it here too. You're doing a session on driving user adoption.
Yes.
What do we need to drive user adoption? And do we really need that, or have people just already made the switch to video? We're fine.
So great questions, first of all, and hopefully we'll answer those really well in the session. So what do we need? You need a plan and a process, of course.
A plan and a process. Okay.
And so in the session we will cover that in detail as far as like what that process really looks like. And interestingly, before we even get to that, we talk about why you need to do it, because it's something that a lot of people think is, I guess, if there are expendable parts of a project, that is often seen as expendable. And so we talk about, do you really need it? I mean, do you need to go to the effort to do this? And there are some amazing statistics as far as project success and how having an end-user adoption and communication plan accelerates and just increases the success. I mean, it's like 6 times more likely to be successful. It's not like a little bit like, oh, you're 15% more likely. It's 6 times more likely to be successful.
So if you have an end user adoption, it usually starts off with listening to your end users to see what they want.
You're exactly right. That's exactly where it starts.
And then you'll walk people through the argument for doing that, and then what happens after that in tomorrow's session.
So we really talk about why talking to those end users is foundational, and why it really underpins everything else that you do.
Yeah. So you're leading another session tomorrow on the chip shortage and on supply chain issues. Supply chain.
Oh yeah, everybody's
everybody
with that one.
Yeah, but what can IT folks do with the and what supply chain challenges are specific to them, and what can they do about those challenges?
So specific to IT, network switches are hard to get. Long lead times on just network switches and phones. A lot of phones, not all phones, but a lot of the most common phones have long delays. So it's kind of hard to implement a new solution if you don't have the network to run it on, and you don't have phones to give to your users. So every project I have worked on in the past year has been impacted.
Did you ever expect that you'd have to become a supply chain expert?
No, not at all. Never. Never anything I'm worried about that. I mean, there's times where there was like a week or 2 delay, or things were running a little behind, but not like this. This is crazy.
No, unprecedented times. Have you seen any sessions at Enterprise Connect so far? Or
I have.
Yeah,
I have. I went to the keynotes this morning, and I went to several sessions yesterday. And really, all of them have been very good.
Yeah. What are some of the ones that you've been the most interested in?
I'm always interested in the keynotes just because they reflect direction and kind of what those particular companies think is important, which is always insightful. Yeah. But yesterday I went to some non-keynote sessions, and so one of them I went to was the 911 session, and that one was, there were a lot of people there. It's a hot issue now with the wireless requirements that have gone into
because those are fairly recent requirements.
Yeah, so that went into effect in January.
Yeah.
But even the ones that went into effect in 2020 and 2021, a lot of people, I think, are under the impression that, doesn't really apply to me. And so, yeah, it pretty much does. So you really need to worry about that. And it's a big, complex issue, and we're all dealing with it.
Yeah. So I know you've got the 2 sessions that you're doing coming up. Are you planning on attending any more sessions while you're here?
Absolutely.
What's on your schedule?
So one of the things that I always look forward to is Phil Edom and Brent Kelly's session.
Oh, that's
today.
That's today. Yeah, that's this afternoon from 2 to 5. Yeah, the two-part compare and contrast.
The SmackDown session. So so that'll be really interesting. They do a lot of analysis up front, and so they have some really good insights, and I really enjoy those sessions. So definitely on my list. And oh gosh, keynotes tomorrow. My session tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then I'm also doing the lock notes, so I'm looking forward to that because it's really fun to hear kind of what everybody's impressions are right at the time.
Yeah.
What are those insights, and what are people, what did they come away with? What did you expect? What did, I knew that was happening. Oh, that was a surprise. So.
Yeah. So we're going to wrap up in just a sec, but I wanted to ask you, I'm at this show as somebody who's been involved in the planning and so on and so forth. What are some of the things that you get out of Enterprise Connect when you go every year, or when it's held in person every year?
So one of the things I love about being here this year are the side conversations.
Yeah.
Just those conversations, like you can look at somebody that's sitting next to you and go, really?
Yeah.
I didn't think that, or that's what I'm seeing. I mean, so I really love being able to bounce my thoughts off of other people and people that are experts in their area and seeing what they say. So probably out of everything, that's my most favorite thing. So I'm loving being here in person.
Because you can read people's body language and their expression, and it takes less time than over email.
Sure.
Or even on a video.
Yeah,
call,
a lot of times over email you wouldn't even bother. It wouldn't even do it.
Yeah, it's kind of exchange over email where you're like, okay, I'm going to take a breath.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like
I've got 2 minutes before the next meeting. So
like
don't have time for
you're
that.
like, oh, this is fine.
Yeah.
So that was it. Well, I want to thank you for sharing your time with us.
Glad to do
I know you've got the presentations coming up. Again, thank you so much for your time. And we really appreciate it here on Enterprise Connect TV, which is sponsored by Microsoft. Enterprise Connect TV will be coming to you live every afternoon today through Wednesday. We'll have interviews with independent experts like Melissa, who present all the great content that people get when they can come to Enterprise Connect and attend the conference here. Now, we're going to take a short break to see a video from our sponsor, Microsoft. Then we'll be back with more interviews.
Hi, I'm Greg Barabalt. I'm part of the product group that builds Teams, meetings, and devices here at Microsoft. Thanks for joining me at The Hive, Microsoft's lab for design and validation of new technologies for workspaces and meeting rooms for our employees around the world. Here we'll explore how Teams Rooms gives every employee a seat at the table, whether they're working remotely or at the office. How it makes every meeting quick and easy to join, predictable to navigate and control. How hybrid meetings can be the most inclusive and productive, using all of Teams' amazing sharing and collaboration features. And how we're advancing the benefits of AI to make rooms smarter, to deliver on the emerging needs of modern work. Bringing together our ecosystem of devices with an app built by Microsoft, Teams Rooms puts the full Teams experience in any room of any size and any use. From the focus room to the boardroom and everything in between. Teams Rooms is a secure platform designed specifically for use in shared settings, managed and monitored in the Teams Admin Center to ensure rooms are always up to date and ready to use. For your employees, Teams panels outside the room makes it easy to locate the perfect available meeting space, reserve it, and check in. And once there, Teams Rooms means an app experience that's familiar, so no learning curve. And unlike so-called bring your own device rooms, where everyone is reliant on your personal PC, there's no more hunting around for the right connector to project your laptop. And no distracting notifications popping up on the screen. No dialing meeting codes on conference bridges, and no howling speakers. Just seamless and instant meeting starts. Interactive sharing, productive collaboration, and most importantly, a genuine human connection between all participants. When I think back to the meetings we joined a couple years ago, they were mostly attended in person with a handful of remote participants. For those of us in the room, you could easily see who was there with you, and you knew who they were. There was a sense of genuine connection just by being in the same room as one another. Over the last 2 years, the center of gravity for meetings has shifted to online. Many of us have been fully remote in that time, and our expectations about how we appear to others, how our presence and identity are visible to everyone have shifted as well. We now expect to be able to see every person and have them clearly see us up close. And we expect to be able to engage and communicate more naturally, even if we're not actively speaking. Now, I'm going to say something controversial. True meeting equity between in-room and remote participants should not be our goal. I say that because to truly achieve meeting equity between people in the room and people working remotely, it would mean finding the lowest common denominator experience in each. Instead, we want to bring the best attributes of being in a room with others together with the best attributes of being online from your own personal device. Doing so will make hybrid meetings the most inclusive, productive, personal, and connected meetings possible. I'd like to show you how. Let's take a look.
And we're back. I'm joined now by Beth English, who's the founder and the principal at EE and Associates Consultancy, and she's a frequent No Jitter contributor. This is my first time meeting her, although I've seen her byline a lot and even edited you. So welcome, Beth. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad I get to meet you.
Thanks. It's great to meet you in person too. The energy here is fantastic today.
It is. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit. You've got a session on Zero Trust security coming up. Can you walk our viewers through what Zero Trust is and why it's important for communications?
Sure. Yeah, you know, in the old days, people would use a VPN, or they'd assume that once you're inside the firewall, you're to be trusted, and that you have access to everything within the perimeter. And as we know, during the pandemic, people started working from home and VPNs were breached. And so Zero Trust is a framework put in place to help you establish protocols and policies around all of the different elements of security. For example, trust must be explicitly verified through all the steps of the process. You have to assume that there's a breach and have a plan in place for what to do about that. And also limit the blast radius. You don't allow lateral movements when somebody's on your network.
So is something like two-factor authentication part of Zero Trust security?
That would be one example of how to implement part of the framework. Yes.
What role does identity management play in Zero Trust security?
Oh, identity management is key because with Zero Trust framework, you assign roles and responsibilities based on someone's identity. So you verify their identity when they first log in, and from there, that defines what privileges they have and what they have access to. And for example, on the back end, if you have particular assets and resources that are important, on the back side, you identify which roles are allowed to have access to those assets.
So verify the identity, the role is associated with the identity, and then the assets have roles associated with them, and that's a way to protect it. Okay.
Correct.
And just a little bit more. When is your session, by the way?
My session is at 2 o'clock today. I'm super excited. We have a great panel of experts.
Oh my gosh. So you're also leading another session on migrating contact centers to the cloud. And can you outline some of the challenges in migrating the contact centers? What are some of the things you're going to talk about?
Sure. Yeah, in migrating to the cloud, a lot of people get very excited about the new technology, both from the vendor side and the customer side. They think there's all these new tools that come along, but there are gaps in the process. So it's really important as a user that's implementing to understand your own processes and how you want to apply them to the new technology. And on the vendor side, if the vendor is selling a solution, they need to make sure that they've included professional services to implement the granular requirements.
At what point in the process do you start talking about professional services and support? Or when should you compared to when people do?
So the first step is really to meet with the business users and understand their requirements prior to procuring the technology. And so we always include as part of the procurement process that you must include professional services to implement these if the client doesn't have a large professional service staff to do it themselves.
What are some of the other highlights that you're thinking about or that you're hoping to touch on in your migration session?
So we have a couple of panelists there as well, and we do talk about gaps in the process. We look at a couple of examples of how people have implemented artificial intelligence and automation and how to go about doing that. There's a lot of conversation around bots and how to plan for those.
So are those technologies that you've mentioned, the AI, automation, bots, are those pretty much exclusive to cloud-based contact center services, or are those things that would have been familiar to this audience with on-premises solutions as well?
On-premises is equally important. All of the technologies that we talk about apply to both. And while there is a large movement to the cloud, there are a number of clients for various security reasons who prefer to stay on premises. So the same features and functions are available there as well.
Yeah. So there's always a security component to what you do, it sounds like.
Absolutely. In particular, if you're deploying unified communications and collaboration, and you have mobile users who are working remotely, you want to make sure that those zero trust principles have been applied across the board so that your collaboration, contact center, and unified communications are secure.
So what are some of the security challenges that either emerged or were amplified over the last few years with the rise in hybrid work and a corresponding shift to cloud-based services?
That is a great question because, of course, cloud-based services became prominent, digital transformation was paramount, and we sent everybody home on older technologies. And so most people just expanded the technologies they had and assumed that would be good enough. And really, a VPN, they were overwhelmed, they were breached. It became very challenging for security staff to keep up with the patching that was required to maintain all that security.
Oh my gosh. Have you had a chance to see any of the other sessions here at Enterprise Connect?
I have. I made it to a couple sessions. There was a great E911 session and a 5G session as well. So I'm looking forward to attending a few more.
A few more of those sessions? Are you here through Thursday?
I am, because our contact center is Thursday morning.
Oh, it is?
And there's some great sessions happening Thursday as well.
Oh my gosh. What else are you excited about seeing while you're here?
So I was really intrigued by some of the sessions around the culture of hybrid workplace, some of the thoughts around the metaverse, and some of the new things that people are talking as well. So in addition to the technology, there's a lot of great information about what we call the softer things.
Yeah, the
equally important.
Or the cultural shifts that can then tie into like employee experience and customer experience.
And of course, women in communications, we got to hear some great leaders there as well.
That was an amazing panel, wasn't it?
It was.
Oh my gosh.
So awesome.
Yeah, no, they were great. It was a real honor to be up there with all four of them.
Yeah. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. No, it's funny because I'm also moderating the Metaverse panel on Thursday, so that's one selfishly I'm looking forward to, just because all four panelists have really strong opinions on it. Yep. And it's not going to be an amen circle where everyone's saying the same thing. So that was it. I was going to say, do you want to tell the audience again when and where your panels are going to be so they know to show up?
Oh, certainly. 2 o'clock this afternoon is Zero Trust, and 8 a.m. on Thursday is our contact center panel.
Excellent. So thank you so much for taking the time to stop by Enterprise Connect TV, Beth. And again, it was so great to meet you.
Thank you, you as well.
All right, yay. All right. You're watching Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We're bringing you interviews with independent experts on the most important technology trends and issues for enterprise TV and communications professionals. The Enterprise Connect TV player will also be bringing you all the keynotes and general sessions from the main stage at Enterprise Connect, with industry luminaries like Beth here sharing their insights about the most important topics. Remember, Enterprise Connect 2022 is a hybrid event, and if you like what you're seeing on Enterprise Connect TV, you can attend virtually and make sure you don't miss any more of this incredible event. If you're watching the Enterprise Connect TV player on Enterprise Connect's website, just scroll down and you'll find information and links to learn more about the virtual portion of this event and to sign up and attend.
Hi, I'm John Tucker, Microsoft Partner Product Manager in the Azure for Operators group. As we emerge from the pandemic and working from home in most countries, and we're going through one of the most profound and sustained structural changes in how we get work done and how our employees collaborate and engage with each other. The new normal of working from home has given way to the great reshuffle. We had a stable situation before the pandemic in terms of working habits for the last few decades, a stable situation with remote work, and we have found new habits, but we're now going to go through a profound and persistent period of change that's going to impact employees and businesses and managers as we think about how to get work done in a mix of hybrid environments. At the same time, in the hybrid environment, the fundamental expectations of our employees have changed. Many are looking to prioritize their health and well-being more highly than they have historically, and are looking for jobs and roles and employers who will meet those requirements. Increasingly, employees are looking for a clearer sense of purpose and connection and engagement with their employer. And finally, we're all looking for ways to reconnect with the loss of in-person contact greatly over the last couple of years. And over half of employees who work in a hybrid fashion say they're feeling more lonely now than they were before the pandemic. Now, this is also not a static landscape. Flexible and asynchronous work is certainly here to stay. But this is not without its challenges that we have yet to overcome. And in particular, burnout is often being driven by digital overload and calendar overload. Now, employees organically have been addressing some of these issues. We're seeing a great increase in chat as a tool to remain engaged and connected with co-workers. And we're seeing meetings being scheduled much less frequently at noon and on Mondays and Fridays as people prioritize time away from the desk and for deeper work and deeper thinking. But there's definitely a role and an imposition on leaders and managers to take more active steps to drive change here. Certainly, how we measure and think about the impact and outcomes of our employees' work and productivity needs to change. We can no longer just measure by time in the office or work online. And how we build relationships is a huge challenge in this hybrid environment. More than 40% of leaders indicate that the biggest single challenge they face is relationship building in this new environment. And the role of the office and our communication tools play a key role in that. And so far, only a minority of leaders say that they have taken active steps to engage with their teams and partner with them to create new modes of work. So what we think is required is a profound mindset shift. There is no one size fits all. We need to engage with our employees where they are on an individual basis to understand how the assumptions we've worked with for the last couple of decades, when everybody was in the office and in the same environment and the same access to information within the team, has changed. This is also not a one and done situation. Each of us as individuals, as well as our teams, are going through a period of change as we work out how we each want to engage with a hybrid work environment, how much time we want to spend in the office, how much time remotely, and with which devices we use to get our work done. And finally, critically, the tools that we provide must focus on meeting our employees' needs where they are, whether they're frontline workers or at their desk, or whether they're on the move generally. We must focus on building tools that deliver a native experience so that everybody can engage as a first-class citizen with their co-workers and other employees. And we must also focus on enabling individuals to customize and adapt and individualize the tools to meet their particular ways of working and their team workflows. So the pandemic has reshaped priorities for our employees. Hybrid work has changed the norms of work and imposed huge new challenges and complexity on how we get engagement and collaboration between our employees. And as leaders and managers, our view is that generates a huge imperative on us to shift our mindset, to be open, to be curious about our employees and how we get work done, to be intentional about driving change and adopting change in partnership with our employees, and very thoughtful about the tools we introduce, focusing on flexibility and user experience. Thank you very much.
All right, and we're back. I'd like to welcome our next guest, who is one of the most highly regarded industry analysts in the field, thank you. Robin Garris. She is the CEO and principal analyst at Metrigy.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Welcome. So I've always been curious, how did you get the name Metrigy to start with?
The name Metrigy is actually, oh boy, it took us a long time, but it's a combination of two words, metrics and strategy. So it's just like we use our research-backed metrics to help organizations with their IT, UC, and customer experience strategies.
Yeah, and I know on NoJitter and Workspace Connect, I always love seeing the research that you guys share with us on what you're doing around workplace experience and security.
Well, we love NoJitter as well.
It's,
it's a great
so
publication.
helpful to have it's so helpful to have the quantitative research where we have numbers as opposed to we have a feeling.
You're right. I mean, it helps us when we're in boardrooms and stuff too to be able to not only say this is what we think, but here's data to back up what we think.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
Yeah. So a big part of your practice, in addition to the metrics, a huge part is communication platform as a service, or CPaaS. For those of you who are new to the acronym SOUP, CPaaS might be seeing more adoption. Why now? Why is now CPaaS this big moment?
You know, well, I think it is a big moment for CPaaS, but I think there's a lot more potential that hasn't happened yet. So first of all, you know, CPaaS has been around for a long time. I think a lot of companies don't really understand what it is or how it can help them. So I think a lot of what we need to do as an industry right now is just educate people. I think one of the big things that has happened with CPaaS of late is all these no-code, low-code options. So CPaaS in the past has always been, oh, you need a developer, you need to work with developers, and that's been a turnoff to a lot of companies. You know, they don't want to work with developers, or they don't know how to work with developers maybe, or they just don't have those relationships. With a lot of the low-code, no-code options, you can customize a lot of your communications workflow to customers and not have to have those developers. You just do, you know, sort of the drag and drop kind of customization. So it's not like just buying something completely off the shelf. You can still customize it a little bit, but it's not requiring a full-fledged, you know, development team. Now that said, if you still want a development team, you can have that too. So there's kind of a nice range now of what you can do with CPaaS that didn't exist before. So I think that's, you know, that's probably one of the big important things that we see with CPaaS. But I just think in general, it helps companies to generate new workflows. We see it increasing CSAT like crazy. Just doing things like SMS notifications of appointments, being able to reschedule, you know, doing chatbots, things like that. I mean, there's so much you can do with those workflows that help CSAT. Also, we're seeing it help generate revenue. So being able to remind something of of an appointment that will ultimately generate revenue is probably a good thing, right? And you know, it just improves agent efficiency just to be able to have some of those functions that they used to be doing manually happening automatically. So a lot of really good benefits coming from it. And I just think as companies are looking for an edge in CX, looking to differentiate themselves from others, CPaaS is a good option to help them to develop something really unique.
So with CPaaS, if they've got the low-code or no-code workflows, what you can do is have somebody who's intimately involved with the business processes actually putting together a tool that lets them automate some of their customer management processes, some of their customer communications, or even back office processes.
Exactly.
And this way, it's not people who are doing the work, it's tasks and routines that can be easily replicated, scaled up, scaled down. And you can put people's time and attention on something else.
Yep, you got it.
Okay,
and
so
not only
so
time and
that's
attention,
the
but also your spending. You know, so all of that.
So all of that. And so now is the time, because the vendors have finally begun, or not finally, but the vendors have a broader array of tools towards.
I think it's both. I think, you know, the vendors have really stepped up their capabilities, but I also think there's more of a demand for those capabilities. So as companies started doing some of the CPaaS functions, like messaging, you know, like some of the AI-enabled capabilities, you have to keep up with everyone. You know, it's like you don't want to be left behind competitively. So I think customers liked that, what they were getting, and it was actually working. I mean, there was a time when things like SMS messaging for appointment reminders or rescheduling didn't work real well. It's starting to work. So the vendors have stepped it up. There's more options, and there's that demand from the customers. And even if there's not demand, once customers use it, they rate the CSAT scores higher.
So to make sure I understand, let's use an orthodontist office as an example. If an orthodontist office contracts with somebody who uses a solution where they're like, we're going to send out automated reminders to your client base every 3 months to call for an appointment, give them a link to change appointments, things like that. One office does it successfully, customers rave about it, other offices in the area might be like, wait, instead of having Danielle at the front desk spend 6 hours a day calling people, we can just
automate it all.
Exactly.
So you're saving money. Your customers are happy because they don't have to deal with a phone call. They can just hit C for confirm or R for reschedule, and they can do it all right from their text screen.
And you're doing CPaaS sessions here, right?
I am.
Tell me about those sessions. What are they called? When are they going on? What are you hoping to cover?
Those are going on tomorrow afternoon, and so it's kind of a two-part session. The first one I'm going to be just presenting, kind of just educating people on CPaaS and what the potentials are. So, for those of you who maybe aren't real familiar with CPaaS, want to understand what it can do for you, I'll present some of our research data, how are companies using it, what kind of success are they seeing with it. So that'll be really helpful just to kind of give you a good overview. Then part 2, I think it's going to be awesome. There's 5 different CPaaS providers sitting on a panel, and I'm going to be throwing questions their way. We're going to let the audience throw questions their way. And I think we'll really get a sense for how do these vendors differentiate their offerings? What are they doing moving forward? What's on the roadmap? So we'll get a good sense of, maybe a little back and forth from some of these vendors on who's more innovative.
And since you've got 5 vendors and they'll all have different skill sets, this gives the audience members a chance to compare and contrast for their own business purposes too.
Exactly.
Oh,
Right.
well done. Nicely composed.
I think it'll be really good.
Yeah. So I know, in addition to the twofer and CPaaS, which we at No Jitter actually blocked off on the editorial schedule to attend tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful.
I know you also focus on the contact center, and you're doing a session here on self-service. I know self-service often starts with chat bots, but how does it expand or explode even beyond that?
Self-service is a huge area right now. It's something that almost every company we talk to is doing something with self-service. But what really does self-service mean? I think is a big question. So at the very foundation, self-service is a knowledge base. And I think a lot of companies are overlooking that, or they're not sure, like, where does that fit in with our CX strategy? So the knowledge base, you have to have that in order to have somewhere to store, manage, edit your FAQs, your videos, your product content, your warranty information, anything like that. You have to have in that knowledge base. And then with that knowledge base, you compare a self-service chatbot or a virtual assistant, for example, to kind of guide a customer. If I go to your website and I want to find out information on a warranty claim I have, but I'm not getting exactly what I mean, I can have a pop-up with a virtual assistant who can either, I guess, get me to where I need to be, or really identify right away, we're not going to solve this person's problem on self-service. Let me escalate you right away to a live agent. Or we might start in chat, web chat, and then escalate up into voice or video, whatever is needed. So I think the self-service in general, it's really any technology that you're using that's going to help a customer serve themselves. You don't need live agent involvement. And right now, we see about 50% of transactions starting in like a self-service type of channel. Of those, about 39% need to kind of escalate up into a PSTN voice, for example.
So is that 39% of the 50%?
Of the 50%,
Okay, so that's basically like less than a quarter of all transactions need to escalate up. Yeah. Now, I thought it was pretty telling when you referred to the bot as who, because what I wanted to ask about is how much of self-service might also come down to built-in sentiment analysis. So you can either de-escalate a customer who's frustrated or angry, or you can help make them feel more empowered, because typically if they're going to customer service, they're feeling disempowered and or confused. So
I think
would managing emotions be part of that?
I mean, I think that's something we see companies looking at. I don't see a lot of companies yet doing it. Some are. I don't see a lot of companies yet doing that. But that's absolutely something we could see is if I'm typing on even a web chat or with a bot in all capital letters with 10 exclamation points, it might indicate I'm either, probably indicates I'm aggravated, not that I'm elated. But if I'm that aggravated, I need to be escalated up into a live agent. So sentiment analysis will play a big role.
And where do you think self-service is going to go?
Well, I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more of it. I think we've needed to have it as agents have been, the agent turnover is high. People are having a hard time hiring. So it's definitely going to grow.
And finally, we've got to wrap this up, which is too bad because I am really enjoying this conversation. Is there anything you're really interested in seeing at Enterprise Connect?
There's always tons of stuff in there.
I asked you a very open-ended question.
It is. I mean, this is honestly my favorite show to come to. It's pretty crowded, which is great. Just seeing a lot of people going around, checking out what the vendors are doing. Keynote sessions are always wonderful, and also the breakouts. So there's not one in particular thing. It's just like just being here and being able to meet up with people is great.
Just the general vibes. And you totally contributed to that. So
thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, Robin, thank you so much for joining. It was such a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
And I can't wait to talk to you more once I'm off this. We are broadcasting live from the Enterprise Connect TV news desk on the exhibit floor in Orlando. Enterprise Connect TV is sponsored by Microsoft. We're going to take a little break now and present a video from our sponsors at Microsoft, highlighting the major announcements that Nicole Herskowitz, VP for Microsoft team, discussed in her keynote earlier today. All right, there we go.
Up next, we'll take a closer look at the new Teams Phone Operator Connect mobile service, an industry first that lets you use a single SIM-enabled mobile phone number across your company-provided mobile, desk phone, and Microsoft Teams. Now we're going to demonstrate how this also gives you enterprise-grade security and consistent call quality as you move between mobile voice and data networks, and keep watching to see the quick admin steps to set it all up. And to walk us through all the updates, I'm joined today by Mahendra Sekharan, Engineering VP on the Teams team. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks, Jeremy. I'm so happy to be here.
And thanks so much for joining us today. You know, a few months back, we actually introduced Teams Phone and the Operator Connect service. Now, if you missed that episode, check out aka.ms/TeamsPhoneMechanics. So how does Operator Connect then mobile fit into this picture?
Yeah, today people can get most of what they need done on their mobile phones. And we wanted to deliver an experience to Teams that's integrated with the native dialer, so it actually fits very naturally into people's default usage patterns. You know, Operator Connect Mobile is built on the foundation of Operator Connect, where you can actually configure fixed line telephone numbers for integration with Microsoft Teams. So that when you make a call in Teams, it uses a super fast network backbone in Azure to carry the voice traffic, which is then routed through our telco partners who use their network fabric to connect the call to the recipient's PSTN phone number. Leveraging the reliable connectivity fabric between our telco partners and the Microsoft Cloud, we are now able to deliver the first fixed mobile convergence productivity solution for business. That means instead of 2 business numbers for your landline and mobile phone, you can optimize for just 1 SIM-enabled mobile number, and calls are routed simultaneously to your mobile phone, desk phone, or PC.
So do you have to do anything differently than when you make phone calls or receive phone calls? How does that Teams integration work here?
Not at all. That's the whole point. We wanted people to be able to make and receive phone calls just like they would from the native dialer. And you know, at any point, you can uplift from a phone call to a high-fidelity Teams collab experience seamlessly. For example, you can make a call from your mobile, starting in your car using the provider's voice network. And during this call, once you arrive at the office, you can even uplift it to a Teams call on your laptop and add video or more people. This uplift to the Teams app automatically connects the same call with data and VoIP. On the back end, as you shift between devices and locations, we are able to switch seamlessly from your mobile voice network to your data network, ensuring that you can work from anywhere with consistent call quality. The beauty of this solution is that this is network and device agnostic, and it just works all the time.
And this is a lot better than before. You know, to do something like this previously, you'd have to have a really good data connection. Then you'd have to navigate to the Teams app and use the Teams dial pad, which not everyone is familiar with. And if you've done this before using mobile data from a car or on a train, you know just how frequently those calls can drop.
Right, Jeremy. This is a mobile-first approach, which is particularly relevant in the new way of hybrid work. Whether you're working between your home and the office, or you're a frontline worker, there are fewer reasons these days to be tethered to your desk, and there are privacy, security, and compliance advantages too. All voice and data communications are run over the same Microsoft 365 security and compliance backbone. And as an organization, you can also retire redundant voice services, saving the cost of operating a fixed line and just pay for a mobile number.
And just like what we're seeing today, I think with a lot of people watching, you know, they're cutting the cords for their home phone in favor of their mobile phone. And now you're able to do this at work as well. And you can still use, if you need to, that Teams desk phone. But, you know, I'd love to see how all this works. So can you show us?
Absolutely. We really focused on the integration so that, you know, the calls work irrespective of the endpoint you're using. Let me show you how a call works. I'll dial your number from the native dialer on my iPhone, and I'm dialing just like I would any other phone number.
Okay, and there it is. I can see that it's ringing now on my Android phone here. It's also on my Teams app on my PC, but before I pick up the call, notice that my status here in Teams on my PC is green. Now I'm gonna go ahead and pick up my mobile phone. You know, and even though you called me on your phone's native dialer and I picked up the phone just like I would any native voice call, it's actually a Teams call. And to prove it, you can actually see on my screen on my desktop in Teams that it's now set to red. It means that I'm busy, I'm in a call. Now, because Teams is actually aware that even though I picked up on the native phone app on my mobile phone, it can see that I'm in a call.
Hey, and by the way, the simultaneous ringing is by design. We recognize that people have multiple endpoints, and we want to deliver the call across your mobile device, and Teams desk phone, as well as your laptop.
Right. And neither of us, just to point that out, have actually launched the mobile app on our phones for Microsoft Teams. So now, even though we're both on a voice-only call, I can still do things like add video to that. And to do that, I can basically uplift this call to be a Teams call. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Teams. So now that I'm on a Teams call on the phone, I can go ahead and do things like add video. And I'll go ahead and do that. And I can also, if I want to, add more people to the call. But for our case, because it's a one-to-one demo, we won't add more people. And I can also do things like share content. So I could share the phone screen or also a PowerPoint. So I'm going to go ahead and share a PowerPoint live document so I can get your review.
Awesome. Now that you actually uplifted the call to like a higher fidelity experience from a voice call, let me transfer the call to my laptop and show you how this works. From the Teams app, I'll transfer the call to my laptop. I'm on the meeting pre-join screen now, and I'll go ahead and join. Yeah, and again, the connection went from mobile voice only in that case to a Wi-Fi connection on this PC without dropping the call. And you probably didn't even notice a glitch. And I can see your PowerPoint now. It looks good to me. So let's end this call and I'll show you a few more integrations. First, in the Teams desktop app in my call history, most of these calls are made and received using the native dialer on my mobile, and they show up here just like Teams originated calls. You can also see voicemail and any missed calls. Again, this is from the mobile SIM-enabled service showing up in Teams. And if I move back over to my iPhone, you will see that in the phone's native contact app, all of my business contacts and coworkers from Teams are available and synchronized with my phone as well.
Great, so now we've seen the integrated experience, but why don't we switch gears to setup for all the admins who are watching. So can you show us then what Teams admins would have to do to get all this set up?
Absolutely, Jeremy. It's very similar to the experience that you've actually demonstrated earlier for Operator Connect, but let's go walk through the experience. You can choose from a growing list of Teams Operator Connect mobile partners. And once you acquire a SIM-enabled mobile phone number, you can assign it to any of your employees. This works whether you're assigning pre-existing company mobile phone numbers to current staff and their existing devices, or as part of onboarding new devices for new hires. In this case, I will provision a number for a new hire, choose this one. Now I'll assign it. I will search for a newly hired field technician, Lynn Robbins. There she is. Then I just need to define her location for emergency calling. And I'll see this default location, San Diego. I'm going to keep that, and that's it. Now we can send Lynn her company mobile phone with matching SIM, and she's ready to start making and receiving work calls. And once she receives a company phone, it'll walk her through a custom first-run experience. She will need to confirm the phone number. It then explains the integration, and so once she acknowledges that, everything is configured automatically.
Okay, so now we've seen the integrated experience. We've also seen what it takes to set it up. But you mentioned also enterprise-grade security before. So what are some of the policies there I can enforce?
Yeah, this is one of the things that we really focused on. For highly regulated industries that require calls to be recorded, that can be a default experience through a policy setting. Based on your admin policies, you can also set a policy for all voicemail as well as unanswered calls to be archived. Then to help with privacy, caller ID policies can also be set to display the company advertised number and name instead of the employee's name and company mobile number.
And it's really great to see, all the integration and even the policies that are there that ensure that even native mobile calls have the same level of governance as a call made from Teams. So where do you see all this going then?
Yeah, this is just the beginning in the area of fixed mobile convergence. In the future, we'll be integrating SMS messaging with Teams chat. And you'll also be able to bring your own mobile phone number and device for user Teams. That way you have one device to rule them all and won't have to carry around two mobile phones for business and personal use, while still having a distinct separation between work and personal calls. The foundation of this service opens up additional opportunities in the future with Azure for Operators to leverage 5G capabilities and deliver new experiences for our customers.
So everything that you've shown today, by the way, I think is really going to help all the hybrid work that we're all feeling and experiencing today. And it's more secure and it's also consistent communication really across all of our devices. So to try this out, if I'm an organization watching this right now, what can I do?
Yeah, absolutely. Operator Connect Mobile will be in preview soon. And we have an expanding list of mobile operators that we are working with. And you can find all the partners operating in your area right from the Teams Admin Center.
Thanks so much, Mahendra, for joining us today and sharing all the updates for Teams Phone now on mobile.
My pleasure.
And of course, keep checking back to Microsoft Mechanics for all the latest tech updates. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. And as always, thank you for watching.
we're back. I hope you enjoyed that video. We've got more interviews for you now from our fantastic independent experts at Enterprise Connect. I'm joined now by Steve Layden, who is the president of Layden Associates and a leading consultant in the communications space. He's also a No Jitter contributor. Welcome, Steve. And
thank you.
Thank you for joining us, taking the time.
Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it.
And I want to emphasize it is kind of a big deal because you are leading off tomorrow with a session on the risks of not moving to the cloud.
Yes.
And I wanted to ask a few questions. The first is, how did you come up with this particular topic and how did you pitch it?
So many of our clients are in the mid to large enterprise space, and they're the ones that are really holding on to the older systems.
Yeah.
And so we're discovering systems that are literally 10 to 20 years old and where they're getting refurbished parts. Technicians are retiring. Slow to respond for issues when they do happen, no new software integration, no new APIs, so these users are surviving but can't really keep up. So I've been tracking this for a while and actually developed a slide which will be part of tomorrow's presentation on every single manufacturer out there and what particular software system or PBX system or solution, even contact centers as well, including all telecom, PBX as well as contact centers that are all at end of support. And it all actually started with a client that called us because one of the vendors sent them a letter. It was a town, and they told them that if they didn't effectively sign up and pay $400,000 within the next 7 months, they were no longer going to support them. Okay, and it was a very prestigious town, etc. So they brought us in to do the analysis. I said it was not only a $400,000 uptick, but in another year would be another 600 up to $1 million. So then if we looked at a replacement solution, how much would that be? Around 1.3 million. So we went out to bid. And then we replaced the system eventually and helped them project manage the whole implementation, et cetera. So that clued me in to say, now that we're moving a bit more towards the cloud these days and it's now accepted, it's now mainstream, let's keep that list current, which I do. And now it's all about how do we get users off of these legacy platforms and into the cloud.
Yeah. Do you provide them with a roadmap to say, here's how you assess the costs in terms of money, in terms of equipment, in terms of labor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So part of our engagement as a consultant is that we will actually do a needs assessment to begin with. And actually do a discovery around their culture and what's absolutely necessary, what kinds of mergers and acquisitions are going on within the next 3 to 5 years with them, what kind of applications are they looking, especially now that we're in this customer experience-centric, patient experience-centric environment, and now employee experience environment too. It's very exciting to see that they're all very sensitized now to delivering on a better customer experience, and therefore they're willing to move on it.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to ask about in conjunction, what are some of the reasons that you've observed that people are really hesitant about moving to the cloud, and why are they cleaving to systems that are 10, 15, 20 years old?
Sure. Yeah, so one of them is, believe it or not, the costs are prohibitive, not generally speaking, but compared to something that's already paid for, if you will. Okay. And so now they have to create a return on investment strategy, which is part of our needs assessment. And it really shows them that they do have a way of paying for it. So, for example, one of the sessions that I'm doing later today is SD-WAN plus UCaaS as a winning solution. And that's exactly what we did for a case study with a client of ours. UCaaS was more money than upgrading to the existing premise system. The CFO really wanted to check out cloud more because they're very short-staffed on IT. And now how do we get the group moving forward to something that they will, and this is the hesitancy here, especially with mid to large enterprise, they have to give up control of their own enterprise. And to give that into the hands of an outside company is not an easy give up, okay? I mean, the good thing is that they don't have to manage all the details every day with their existing systems any longer. But again, there's a risk that they see going there. And I think, we as consultants as well as the cloud community, how do we help them understand that there are better models now out there?
So I have two related follow-ons to that.
Okay.
The first bounces directly off of something you said, which is staffing considerations.
Okay, yep.
And how do those staffing considerations change? Or what are some of the factors that do alter staffing considerations when you're dealing with clients and you're assessing whether or not they should upgrade to the cloud?
So most IT departments are, I wouldn't say overstaffed, but they do have, a good sized staff. And I think that, I mean, we're working for a major university right now, and the new CIO who just came in is cutting staff like crazy because he thinks that they're overstaffed. Okay, and if he can take certain solutions and move them out to the cloud, he's interested. So we've been talking about contact center being one of those into the CCaaS solution. So it's about giving up a little bit of ownership, if you will, meaning scaling back on the number of individuals that you need. But interestingly, again, UCaaS as a solution, especially if you have, as a customer, a portal into them to see real time what's exactly going on, that helps with the risk factor that we were talking about a little bit earlier. And the other thing is, too, again, kind of referring to the SD-WAN session, the SD-WAN solution now also provides a way that you can actually monitor and manage the network from a central hub, because that's built into the SD-WAN architecture. So again, not having to send IT staff out to the field all the time and manage it centrally is a big deal.
The other, I was going to say with the staff, since you've reallocated staff too, it seems like you've also freed up some of the resources you'd use otherwise managing the staff.
Yes. So, and believe it or not, what's really happening is that we're finding customers are actually scaling back on staff. But believe it or not, within the last year, we've actually been brought on to provide ongoing support to those clients as an independent consulting firm, one with a healthcare, one with a town, and then one with a not-for-profit. So they actually consider us as an extension of staff, and we're basically the level 2 troubleshooting or brainstorming or solutions that we're looking for going forward, especially more complex areas.
It's really interesting stuff.
It's very exciting. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask about, I used to cover the IT industry from the IT pro perspective. And one of the things that I've come across when I talk to folks at shows is they'll often stick with legacy systems because they've got a really specialized piece of software that's either peculiar to their specific industry or it's peculiar to work processes that have been calcified into the company's way of doing business. So
how do they handle that, right?
How do you handle that when you migrate to the cloud?
So I think at least any of the very specific niches, third-party niches that are now happening, they're building them by design into the cloud, either on an AWS or Azure or Google platform, if you will, so that makes it readily accessible. So I think if that particular firm is very smart about that, now this is third-party I'm talking about, that's built this custom application, move it to the cloud. Or the prenup is, so to speak, that particular company, if they really want to do business with that customer, if the customer really needs to keep that application, how do we again, move forward with the staff having an API custom built by that particular cloud provider to deliver on it?
Maybe even a virtual machine where they can run it in that kind of environment as well. So we have touched a couple times on your SD-WAN UCaaS session. What do you want people to know about that?
So, it really came out of this customer, that it's a case study, and the customer actually really wanted to go to cloud, but it's not for profit, and they knew that the cloud was going to be more money than an upgrade on their existing premise-based system. So we reviewed all of their circuits. They had an MPLS network amongst 20 different sites. We thought they were paying too much, and then after assessing everything, we realized that half of the circuits were coming up for renewal in the next 18 months, the other in 36 months, and we developed a whole strategy for moving them forward into an SD-WAN solution and literally reducing their bill by 40% annually, including the UCaaS solution. So the UCaaS was actually more money, but netted to 40% less. So very exciting.
Okay, Steve, I'm so sorry that our time is coming to an end because this has been a fascinating discussion. I'm going to have you close out by telling me what's the one thing you're most excited about to see at Enterprise Connect?
I'm just so excited to see everybody once again. It's been 2 long years. Everybody looks great, and we're just very surprised to see everybody and actually not work in a 2-dimensional world any longer. In person. So thank you so much for your time. It was a real pleasure. A pleasure myself.
Can't wait to hear about how tomorrow's session goes. I hope to be there, honestly.
So. Oh, great. Okay. Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. All right. Thank you very much, Steve. And I'm so glad you could join us. You're watching Enterprise Connect TV, sponsored by Microsoft. We'll be here through Wednesday afternoon when the show floor closes, bringing you insights from the independent experts who deliver the sessions for the Enterprise Connect conference. Besides watching these folks here at Enterprise Connect TV, you can also read the articles that they write for NoJitter.com, which I lead with my colleagues Ryan Daly and Dana Casellas. No Jitter is the daily news and analysis website produced by the same content team that puts together the Enterprise Connect program. We've got live show coverage, we're taking a look at the keynotes, and we've been writing up some of the sessions too. I'd really encourage you to check out NoJitter.com. I want to remind you too that Enterprise Connect is a hybrid event this year, meaning you can sign up to attend virtually, and there's still plenty of time. If you're watching this on the Enterprise Connect Orlando website, just scroll down, find some more information and some links to register. And if you're watching this on YouTube, go to www.enterpriseconnect.com/Orlando. Our next guest on Enterprise Connect TV is a renowned expert on IP networking, what makes them work, what breaks them, and how your enterprise can deliver the best possible communication to your end users over IP networks, whether that's an office LAN or a Wi-Fi at a remote worker's home or anything in between or beyond. I'm delighted to be joined by Terry Slattery, who's the principal architect at NetCraftsman. Welcome, Terry, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh my gosh, I just met Terry a few minutes ago for the first time. I've been editing him for months, and it's always an education and a pleasure. Did I tell you that already?
I don't think so, not
okay,
yet.
If
Maybe
not,
you did in an email.
Well, no, I'm glad I get to tell you in person too. So
I know, it's unusual. Last time I was here was 2019.
I know, it's so great to be back. So you had a session this morning.
Yes, on Wi-Fi.
On how to give your users good Wi-Fi. So what were some of the tips that you passed along in the session?
Well, on the business side, get the requirements. A lot of people try to wing it, and the problem with Wi-Fi is that it mostly works until it doesn't.
Yeah.
And then it's when it doesn't that you really start having problems, and when it doesn't work well. And it'll work halfway, and it's like, this is so frustrating. So get the requirements down, understand what the least capable but most important device is. Is it an IP phone that somebody's carrying around a hospital and they need to stay connected for a voice call because there's a patient on the other end? Is it an IoT device? Is it a barcode scanner in a warehouse that your business runs on? So it's understanding what that device is, and is the network designed to support that device adequately?
So it sounds like you've mentioned a bunch of different use cases here too. It sounds like part of designing a good Wi-Fi network is also fully understanding all of the business and use cases for who's going to use the network and
that's all part of the requirements analysis, requirements definitions.
So when you're designing a network or troubleshooting one, is that one of the first things you look at is what requirements analysis is in there?
It's like, okay, so what are you trying to do? What's your business objective here? What are you trying to support? Is it a warehouse? Is it a hospital? Is it a business? Does it require a lot of roaming? All of these things require pretty complex configuration on the business side. And then we also shared some tips on how to do Wi-Fi at home. And what happens when you're in a really busy environment, like an apartment building, and how do you make that work?
Or if you've got multiple remote workers and remote learners and they all have bandwidth.
We talked about some tools that you can use for analysis and try to pinpoint, okay, so what's the problem with the executive who's now working from home? And the executive is having a poor experience with his UC system. What's the cause? And helping to diagnose that.
I was about to say, how do you diagnose something like that?
Well, you use tools. It's RF. It's invisible. We can't see it. So you have to have some tools to show you what's going on. Is it one of these problems where you have really good signal, but it's not working well? What's the cause? More than likely, that's some form of interference. So you had good signal from your Wi-Fi system. It's not a reception problem. It's more than likely an interference problem of some sort, or congestion, or maybe it's not even in the Wi-Fi. It could be in the network.
You know, with the way you're answering the questions and the approach that you took in this session, it sounds like the most foundational part of giving your users good Wi-Fi is learning how to think about troubleshooting and needs, and basically having a mental framework in place for what your network looks like even before you start the networking.
Absolutely. And then the other big component, kind of the last thing, that some organizations try to skip is doing a site survey. And that's where you get somebody out with really advanced tools and good knowledge to walk around and see what the experience is and simulate your least capable but most important device. So it's simulating that device in the network and trying to identify where you have holes in the coverage. Because like I said, it's invisible. You can't tell where the holes are.
People really try to skip the on-site survey part?
It's expensive.
But that's...
The tools are expensive, the knowledge is expensive, and therefore it costs a fair amount of money to do a site survey. It might be $20,000. But then you look at the $20,000 and go, what's this costing me for my business?
Yeah, or support.
Exactly.
Isn't networking fairly heavily location dependent, because you'll have everything from weather patterns to geographic features to buildings that affect wireless networking?
Lots of factors, yes.
Oh my God.
So.
It sounds a little crazy. I'm sorry.
It's the way it is.
Yeah. So you said something a few sentences ago where you're talking about your least capable, most important device.
Yes.
Can you explain or expound a little bit for our audience on why you pair those two things together? Or is this the reason you put those two together like a reflection of it's been your observation that when you do work with clients, typically the people who are doing the most mission critical stuff are doing it on the worst equipment possible?
Well, it's the device that drives the business. So let's say that you have a warehouse and you're running a warehouse operation and you're picking merchandise off the shelf to be shipped and delivered to customers. If your most important device is the barcode scanner that allows you to efficiently pick those products, get them into a box and get them shipped, that's the thing that drives the revenue of the business.
Yeah.
That's the critical thing that you want to take care of and make sure that it gets supported properly. And frankly, some situations, it's better to go buy a new version of whatever that is that's more capable than it is to try to retrofit the network to support the older device that you may already have 100 of them.
Yeah.
So
you just have to do the cost benefits analysis.
You have to do the analysis,
yes,
right? And that's where bringing in a true Wi-Fi expert that has experience in identifying these devices and identifying what's happening on the network is really important.
Oh my goodness. So speaking of networks and experts, you're also doing a session on network security here.
Yes, I am.
And I wanted to know, what do you think the biggest challenges to network security are right now?
Oh, the biggest challenge in security is identifying the network flows that are running across the network and being able to use those flows for doing network segmentation and basically setting up the network so that you know what flows are going where and only permitting those flows that support the business and denying all the other stuff. It's called whitelisting. So instead of blacklisting, saying we're not going to allow the bad guys in, the bad guys are everywhere.
Yeah.
So instead what you do is you whitelist or you list those applications and those data flows that are required to support the business.
And just
and
those.
Then deny everything else. So it's kind of flipped.
It's almost like a gated community.
Yes.
Where
so flip it on its head sort of thing. Only allow in the good stuff.
Yeah. Only allow in the good applications, only allow in specific users. So is there an element of identity management in?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up because that's the other thing is multi-factor authentication. One of the big things, and we're starting to see wider and wider adoption of it. Particularly if you go to any of the banks, their banking application, they now say, can you give me your mobile number and I'll send you a short text message with a security code in it. Well, that's one way that we have multi-factor authentication to drive better security. Now, it's better if you have one of the security apps. Google has them. A company named Okta has them. There are a variety of these apps that you're talking directly to an app. And so multi-factor authentication is your username, your password, something you have, and something you are.
Yeah.
So when I pull out my phone and do this, it's taking a picture of my face, and it's who I am.
Yeah. It's biometric. Yeah, you can
It's
use
the
biometric
biometric,
data.
right?
Yeah.
You can do the fingerprint.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Oh my gosh. Well, so this has been fascinating because I love hearing about the continually evolving challenges with, as you say, keeping the bad guys out.
Yes.
Or simply letting the good guys in. I want to wrap this up by asking, what are you the most interested in seeing here at Enterprise Connect? Or what are you the most interested in doing here at Enterprise Connect?
Oh, the weather here is gorgeous this week.
Oh yeah. Have you been to the pool yet? Oh my gosh.
I've not been in the pool yet.
Oh, it's fantastic. I
But
highly recommend
the weather is fantastic. The key thing around the conference, though, is meeting up with the people that I know in the industry that I haven't seen in several years, and catching up with them.
It is
Those
fantastic.
personal contacts are very, very valuable.
It's fantastic to be back. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us today. And again, want to reiterate, it's a pleasure editing you. And thank you so much for your time. And to you, the audience, I want to say this is it for me on the Enterprise Connect news desk. Next up, we'll be seeing a short video from Microsoft, and then we'll have an interview. The Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Co-Chair Eric Kratz recently recorded with our Microsoft keynoter, Nicole Herskowitz, the VP for Microsoft Teams. After that, the news desk will be taken over by Tim Banting, who's the practice leader for the digital workplace practice at Omdia Research, our sister company. Tim will have more interviews for you with other fellow analysts and experts. I'm Lisa Schmeiser, Editor-in-Chief of No Jitter and Program Co-Chair for Enterprise Connect. Thanks for joining me today on Enterprise Connect TV, and stay with us for more interviews and coverage.
Hi, everybody. I'm Eric Kraft, General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect. And in this segment of Enterprise Connect TV, we're speaking with Nicole Herskowitz, Vice President for Microsoft Teams. Nicole, of course, also gave our opening keynote here at Enterprise Connect this morning. Nicole, welcome, and thanks so much again for a great keynote.
Thank you so much, Eric. It's fantastic to be here today.
Well, you know, one of the things that is dominating the conversation here at Enterprise Connect and everywhere else is just sort of where we're going with work and how we use technology to try to make work a better experience. And Microsoft has a report that you've just released called the Work Trend Index that you've been putting out for a while. That has some insights that may help us understand a little bit of what we're facing here. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about that report and what some of the findings were?
Absolutely, Eric. Yes, today we released our second annual Work Trend Index report. And for those who don't know what WTI is, it's really findings based on 4 areas. One, a study we do of over 30,000 people from 31 countries around the world. Next, it's analysis of productivity patterns from Microsoft 365 products. Think, Outlook or Teams. Next, we gather data from labor trends in LinkedIn. And finally, insights from researchers who have been studying work for decades. And based on the combination of all of this information and research, there's some kind of key trends or takeaways that I'd like to summarize here. One is what we call, there's a new worth it equation. Basically, employees' views on work have fundamentally changed. Just think about it. We didn't go home for 2 months. We actually went home for 2 years. And so that has really shifted our thinking with regards to work and what it takes to be productive. And these new expectations that employees have, we call the great expectations. And that's what they want from work and what they're willing to give in return. One data point that really shows up here is that over 50% of people are willing to prioritize their health and well-being over work than before the pandemic. So you really can kind of get a sense that employees' expectations have changed. And so business leaders are going to have to balance out these expectations with the business outcomes that they're trying to drive. The next big trend that I would take away from the report is that leaders need to make the office worth the commute. I personally have experienced this. If you're going to go into the office, you want to make sure your colleagues are there. You're going to want to make sure that you have effective time together to get work done. What our data from the report says is that over 38% of hybrid employees say their biggest challenge is just knowing when or why to come into the office. The next big trend I'd call out is flexibility doesn't have to mean always on. As part of our study, we kind of pull these productivity patterns from our Microsoft 365 products. And what we've seen is that since the beginning of March 2020, there's been a lot of growth in things like the workday and working on the weekends. Even meetings are up over 250% since March 2020. But we're starting to see some shifts. What we're seeing is that people are shifting to shorter meetings and more ad hoc meetings. They're also moving to asynchronous collaboration patterns like chat, which is up over 30%. So this kind of movement from being always on to more durable, sustainable work practices is going to be essential.
And, a lot of what you talked about, obviously is focused on business leaders and decisions that the business makes about how work should happen. How do you and how does Microsoft see that sort of cascading down into the way that workers use technology like Microsoft Teams?
Yeah, so I think it plays out in so many different ways. One, it's shifting more and more to asynchronous communications. How do they use channels and chat to be able to get work done versus always being in meetings? I think the always, on in a meeting experience is going to be less and less the reality. We also can turn to other capabilities that are in products like Teams, like meeting recordings or meeting transcripts, or even Recording Studio and PowerPoint, where you can either review content outside of the meeting, or even as a presenter, you can record your content and then not have to get up, for example, at 3 a.m. to present at a global meeting or a conference on the other side of the world. So a lot more tools to really help those folks who are trying to move out of that, constant always on culture. Another thing I'd highlight as well is that technology needs more and more to follow the person or work in a mobile way, in a way that is aligned to the terms of the employee. So for example, we just announced today Operator Connect Mobile, which gives employees the kind of ability to have the phone line experience they're used to, but actually using a mobile phone. And what's powerful about that is, we're no longer at a fixed desk and in a, using a fixed phone line. We actually can use our mobile phones as a way to, take and handle our work. So you can get Nicole, working from home, Nicole working from a cafe, or wherever is convenient for me. And then the last thing I maybe highlight is, building our physical spaces and designing them for the people who are not in the room. In the past, if you think about the meeting room experience, if you were the virtual participant, you often felt like you weren't included. There's lots of ways, both with technology and new norms, to make sure everyone's included. One technology we have from Microsoft and Teams Rooms is specifically the front row view, which puts everyone who's a remote participant on a horizontal plane at the front of the conference room screen. And so they're at eye level, they're big size. You also get to have the chat on the side, raised hands. So really it brings those remote employees and team members into the meeting in a pretty compelling way. Also, it's just really, really essential as we, collaborate and work, in this new hybrid environment, that we change norms. We often call it the ABCs of hybrid meetings, which is make sure the audio is great in room so that the people who are remote can hear all the voices in the room. Also, we put in place a laptops up policy, which means even if you're in the room, put your laptop up and turn your camera on, put your audio and your speaker, your microphone, turn those off, but make it so that you are still in a grid view, so those remote participants can see your nonverbal, skills or nonverbal cues and kind of comments. And then finally, we call it C, which is the collaborator or the meeting facilitator. Have someone who's facilitating your meetings to ensure that they're making sure everyone's voice is being heard, that they're including everyone in the conversations. So I think a combination of technology and new cultural and norms will be essential for this new way of work.
Definitely fewer meetings, better realized meetings definitely is a great goal. So I want to shift gears a little bit. Obviously, Microsoft Teams was really one of the huge stories of the last couple of years, and the way that people within enterprises adopted Teams and enterprises rolled it out, up to 270 million active users monthly now for Teams. Now we've kind of hit this new stage, hopefully better stage of the pandemic situation, where we do have this return to the office. We do have some normalization of the habits that people have adopted. So what drives the next phase of Teams growth now that we're kind of through phase one of the big pandemic-driven adoption?
Well, first, I would just want to say thank you to all of our Teams customers and partners and community members, because the user base we have today is based on all of your support, your feedback. Every single day we work hard to improve Teams to meet the changing needs of the workforce. And so first, a big thank you. We also know we have lots more to do to continue to serve the changing needs of our customers. With regards to where we see more growth or what we expect to see happen next, there's kind of three big areas, because we're seeing what we call convergence of communications. So it's not just about meetings, but it's bringing together meetings, calling, chat, collab, and even business process automation. So the first kind of big driver of growth we see is Teams Phone. Many of our customers are saying, not only do I need to have a collaboration and communication experience, but I need to modernize my phone system to support these hybrid work realities. As I mentioned before, we're no longer sitting at our desk in an office kind of waiting to answer phones. So we need to be more flexible. We need to support a mobile work style. And so phone systems need to follow the person with the experience, and that really requires moving to the cloud. The next big one is Teams Rooms. Also hit on the fact that we need to really make that office experience worth it. And meetings will be hybrid. So the workplace needs to be set up for these kind of hybrid meetings. Today, we know that only about 8% of the 9 million conference rooms worldwide are video enabled. But based on our recent research, over 50% of leaders at companies around the world are redesigning spaces to make them support a more hybrid-friendly environment. So that kind of evolution of the physical space to support hybrid workers is going to be essential. And then the last I'd call out is really about kind of Teams apps or business process automation. Teams is not just a communication and collaboration platform. It's really a platform for work. And more of our customers are saying they want to bring apps, workflow, data, and people together to really improve decision-making, supporting customers. And a great example here is United Airlines. They said, we need to improve the communications across our operations team on the kind of ground floor, and then those flight crews that are in the air. And how can they communicate better to better serve their customers? So let's say someone's luggage didn't make it on a plane, or let's say a connecting flight was canceled. Better communications across crew members and the people working at the ground level, at the airports, can then allow the flight crew to better communicate with the customers, let them know about the changes, maybe even give them a free drink on the flight so that the experience is better for everyone.
Got it. Well, that's a great example, the last one with United Airlines, of another thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is Microsoft and Teams' commitment to sort of frontline workers and to really not just focusing on office-based workers, but Microsoft was one of the first to really roll out a major focus on frontline workers, and now that's been a couple of years now, I think. And so in that time, what have you learned, and how has that informed things like how you dealt with United or with other customers that have really been trying to put this technology in the hands of the frontline workers?
Yeah, you're spot on, Eric. It turns out that 2 billion frontline workers are a part of the workforce, and that's actually 80% of our global workforce. And in many cases, they're the most underserved portion of the workforce from a technology perspective. Kind of the good news is the pandemic has kind of served as a catalyst to drive innovation and really support these workers with technology. And while it won't solve all problems, it does really help empower employees, help them better serve customers, and help with communications. And that kind of hits on some of the big trends and then the kind of technologies we've built to support frontline workers, which is first, it starts with just basic communications. Based on a lot of our research, it turns out that 60% of frontline workers say messages from leadership don't make it down to them. And over a third of them feel like their voice is not being heard when there are kind of workplace issues. So really improving the communications from the kind of the corporate headquarters to the frontline workers and vice versa is really essential to serving the needs of frontline workers. Next, the needs of frontline workers really are different than kind of the information worker who's sitting at a desk often. They need to schedule and manage their shifts. They may need to track a set of tasks associated to their job. They often need to use different types of devices, and often those devices are shared with other employees. And what we're seeing more and more is that our customers are turning to taking advantage of some of those kind of capabilities in a digital way, but also supporting business transformation with technology to support frontline workers. So, and this often is kind of very industry specific. So whether it is, in retail or in restaurants where they want to provide curbside pickup, or better connections across teams. I just gave that, flight crew and ground crew story with United Airlines. Or maybe it's things like virtual visits or appointments that we often see in healthcare or even in retail. Another example that I really love sharing is REI. They're, of course, outdoor retailer who not only embrace Teams for kind of communication and collaboration, but they saw an opportunity to have their green vest employees do virtual consultations with their customers. So it's a great way to reach more customers, to service customers, based on their needs or their flexibility. And it's really shown an improvement in their overall customer satisfaction. So lots of business transformation that we also see with frontline workers.
Nicole Herskowitz, thank you very much for your time. We've been speaking with Nicole, who's the Vice President for Microsoft Teams, also is our opening keynoter today. Nicole, really appreciated getting a chance to talk to you.
Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it. I hope everyone enjoys Enterprise Connect. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this show.
Thanks very much.
Hi everyone, welcome to Enterprise Connect. I'm Tim Banting, the practice leader for digital workplace practice for Omdia. We're a research firm and sister company to Enterprise Connect, and I'll be your host for the next series of interviews here at Enterprise Connect TV. Enterprise Connect is sponsored by Microsoft, and we're broadcasting live from our Microsoft booth here on the show floor at Enterprise Connect. Very busy Enterprise Connect, as you may see or hear. My first guest, he's been exploring one of the topics that we're hearing about as a part of the future of enterprise communications. But Tom believes the future may be closer than you think. So I'd like to welcome Tom Brannan, industry analyst on Convergence. Welcome, Tom.
Thanks, Tim. It's great to be here.
How are you finding the show so far?
Oh, so far it's great. You know, it's so great to be back in person, and yet it feels like we were just here. You know, and nothing's changed.
Which is very interesting because your topic at the moment is on AR or augmented reality. My experience of that is Pokemon Go and using Google's Street View and things like that. But can you explain to us what AR actually is and how we feel it's going to be used in the real world and in enterprises today?
Sure. You know, there's so much confusion. There's a lot of talk about the metaverse. There's a lot of talk about Facebook and Meta, augmented reality, virtual reality. And so I'm trying to bring a little bit of clarity to that discussion, number one, and then talk about the implications to the enterprise. So augmented reality is different than virtual reality. Virtual reality, you know, you have goggles or glasses that cover your view and they obscure the outside world and replace it with a 100% digital world.
Right.
Okay. Augmented reality is very different from that. You're basically taking, your phone in some cases, like with Pokemon Go that you mentioned, or something like a HoloLens 2, which is really more of a visor that you see through and you see reality, but then they're able to augment what you're seeing with digital information and digital assets. And what makes it really cool is that it's spatially aware. So it's not just popping a Pokemon Go in your view, it's situating it at a specific place. Or if it goes around the tree, it disappears because it's spatially aware that there's a tree there. So all augmented reality really is the ability to take those three-dimensional digital assets and put them into your real-world view.
Fascinating. What are some of the use cases? What do you see as that being a benefit to an enterprise?
You know, the biggest benefit, there's really two areas so far. One of them is training, particularly with COVID, where we couldn't send trainers out into the field, we couldn't bring field technicians in. So something like augmented reality allows them to manipulate objects that aren't there. So yeah, they see a car engine in front of them, and they can actually move it around. They can remove parts from it, and they can do all of that in augmented reality without having to send them into a training facility. So training's, a really big one. But I think the biggest and kind of the most low-hanging fruit for enterprises is the remote technician. So you send a technician out maybe to look at some sophisticated hardware. Maybe he doesn't know what to do. Well, normally you would send another truck and you would bring in the senior guy, and he would show up and he would figure out what's going on and solve the problem.
Or take screenshots and email them or try and
it's very inefficient.
Yeah.
And you create problems for error. So he gets the screenshot and then he does something and it makes the problem worse. So with augmented reality, he can look at this complex machinery, and then the remote engineer, it could be anywhere in the world, can actually start to circle pieces of hardware that need to be addressed, or you need to remove this particular screw, and that screw turns red or green. It says, and the ones he's not supposed to screw turn red, and it'll even show it goes this way, and it'll animate the screw coming out. And it's anchored in his view, so he can move and come back, and it's still there. It's not like it moves with him.
I see.
So it's very, very specific and allows remote engineers to walk, maybe a junior level guy through it. And if he does it a couple times, by the way, now he knows how to do it.
Fascinating.
But if you look at the savings on truck rolls or having to go to a tier 2 or tier 3 track, or even I had a client once, they were having to fly techs in for these more complex things. So being able to have a more junior guy make the repair is a huge ROI there.
Fascinating. Sounds brilliant.
Yeah.
So you're at a general session on the metaverse on Thursday, I believe.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah. So you spoke briefly about Meta, in the lead up to that question. What is the metaverse and why should we care about it? I mean,
how much time do we have?
I almost feel, exactly. I almost feel that we've been here before. We had Second Life, I think, decades ago, where we were all going to move into this digital online world.
Yeah.
Despite my age, I do love VR. I'm a gamer. I love Population One. I've got an experience on it from a gaming front. Why is it of value to the enterprise? Where do you see, what is Meta?
Well,
the metaverse?
I think the metaverse, quite simply, it's the evolution of the internet.
Right.
That's going to incorporate things like spatial computing, virtual reality, augmented reality. To the easiest way I explain it, like the internet's something we do.
Yeah.
The metaverse will be somewhere we go. Because there's an element of actually kind of traveling into a space. So you don't travel into a Zoom meeting. You jump on it and you join it. But a collaboration in the metaverse, you're actually going to travel there. You're going to beam into a room where you'll all be together in the same place. You'll have that sense of being together that does not exist, and in some cases is more rich than video.
So it almost feels like an experience you're describing here as opposed to a place that you meet.
Exactly. So for collaboration, if it's just an informational, hey, I'm going to tell you guys what's going on, video conferencing works great for that.
Sure.
But if it's going to be a team building exercise, or if it's going to be a kind of culture reinforcement or training where we want to get together and know each other and really have a more intimate type of meeting, I mean, it's so much better. The other thing that's really cool is it allows you to do kind of more of a networking meeting. Okay. So you can have a group join in a single room, just like this. There's thousands of people around us.
Yeah.
We're having this conversation. Well, if we were all in a Zoom call together, it would be mayhem.
Yes.
But virtual reality in the metaverse allows you to peel off and have a one-on-one conversation. And because it uses spatial audio, that means you can hear conversations going on around you, but the further away they get, the softer it gets.
Oh, okay. So I might be attracted to a conversation that's taking place over there or over there.
Yeah, and you just walk over there just like you would in real life.
So how long will it be before Enterprise Connect becomes available in the metaverse? Do you think, how far away are we in that?
I think we'll always want to meet in person. So it's not a replacement to meeting in person when that's an option.
Right.
What it is it solves the question of how do we get together when we can't get together. And so I think your answer is, I think we'll still get together, but this hybrid conference approach, they'll be meeting in a digital twin of Enterprise Connect, where they can walk around and do their own booth tour and interact with each other and have these one-on-one conversations that are the real reason we come here.
So it almost feels like you're building a connection and a community in the metaverse that you couldn't really replicate in a video conference or perhaps
that's really the bottom line of this for enterprises. Okay. It's really doing the things that you can't do in traditional tools. What I just described to you, you can't do it in Teams, you can't do it in Zoom, you can't do it, and people go, well, you can have Zoom rooms and you have a little private, but in reality it doesn't play out that way.
We can't do it yet, so what do you think the time frame is?
I think it's going to depend on a couple things. Apple, for one, are they really going to get in this game? Because we need that big player to drive some competition and kind of help it get more mainstream. So I think that's one thing that it's going to take, and it's some market maturity where it's no longer. I mean, it's off the hype cycle. We're heading into mainstream adoption, but to get a little bit further down the road, and then we also need the form factor to get smaller. A lot of people just don't want to put on a clunky headset.
With 2 hours of battery life, perhaps.
Yes, yeah. So form factor, quality, bigger field of vision, 8K, 16K video. These are all things that are in the pipe now, So I think over the next couple of years, you're just going to see a continued huge adoption in enterprise.
Fascinating. So in the last closing seconds that we've got, thanks, Tom. It's been a fascinating discussion. Yeah. Really look forward to seeing your talk on Thursday. What are you most interested yourself personally seeing at Enterprise Connect?
I think the most exciting thing is just number one to be back together.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to see, while we wait on the adoption of augmented and virtual reality, seeing collaboration tools just get better.
Yeah.
If you compare some of the tools that we're using today versus tools we had 20 years ago, there's not a huge difference.
Indeed.
They're better, they work better, they're easier to join. But so I'm excited to see some of the things that we're seeing announced here from Microsoft and Cisco and Zoom and those guys about making those platforms, more rich, a better experience than they are today.
Fantastic. I look forward to seeing you sometime at the Enterprise Connect Metaverse.
Absolutely.
Tom, thank you very much for your time. It's been fascinating. Thanks for filling us in.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So, just as we wait for our next guest to join, what we'll do is we'll wait for our guest to be settled in. Just to let you know a little bit about Omdia. We're a global research company that helps our clients connect the dots across the technology ecosystem. We help organizations better make technology decisions and choices for their businesses and enable technology innovators to better understand and reach the markets that they hope to serve. My next guest on Enterprise TV is Juanita Coley. You're the CEO and founder of Solid Rock Consulting. Juanita, you're an expert on workforce management.
Yes.
Very happy to have you here on Enterprise Connect TV.
Thank you for having me.
Very welcome. A warm welcome to you. So your session is on workforce management, or WFM.
Yes.
Perhaps you could take us through an understanding of what you see as the common trends in that particular area.
Yeah, so in our session, your WFM solution alone can't save you. We talked a little bit about the coming trends around gig scheduling and also WFM working in tangent with AI, artificial intelligence.
Right.
And so I think those are two trends that we're going to see coming more and more.
What's driving those trends? What are some of the problems that businesses have had to date?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we think about Great Recession and how our culture and our generation is, looking for work and how we're engaging with the future of work, we're looking to really be able to get back to the things that we enjoy. Nothing more than the pandemic showed us how dear family and time and, following our pursuits and passions are. And I think that's one of the things that is driving the Great Recession. People know just how precious time is. And so I think that's what's also driving the gig economy. So companies are going to have to figure out gig economy scheduling and all of those different things to make sure that they're moving into the future of work seamlessly.
It's quite interesting, the contact center space, because sometimes you're driven by events and sometimes it's seasonal. But to be able to onboard agents rapidly and quickly and to make those choices, it's very difficult to plan around. Is that where you see AI coming to the fore? Is there anything that AI can do to help give some predictability to the unpredictable?
Absolutely, right? And so when we think about, my background is in workforce management, so part of workforce management, one of those core tenets is forecasting. So if we already know that we have to forecast for this kind of volume, these kind of contacts, these type of emails and chats, then we know with AI, hey, if I can handle a percentage of that, and then I can now take another percentage of that to handle with my people population, right? Then I can better say, hey, well, you handle this part of the interaction, which means then I can better, kind of actually have some kind of chance or shot at gig economy scheduling.
And I guess from my dim and distant past, I sort of had some experience in the contact center space, so it's primarily voice. As we shift to omni-channel, how does workforce management look at that? Do you have to enter in different skills to sort of prioritize what agents' sort of disciplines are or where they specialize? I mean, it sounds like a very complex sort of area.
Absolutely, amazing question, yes. So when we think about omni-channel, right, when we're thinking about chat and email, all of the various channels that can come in, it's not just voice anymore. And then the other thing that's really interesting is it's not just humans anymore, right? We have bots that can handle parts of those interactions. And so yes, we are going to have to consider, okay, which agents or which employees have the right skill set, so it's not just about the actual skill as far as from a routing perspective, but also the medium. Some people aren't as good on text type of communications if their grammar isn't good or if they can't really spell that well, right? So we might want to put them on voice, right?
Yeah, or language or
right, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Or you might have people who do so well on chat, but when it comes to showing empathy over the phone or voice, they don't do so well. So we're going to have to figure out where we place people, making sure they have the right skill set, as well as they're able to, we have the right technology to be able to decipher all of that.
How does location play into this, Juanita? I mean, clearly we've got people working from home and we've got contractors, gig economists, we've got temporary staff that are brought in to do specific things. How does location feature in this? Because it always used to be centralized and almost like battery farm. I mean, huge contact centers with hundreds of agents. How has location sort of changed that?
I think location is becoming less important.
Right.
With the pandemic, that showed us, this is something we talked about so much prior to the pandemic, hey, we want to have a, remote or hybrid type of staff, and a lot of contact centers said we just simply can't do it. We don't have the technology. Well, the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden they found the technology out of somewhere, right?
Yeah.
If they wanted to stay in
they
business.
had to survive.
Right, they had to survive. And so I think the pandemic was a great, equalizer in saying, hey, we have the technology, now you have to actually implement it in your business. So I think location matters less. I think engagement is what's really going to be more and more important. How do you keep a remote staff engaged? How do we make sure that they still feel a part of the company culture? So company culture is going to be really big. It can't just be a mission statement on the wall anymore, right? Core values can't just be something that's stapled on the wall or, plastered across the wall. You really have to now show that through having agent engagement channels, showing up, bringing that real culture to the company.
And I guess also that they feel valued, because it's no mean feat to train an agent. There's a lot of investment that goes into them.
Right.
And if they don't feel valued and respected and doing meaningful work, that all plays into it as well.
That's right. That's right.
What do you think is the most important things for IT to focus on in that respect, in terms of improving the customer engagement? It feels like agents are clearly the frontline workers. They are the brand behind the business. What sort of areas do IT and sort of marketing and customer experience managers have to think of now?
Well, one, I think they have to think collaboratively, right? They have to understand that, hey, we're all in this together. We can't make these type of technology or even business decisions in silos, because they all impact each other. I can't tell you how many times I've went into a contact center and we've been doing a training and development for the contact center, and we're like, you probably really shouldn't have had this. We're going to train you the best we can now, because we know the technology, but it doesn't really fit in your culture. It doesn't fit in what you're wanting to accomplish. But someone in technology or IT made that decision, or marketing bought something because they needed it for them, but they also then now leveraged it in the contact center, and it just wasn't a good fit. So I think what we have to start thinking about is, how do we work together collaboratively so that employees get a better experience, and in return, the customers get a better experience. I have this saying where I'm always saying, we're focusing a lot on CX, customer experience, right? Well, an employee is never going to treat a customer better than they're being treated. And so until we focus on employee experience and how, the tools that they have and the technology that they have so that they can do their jobs better and create a happier employee, then that in return will drive employee experience, which is a byproduct of customer experience.
I mean, agents could essentially destroy your brands with a really bad customer engagement, and trying to recover that experience is going to be really difficult for an organization.
Absolutely.
And what are you looking, Juanita, what other things around your sort of discipline and your area are you interested in at Enterprise Connect? There seems to be a heck of a lot going on here. Always so much to see.
Yes,
What's
absolutely.
piquing your interest?
So I'm loving, again, like I was talking about the, gig scheduling is one of the things. So I'm super excited about the expo floor. I mean, it's just so much technology out here, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm always interested to see the different vendors, the different tech companies that are out. And I'm just looking for the new trends that are coming out. That's one of the things that I'm always trying to stay on top of. What's new that's coming out that allows us to allow the robots to do what they're good at, and allow humans to do what they're good at. So we can work together and build a better future together.
Fantastic. I mean, when we do look, you spoke about AI and bots and RPA, all of these terms. It almost feels like they're being used to deal with a lot of the transactional cases, the high volume, low value stuff. And I almost feel like agents are stepping up their level of support, their level of knowledge. They're almost becoming these super agents that are highly knowledgeable people.
Yes.
Where all of the transactional stuff is almost being farmed out.
Yeah.
It's an interesting dynamic, but I guess the workforce management side of it is increasingly important, because all of those skills have to be mapped out.
Yes.
It sounds like a very complex area.
Yeah, and I keep saying this is a trend that we're going to see. We're going to see, as AI pushes its way closer and closer, or deeper and deeper into the contact center space, then your humans actually get more important. A big thing that we see is oh, we're afraid that if we adopt technology or AI, then humans won't matter anymore. No, actually the reverse. We matter even more because we can deduce and think and all of those different things. So that becomes even much more valuable. So I think that's super important.
Fantastic. Well, as we wrap up, I just wondered, is there anything else that is staying the test of time? Is there anything else that, through the ages, it just keeps going? Is there anything in the contact center space that isn't changing?
The human experience.
Right.
The human experience isn't going to change, right? So we can focus on customer experience, we can focus on employee experience, but one thing that's never going to change is the human experience. That's going to matter.
Juanita, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you very much. Very interesting talk. Enjoy the rest of Enterprise Connect. And thank you very much for joining me.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Juanita. As we just swap over and transition to our next guest, if you've really enjoyed watching us online and taking part in the virtual part of Enterprise Connect and you like what you've seen, we really look forward to seeing you next year at Enterprise Connect 2023. We'll be back here at the Gaylord Palms and the Convention Center in March 27th through to the 30th in 2023. We'd love to see you here in person. It's a fantastic event, really bustling. It's an amazing environment, and we'd love to see you and be part of that experience. Now I'd like to welcome someone that I know very well. I have the pleasure of working with you in our team here at Omdia. Mila D'Antonio, welcome to Enterprise Connect TV. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
How's your Enterprise Connect going so far?
Oh, it's been so wonderful. It's so great to see the attendance and the enthusiasm amongst the crowds. It's been really a nice experience.
There's a real buzz, isn't there?
Real buzz.
I've really missed it. I really
have too. Yeah. We've
fantastic.
been hugging a lot this week.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're doing a session here on the new digital CX requirements.
Yes.
Can you discuss a little bit about that? What are some of those requirements? What's changing out there in the market?
Sure, Tim. So, as you know, there's been a huge growth in the digital economy over the past 2 to 3 years. With that growth also came an increase in customer expectations. So the clear winners are going to be the ones who don't just use their digital deployments from the past 2 years for cost savings and efficiencies, but what are they going to do next? How are they going to advance the customer experience and meet those rising expectations? Customers want frictionless experiences, digital fluidity. They want personalization, and personalization is going to become the new standard in 2022. So, we at Omdia, we really wanted to understand, are companies prepared for that shift to digital first, customer first? So we interviewed about over 200 customer-facing professionals across functional areas, and what we discovered was that CX is broken. And some key figures that stood out for us was 61% cannot interact with customers across channels. And 59% cannot personalize their interactions, and that's a huge problem because, like I said, personalization is going to become the new standard this year. So we looked at the data, we wanted to understand why this is happening. We found 3 problems that are contributing to that. One is there's too much complexity. In fact, 49% said that their customer-facing professionals deal with multiple interfaces per interaction. Another study I just worked on, to give you more context, a lot of agents are dealing with 5 and 6 screens, 7 and 8, even 9 and 10.
Wow.
So that leads to really employee frustration, employee attrition.
Burnout, I should imagine.
Burnout.
I can't imagine doing that sort of
And
work.
imagine what that means for the customer experience. I mean, these customers have to call back repeatedly to get their issues resolved. So that's a huge problem. Another one was slow digital adoption in terms of advancing what they have in place. There are lots of hindrances to that. Lack of budget, lack of executive support. But 2 big ones that stood out were a lack of digital training and digital hiring for digital skill sets.
Right.
Yes.
So Juanita earlier was talking about these highly skilled agents. I mean, years ago we talked about blended agents with inbound and outbound, but as Juanita was explaining earlier, she was sort of saying, you might have better empathy with a customer, so you might be better at voice as a medium, or you might be a faster typer, or you might be able to handle lots of cases during chat. Are those sort of coming out to the fore when you talk about customer experience? Are those sorts of areas that we're sort of exploring and touching on here?
Yes, that's correct. Because as the technology advances, so do agents and customer-facing employees' skills and abilities. So those are all important.
But also linking it through seamlessly from the customer perspective rather than from the agent perspective, which I guess we've had to do as a result of the pandemic, because if you can't serve your customers well, your business is gone. And I guess there's been some incredible shifts to survive as you look at different ways to serve your customers during the pandemic.
Yes, definitely a lot of shifts. But to link that seamlessly does require a strong data foundation.
Right.
And that was one of the problems we also uncovered in our survey, this pervasive problem of fragmented data. A lot of these people don't have access to data. And informed agents, informed customer-facing employees, they need that. Data is empowering to them. They're not able to live those seamless, proactive engagements without that foundation. So that's very, very important.
So I'm sort of reading between the lines here. It almost feels like you've got to have a degree of autonomy as a customer agent, rather than deferring everything to your supervisor. You've got to be empowered to make those decisions to delight the customer.
You do.
You've also got to be multidisciplinary, sort of type. You've got to be able to type quickly, deal with a lot of information going on at the same time. There's a lot of value to the data behind it all to give you that information that you need to delight customers. It sounds like a very, very complex problem to solve.
It is a complex problem to solve, and that's why I think we're going to see companies devote more energy and resources and investments in the contact center. The contact center is going to be recognized as something that I'm calling a lifetime value center. And I think two trends are going to propel that forward. One is the Great Resignation, so they have to put more resources in there to retain these agents. Number two is this realization that all the great customer insights live in the contact center. So let's leverage that.
And I remember we were discussing yesterday. I remember you came out with a phrase that something along the lines: the only reason why you contact a contact center is if your customer experience is broken, which was a really interesting way to think about that. Can you explain a little bit more around what you meant there?
Yeah, it indicates, when you call a contact center, it indicates there's something broken along the journey. If your digital engagement was working as it should through the website and the app and through chat, there really should be no reason to call a contact center for routine questions, only complex inquiries.
It is interesting because if I've got a problem, I'll go straight to Google and try and Google it and work it out myself. And it does feel like the last ditch attempt to try and get any resolution if I've got a problem is to phone a call center. But the problem with that, of course, is that usually I have to switch between, if I'm on a mobile phone, I have to switch between the dialer and then go into the app, find out what my account number is, find out all of this information that I'm being asked online. How can we help people's experiences in that way? What needs to happen?
Well, we have to stop thinking of Google as a last-ditch attempt. For many customers and consumers, that's the first line of the first channel that they get to a company. So we have to make all these digital journeys work.
Right, fascinating. Thank you very much. What else are you interested in seeing at Enterprise Connect? I mean, there's a real buzz on the floor. It's really vibrant. There's a lot of things going on. There's companies that I never dreamt would be here. What's sort of piqued your interest? What stood out for you?
It's so exciting to see. There's so many interesting trends. I think it's fascinating to see all the buzz about low code, no code, and the composable contact center, composable enterprise, and API integration. And it really, to me, points to one overarching trend, and that is that the business user wants to own CX, want to own the customer experience. They want to take it out of IT. They want to have that ability to customize and innovate on the fly and on their own terms.
Wow, and what's missing? I mean, we've discussed the sort of front office, back office capabilities. It does feel that there's sometimes a disconnect between people that own the customer experience and then everyone else. I mean, what are we doing to sort of help bridge that gap as we come together and all get involved in the customer experience?
Yeah, I think we need to see more collaboration. We'll see that in the form of end-to-end platforms that span the enterprise. CX and EX employee experience, they have to be linked. If all customer-facing departments are not aligned and working toward the same CX goals, the customer strategy is going to remain broken.
Fascinating. Okay, Milo. Well, I think that wraps us up. So thank you very much indeed for coming to Enterprise Connect TV today. Please enjoy the rest of the show. Been a delight speaking with you.
You as well.
Thank you very much.
Tim.
Excellent. And now that's my shift complete now on Enterprise Connect News Desk. Coming up next, we'll watch a short video from our sponsors at Microsoft. Thank you very much, Microsoft. And then Enterprise Connect General Manager and Program Code Chair, Eric Krapf, will be taking over with our interviews here from Enterprise Connect TV. I'm Tim Banting. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been a delight to be here today. I'm the Practice Leader for Digital Workplace at Omdia Research. Thank you very much indeed for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert Eichner and I'm a Principal Group Program Manager at Microsoft responsible for AI technology which powers Microsoft Teams. For real-time communication products, it's very important that the audio is crystal clear. For decades, people have been working on optimizing the audio signal using traditional signal processing. As you can see in this slide, there are many components in an audio stack which are needed to ensure a high-quality audio signal. First, the microphone signal picks up the speech of the user, but in many cases, it also picks up the remote participants' voices coming out of the loudspeaker. So you need an acoustic echo cancellation block that you can remove the meeting participants that they don't hear their own echo. This is usually followed by a noise suppression module, which ensures that fan or air conditioning noise isn't interrupting the call. And then an automatic gain control module then ensures that the speech is at an adequate level so that it's easily understood by the remote participants. After that, the audio signal gets encoded, and on the receive side after being sent over the network, there's a decoding block, and then there's a mechanism to conceal any audio cutouts which are happening due to occasional network packet loss. Building all those components usually takes a lot of domain expertise to build those digital signal processing algorithms to optimize the audio quality. Over the last few years, machine learning has had a lot of impact in areas such as speech recognition or computer vision, and now we are also starting to see machine learning to be applied to the audio stack of real-time communication products. In this slide, you can see how these traditional signal processing blocks are now replaced by machine learning components. We have seen fantastic results where machine learning-based noise suppression is now able to completely remove the noise of a vacuum cleaner or a leaf blower. And more importantly, also more challenging non-stationary noise types, such as, for example, dishes clattering in the background or somebody typing while being on a call, they can now be fully removed. And at the center of this revolution in audio quality is the ability to have enough training data, which is truly representative of a customer's meeting, so that we can train the models to really perform well with our customers. To foster more research in this area, we have organized several international competitions as part of international conferences where we open sourced representative data so that we can help researchers develop novel solutions. Shipping such a noise suppression feature has reduced the complaints about noise in online meetings by more than 30%, and it even leads to longer call duration because the people really enjoy the improved audio quality. You can also see from the slide that machine learning is now being applied beyond noise suppression. So researchers are starting to develop an echo cancellation solution, which allow them to deal better with poor audio devices, which sometimes leak echo into a call. And we also see that such models improve interruptibility in meetings, meaning if two people try to speak at the same time, sometimes they would get cut out, but now both people can interrupt each other more easily. Another aspect which those models improve is the signal quality of the user by de-reverberating the user's voice. So it sounds like the user would speak with a close talking microphone, even if the user is far away from the speakerphone device. And last but not least, we see another emerging field of research, which is to apply machine learning to make audio more robust when transmitted over poor networks. Lost audio packets, they have to usually be concealed, which very often results in a robotic voice, which you might have heard in online meetings before. But now with these new machine learning based models, they result in much better audio quality because there's much more advances in predicting the audio so that these short cutouts of maybe 100 milliseconds or less that we can predict those and have really good audio quality. So overall, you see that the whole industry is moving to these machine learning powered audio stacks. This is an industry trend which is really exciting and will really improve the meeting quality of all online meeting providers. So we are very excited about this opportunity and look forward to online meetings with much better audio quality. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi everybody, I'm Eric Kraft, General Manager and Program Co-Chair of Enterprise Connect, and this is Enterprise Connect TV. Welcome to our next segment of interviews. This will be our last segment for the day, running through 4 o'clock Eastern Time. We've got a great lineup of guests for you. As you know, ECTV is coming to you live from the show floor here at Enterprise Connect. That's why there's all this noise behind me, because there are lots of people having fun and talking to each other and doing what they haven't been able to do for 2 years. For our broadcast here, my guest for this next segment is Blair Pleasant. Blair is President and Principal Analyst at ComFusion. Welcome, Blair.
Thank you, Eric.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for doing the event, as you've been doing for years.
I love coming here.
You're one of our favorite analysts, particularly in the space of contact centers. And for this event, you did a session for us yesterday morning. And I walked down the hallway to see what things were looking like, and there was a line out the door to get into your session, and it was called UCaaS plus CCaaS. So why was there that big line, and what did they hear when they finally got in?
So finally, after many, many years of talking about it, UCaaS and CCaaS are coming together. And companies are finding that having one solution that brings together all the great stuff we have in UC and all the great stuff we have in contact center, by combining them, it leads to so many benefits like first contact resolution, increased productivity, reduced costs, and it just makes things simpler. And there are so many use cases that come out of the integration. And we've been talking about it for a long time, but because of the cloud, and now more recently because of people working from home, people really realize the benefit of it, and every vendor is talking about it and doing it, and customers are requesting it, and customers are really interested in it now.
And what are you mentioned a few of the contact center metrics. What are the advantages that the enterprises are seeing on from the contact center into the non-contact center business units?
So probably the main thing we're seeing right now, and this is going to change over time, but for now, the main use case is like expert agent. So if a contact center agent doesn't have the information they need, and usually what happens is about 20% of the calls that go to a contact center are kind of complex, and the agent doesn't have all the information that they need, so they need to reach out to a subject matter expert. So with the integration with Unified Communications, they can see the present status, they can see who is available, who they should reach out to, so they can get information from that subject matter expert either through instant messaging, through a phone call. They can have a collaborative type of session. So that leads to first contact resolution, so the customer gets the information they need the first time. So first contact resolution helps save money, and customers are much more happy.
Does UCaaS plus CCaaS necessarily mean you're using the same vendor for both, or are there ways to?
There are other ways. So the vendors that offer both say this is the best way to do it, and then vendors that are just CCaaS say we integrate with the UCaaS vendors. So there's no one right answer. Each vendor is going to have their own spin on it. In some situations, having that single vendor is better. Like for small businesses, it might be better to have that single vendor. For maybe larger, more complex enterprises, having that integration might be a better option.
So, as I mentioned, you do a lot of other work on contact center topics, and contact center is one of the top three hot topics in the industry right now, and we see it here at the show. There's so much on the floor about contact center program. The sessions are all full. What are some of the other hot topics for the contact center that you're seeing?
I think one of the big hot topics is agent experience. For a long time we've been talking about CX and customer experience, but more recently we're talking about the agent experience. The whole idea, happy agents lead to happy customers. So if you have an agent that's, they're tired of their job, they're not getting the job satisfaction, you can hear it on the phone. You can just tell. So the idea of really helping your agents with the right tools so that they enjoy their jobs, they have the right tools to be productive, to be effective, and to do a good job so that they can get that job satisfaction. And especially now with the Great Resignation, it's really important to focus on that agent experience so you have the agent retention, so they're going to stay with you and you're not going to have turnover, and it just leads to a better experience for everybody.
And does that include the agent experience, a greater emphasis or a greater likelihood of those contact centers agents working remotely and not being in a big contact center?
And that's why it's become so important now, because the supervisors aren't there, giving you a pat on the back or whatever, and it's harder for the agents to do their job sometimes when they're remote and not with their supervisors. So that's why it's really important that they need the tools. And we're also seeing things like gamification playing a more important role now, because agents need that engagement and that interaction.
What about, kind of one of the concerns, what has been like managing remote agents? Are they getting better systems or tools or monitoring to do that, or learning better techniques on the part of those managers? What works to help that?
Yeah, it's still a challenge, and as a consumer, when I call a contact center, I always talk to the agent and I say, I hear the dog in the background, or how are things going working from home? And they're having a hard time. It's definitely tough, and it's going to vary from situation to situation, but it's tough on the agents, and it's even tougher on the supervisors because they're not there front and center. But we are starting to see the tools, as hybrid becomes more prominent, we are going to see more tools that are going to help with it. And also more of the collaborative types of capabilities, so the agents and supervisors can collaborate better, and if the agent has a problem, they can reach out to the supervisor. If the supervisor sees something not going right, they can collaborate and talk more with the agent. So again, that brings in the UC and the CC side of things.
So the other topic that always goes hand in hand with the contact centers these days is AI. So what do you single out as the kind of AI-driven trends or features or things that people should be paying attention to as they look at the contact center in the next 12 months?
Yeah, so when I look at AI in the contact center, I think about the customer-facing applications and the agent-facing applications. So for the agent, it's things like agent assist, best suggestion, next best action, that kind of thing. And then on the agent side, we've got chatbots and conversational AI and things like that. So we're seeing both sides of those taking more prominence. But when I talk to customers, I say you might want to start with some of the back office types of things, because so many times customers are thinking, I want to do AI, it's all the rage, but what do I do? Where should I start? So a lot of times I suggest that they start with the back office, the agent-facing types of things, because you don't necessarily want to be testing things with your customers. It might be better to try things out with the agent kind of behind the scenes so the customers aren't as impacted. But we are seeing lots of innovation on both the agent and the customer side. And there have been lots of innovations here, lots of announcements. But I think the big thing is going to be lots of M&A, lots of acquisitions, because all the regular contact center vendors, they're going to be gobbling up, lots of these independent, very innovative AI companies. So I was talking to a few people, at the show, and it's like, so when are you going to be acquired? Because I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that.
So, one of your main focuses is contact centers, but over the years we've worked with you on many other topics, a lot around user adoption, various other things. And the show obviously is much broader than contact centers. So what else are you seeing here that's interesting to you and something that people should take away?
I think what's interesting is not so much what I'm seeing, but what I'm not seeing or what I'm not hearing. And a few years ago, it was all cloud, cloud, cloud. Why the cloud? Why you need to move to the cloud, how to get to the cloud. And now cloud is a given. So we're past that initial stage, and now it's how can I make the most of it? How can I optimize things? How can I do multi-cloud? So we're seeing that next evolution, which I think is really interesting.
And yet, what we're hearing is there's still, enterprises have to, they've got these on-prem contact centers that are super complex. Yep. So that will still be a gradual process.
And hybrid is going to be important for the foreseeable future. For large enterprises, it has to be hybrid. And we're actually hearing, we're still hearing about on-prem, and we're still hearing about, private cloud. So as much as people think that everything's going to be public cloud, it's not the case for everybody. And there are situations where, a hosted managed service, a private cloud, or an on-prem service or solution is going to make the most sense.
All right. Well, Blair Pleasant, founder and principal analyst and queen of Confusion, thank you very much for your time today, and have a great rest of the show.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks very much. We're broadcasting here live from Enterprise Connect. We're on the show floor. Enterprise Connect TV is sponsored by Microsoft. We're going to be here through tomorrow afternoon, Wednesday afternoon, when the show floor closes. We're going to bring you insights from independent experts and from thought leaders at Microsoft here at the Enterprise Connect conference. And I want to remind everybody that Enterprise Connect is a hybrid event this year. We've got a virtual component as well. You can sign up to attend if you're watching this broadcast on the Enterprise Connect website. Just go ahead and scroll down to the little buttons that let you register for the virtual event. If you're going to the Enterprise Connect website, that's www.enterpriseconnect.com/Orlando. Scroll down there, you'll see the Enterprise Connect thing. Click on it, and you're with us. And now we are joined by our next guest, who is Sean Henry. Sean is Principal Product Manager for Azure Communication Services at Microsoft. Sean, welcome.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going really well.
This is my first time at Enterprise Connect. It's really exciting.
Well, I really appreciate your being here. Azure Communication Services is a super interesting and just really compelling way that we're talking about issues around this idea of CPaaS. So, but to back up a little bit, let me start by just asking you, for anybody who might not be aware, what is Azure Communication Services?
Yes. So Azure Communication Services, it's our communication platform at Microsoft, and we expose it through Azure, but we're taking the same set of real-time communication services that Microsoft has, this long pedigree from Teams and Skype and Link and Office Communicator going back years and years, and we're able to take all those services and make them available as a platform as a service offering through Azure, where you can develop solutions where you bring your own identity, your own logins, and then you're billed based on consumption instead of a user license.
And that was Azure Communication Services was announced about a year ago?
About a year ago, that's right, yeah. We went to general availability, actually almost exactly a year ago, I think. By the end of March, yeah.
So if I'm an enterprise that's using Teams, and if I'm an enterprise, I probably am using Teams.
Yeah.
And I'm at whatever stage I might be at in that, and we're using it however we're using it, how do we think about that Teams environment and Azure Communication Services?
Well, so, Azure Communication Services, it's, first of all, it can be a pure CPaaS without any connection into Teams, and you can use it to build purely custom solutions for voice and video, for IP, chat, connectivity into PSTN and SMS, all the kind of typical stuff that you would have from a CPaaS offering. But one of the things that is super powerful about Azure Communication Services is that we have this connectivity and interoperability with Teams. So you can build these solutions where you're creating a virtual meeting, and some of the participants are joining via Teams, and they're connected into their Microsoft Office ecosystem. They're using their workflows from Microsoft Office, and some of the participants are using a custom solution, custom UI, custom experience built on top of Azure Communication Services. And you really see that a lot in like kind of B2C scenarios where your internal business, everyone's on Teams, all your workflows in Teams, but you want to interact with people externally that you don't want to have them download the Teams app or log in with the Microsoft identity. We can do scenarios where you hit a link from an SMS, it launches a mobile browser for voice and video. It's a very lightweight experience for getting interactions with your customers.
Is that, do you have customers right now who are really built a whole strategy that plays that out?
Yeah, we have a lot of customers coming in from like telehealth, which we've all been over the previous couple years, a lot of that stuff has transitioned into being remote, and that's where it's like really powerful. being able to connect with your healthcare provider, without having to use something more heavyweight like Teams, have it built into their portal, for example, their healthcare provider's portal or their insurance provider's portal as well.
So as the sort of one of the leaders of Azure Communication Services, what's kind of how do you see that the service and its role in the enterprise developing over the next?
I think obviously we have a lot of strength around Teams integration, and we'll continue to pursue that, as well as integration into things like Microsoft's Dynamics product as well. I think our real strength, though, or one of our real strengths at Microsoft, is our developer experience and being able to connect elsewhere into Azure. So there's a huge list of other Azure services, Azure Cognitive Services for AI, all sorts of stuff that you can integrate in, and then having a really great developer experience, both with low code and using the same low code experience with something like Power Apps that you might be using to automate Excel. You can also use it to automate your CPaaS offering. So you have a training savings there, and then when things get more sophisticated, we have Visual Studio and all those environments for building really sophisticated applications and solutions.
Does that, what do you, when we hear this phrase composable enterprise, is that a term that Microsoft uses or kind of thinks about, or what do you think of the idea of a composable enterprise?
Yeah, we don't use it that much internally. Maybe like you mean like being able to build different components within your enterprise and build stuff. We definitely see that for sure. And you have within your enterprise, you're going to have this huge range of people who are now, everyone's a developer, everyone's trying to build their solutions, and they need to be able to try it out with real data, and they need to be able to try it out in a safe environment, and they need to be able to deploy it securely and successfully.
And so now your first Enterprise Connect here. What have you seen here? What have you as you look out over the industry and talk to people here? What else is interesting to you just as a professional in this field? I think one thing that was interesting to me is that all these different companies are coming to CPaaS from different directions, and they all have these different takes on it. Maybe they're a contact center first company, or a unified communications first company, and they all have these slightly different takes on CPaaS and what it means. But I think we're all going to end up at the same place. And the other thing, certainly I find super interesting. It feels like we've gotten to a place now as an industry where AI is really paying off, especially AI in the background, and it's really helping build these kind of experiences that really make virtual meetings better than in-person meetings now in some cases, which I think is just amazing. So, and does AI have a role in Azure Communication Services? What's that? Yeah, so we have a number of things built into Azure Communication Services, like call recording and transcription, but then you can connect all that into Azure Cognitive Services, which gets you right into Microsoft's AI cloud that powers all the AI at Microsoft is built on our Cognitive Services. And from there you can do sentiment analysis, you can do speaker recognition, all those kind of things to build really complicated solutions. But then as you move up the stack, you can then use it as a SaaS offering in Teams if you just want to have it working in kind of a more turnkey approach with Teams. And I mean, you mentioned CPaaS kind of in the same breath as contact center CCaaS. That seems to be one thing we're seeing crop up a lot, is that CPaaS, some people are seeing that as that's kind of the way you incrementally advance your contact center and get it more digitally transformed. Is that a path that you see people using Azure Communication Services for? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if you're taking your contact center and trying to reach out to your customers via multiple channels, like if you think of SMS and chat messages and email, being able to have a simple API to connect those, like that's what it takes your contact center to the next level for sure. And is that something that as micro we talk about kind of the Microsoft strategy around contact center, or how people can implement the contact center together with Teams, basically, we talk about, but there's a piece of it that can be an Azure Communication Service. For sure, yeah, and it'll come. Teams is really at the center of that. You'll have your contact center solution integrating with Teams, and then you'll use Azure Communication Services as extending that kind of your joint offering for your contact center.
and being able to reach. It's really about reaching much more breadth of customers with Azure Communication Services.
And it is from Microsoft perspective, you mentioned kind of everybody coming to CPaaS from a different angle. Are CPaaS solutions mutually exclusive, or are certain, are there point solutions, or Azure is certainly a very broad service, so you would think that would be pretty all-encompassing.
No, they're definitely not mutually exclusive, and especially when you think about different channels, if a different provider is a better fit for SMS versus email versus text versus chat messages versus voice and video, you can certainly build solutions that interoperate with those. And we see our customers doing that as well. Obviously, we love it when they're building Azure solutions, and that's like a real powerful thing that we see when customers have already built their solutions on Azure, and having that kind of integrated solution for both deployment and billing and development within Azure. That's certainly very powerful as well.
Well, we've been talking with Sean Henry. Sean's Principal Product Manager for Azure Communication Services at Microsoft. Sean, this has been a really great conversation. I know we'll be talking more about Azure Communication Services in coming years. CPaaS is another one of these hot topics at the show. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks.
Take care. Now we will bring out our next guest in a minute. It's great to hear Microsoft's perspective on CPaaS. And of course, we'd like to thank Microsoft for sponsoring us here for Enterprise Connect TV. Again, we're live from the show floor here. We're at the Gaylord Palms Hotel and Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. And we've made our home here at the Gaylord Palms for well over a decade. And everybody's just excited to be back here for the first year. And we're delighted to be bringing you these expert interviews from Enterprise Connect show floor. And my next guest is a principal analyst at Omdia, which is a research firm that covers communications among many other topics. And David Myron is a principal analyst at Omdia. And David, you cover the contact center, and so we're going to continue that conversation about what's going on in the contact center. Welcome to Enterprise Connect TV.
Excellent, Derek. Thank you for having me.
So your session here at Enterprise Connect TV focused on, it was called Where AI Pays Off in the Contact Center. We talked to Blair Pleasant a few minutes ago about what a major piece of the contact center AI is now. But you specifically looked at where AI pays off, or AI has become one of those things that you kind of slap an AI label on things, and it's supposed to, it's the flavor of the moment in some ways. So you looked at what are the really profitable or useful and ROI driving elements, more so than others. So what did you find?
So I was actually surprised to find out that social media and ticketing was the #1 instance where AI is being deployed in the contact center. And you would think that would be more of a marketing case where a marketer would be interested in what's happening outside on social networks, Facebook, Twitter, etc. But very pleasantly surprised to find out that it's being used in the contact center, and it was the #1 use case with something around 58% of people we surveyed said that social media ticketing, listening and ticketing was installed in the contact center. We also found out that it added the most significant value. 88% said it added significant value. So it makes sense, because when you think about what the contact center is becoming, it's becoming this data hub. It's not just a complaint department, right? So if I can go out to social media and find out what customers are saying about us and develop a ticket, like you would a ticket for an email, for a call, for a chat, then I can solve that problem, and I can use AI to automate at least the first steps, right? Just to say, oh, thank you for mentioning this. We'll get right on it. Let us help you. And if you can't respond immediately in an automated way, at least let them know you're working on it. And so there's been a lot of positive results with that. So other areas in the contact center include installing speech analytics, also data contact analytics as well. So speech analytics, obviously, voice, which is there's a really incredible opportunity for AI powered speech analytics in the contact center, because for years, recording calls in the contact center isn't new, right? A lot of companies have been doing it for years for quality monitoring, for training purposes, for compliance purposes. But now what we're noticing is that some companies are actually recording it and now getting free and easy access to the data and are able to leverage that data for great historical analysis. And some of the more progressive companies are actually using it for real-time analysis. So what is the agent saying? First, you can transcribe the call and then feed data into either the agent or the agent's manager to find out what is the agent actually saying right, what is the agent saying wrong. So there's plenty. That's just a couple. You can also do call routing. This was another one that AI-powered call routing was another one that showed up as showing significant value in the contact center. What's interesting there is call routing has been around. Predictive routing has been around for years, right? I can capture the customer data, right? And I know the agents I have on file. But what differentiates today's AI-powered predictive routing from yesterday's predictive routing is when you put AI into the mix, you can not only analyze agent data, but you can analyze caller data. And I can take that caller, if I can recognize the caller calling in, and I can attach it to the customer record or the customer data platform, and then I can feed that information in real time to the agent, or feed that system in real time to the predictive router, I can determine, oh, well, this customer had a history with us. So why don't we record based on that history? Why don't we forward, rather, that call to an agent who is well-versed in that particular area? So that's just one example.
So, I mean, I want to go back to that social media example, because it's so interesting that was the top answer. And it's interesting that, I think we all recognize that scenario the way we originally thought we saw it or did see it, where, oh my gosh, if they're complaining about my company on Twitter, I've got to know about it, we've got to respond to it, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, this is another layer of that. It's like, you're not necessarily thinking you've got to troubleshoot everybody who ever mentions your company, but there's a ton you can learn about what people think of your company that will be valuable to your contact center and probably lots of your marketing department and sales and everybody else. It's just something I hadn't heard somebody talk about before.
What's interesting about that is, I mentioned before that the contact center has typically been treated as a complaint department, right? So when you look at social media and all the different kinds of information you can get, well, you can find things. You can find information that you wouldn't typically find in the contact center. I have a personal example. Years ago, my wife had a great experience at Macy's. I believe it was an Estee Lauder counter. She really wanted to praise the sales rep there. She had a great experience. So she went to the Estee Lauder website to try to praise this woman who gave such great customer care, and there was no way to do it. They treated the website as a complaint department, so she couldn't actually praise the woman. And a lot of contact centers are treated the same way. It's difficult for them to take in positive feedback. Now imagine if you can go out to social media and you can scan social media for positive reviews. Imagine what that could do for your product and development team, your research and development, your sales team, your marketing team. It would help them with product direction. They're not just hearing the complaints, they're hearing what customers love, right? Which would be really valuable information. And then aside from that, knowing that customers love your product could also boost employee morale.
Yeah, you can't all be about flaming you on social media.
That's right. It's not always all about that.
So we talked about AI, and that was your focus here. You, for Omdia, you research contact centers across many other topics. What are some of the other hot topics you're seeing in the contact center market right now?
We're seeing interest in low-code, no-code So there's a lot of talk about getting the less technical users more involved so that they can get the outcomes that they're looking for faster. We're seeing a merge of more talk of UC and CC Unified Communications and the contact center. We're seeing more talk about collaboration. And we're seeing companies come at it from different angles, but recognizing that the customer service rep needs to be able to connect with people in other departments within the organization. And how are we going to facilitate that interaction? So collaboration is a big focus.
And in terms of some of the, when you say low code, no code, one of the things that are getting coupled in my mind is like CPaaS seems to be sort of converging with CCaaS. Low code, no code seems to be blending into what we call CPaaS. Is that kind of is what we're talking about as a result basically low code, no code, CPaaS for the contact center?
I'm sorry, the question, are we seeing more?
Is it more CPaaS for the contact center?
Yeah, I would say it's more CPaaS for the contact center. Certainly, that's an area where you're getting a lot of the UC and the CC converging into CPaaS. So it's something that the vendors that we're talking to are seeing and recognizing and the enterprises that they're servicing are also asking for.
All right. Well, terrific. Well, David Myron from Omdia, thank you so much for joining us here. This has been like the segment about contact centers, but there's so much to talk about.
Yeah.
There's so much happening, and it's so interesting and new. We're delighted to have you here at the show. We're delighted to have you with Omdia, and really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
You can stay right there for a second. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to watch a short video from our sponsors at Microsoft. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is David Matthew and I'm a product manager at Azure Communication Services, working on building our developer experience. Azure Communication Services is a fully managed communications platform that provides developers a suite of communication primitives, including voice and video, telephony, chat, SMS, email, and networking. These primitives enable developers to connect with their customers on any device and any platform. Azure Communication Services is a consumption-based service where you pay for what you use. It is identity agnostic, so you can connect it to your existing identity models. Azure Communication Services is built on top of the same proven services that power other popular apps like Skype and Microsoft Teams. The service provides interconnections across Microsoft 365 and Azure ecosystem. It enables developers to build interoperable solutions with Microsoft Teams, where some participants can join a call or chat using their Teams client, and others can join it using a custom endpoint built with Azure Communication Services. It enables developers to build solutions that leverage the full power of the Azure cloud by combining communications with other services like cognitive. Azure Communication Services supports 4 core communication scenarios for developers. The first one is virtual visits, where you can build experiences where one person communicates with another inside of a B2C interaction. Virtual events is the second one, where presenters can lead interactive experiences with many participants using Azure Communication Services. The third one is customer interactions, where on-demand, unscheduled, inbound and outbound interactions can happen through an omni-channel with customers. The final one is marketing and notifications, where asynchronous communication with customers can happen through SMS, phone calls, and chat. Azure Communication Services provides developers with tools to quickly get started, ranging from SDKs, quick starts, and code samples, to turnkey UI libraries. Our SDKs allow you to create a personalized communication experience. With the UI library, developers can leverage and customize out-of-the-box composites to add to end-to-end communications for calling and chat to their applications. And this can be done with only a couple lines of code. To learn more about Azure Communication Services, visit us at aka.ms/communication services overview. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, and we are back. Thank you very much for that Microsoft video.
And we are joined here for our last interview of Tuesday afternoon here at Enterprise Connect TV by Sorel Slaymaker. Sorel is Principal Consulting Analyst at Tech Vision Research. He's also a longtime friend of the show and one of the best experts we know about like all kinds of stuff, and it's always like something new that we're getting from you. You've done Zero Trust Security for us, you've done SIP trunking back in the day, you name it. But what you did for us here at the show yesterday, on Monday, was you tackled the topic of UC compliance. So we're going to spend a couple minutes talking about that. So welcome, Sorel.
Thank you, Eric. Yes, yesterday we had a nice session on UC privacy and compliance. It's a tricky area. You know, now that we're recording everything all the time, we're transcribing these recordings. It's all searchable. It helps increase our digital record. So what can be shared, what can't be shared, what type of background can I have when I'm doing a video recording out of my house? Can I have a little red flag or blue flag at the back of my house? All these questions are coming to play. And so we had a fun session yesterday going through some of the opportunities and challenges in this space.
And so what do you see as the issues and what are the most urgent things? Because I'm guessing a lot of these are things most enterprises really haven't taken a lot of time to address yet.
Yep.
So what urgently should they prioritize?
So most enterprises have really well-defined policies and security around emails and documents. They don't have that same rigor around video and these real-time sessions that we're having, especially in the last couple of years. And so they're having to evolve their policies. And so the number one thing that I recommend for organizations to do is to set up some type of governance, because it's a combination of the culture. What can people share and not share? What type of security controls? What type of classification? All these are actually difficult questions that just someone in HR can handle. It actually has to be the security IT people, the corporate culture people. Everybody has to get involved and say what can and can't be done in these interactive sessions. And frankly, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, because that varies by company, culture, geographic region. It's a really tricky field.
Are there, when I think about when instant messaging was new, it suddenly there was like this light bulb went on and people were aware IMs could be discoverable in legal cases or regulatory cases. Are we at a point where companies are thinking or should be thinking my video archive is going to be discoverable?
Yeah, for certain industries for sure. Like if you're in telehealth or you're in the financial services, stuff like that, it's for sure that this is coming, especially like where do those recordings, what can and can't be recorded? That's a tough question. Where do I store the recordings? How long are those recordings stored? Are those recordings searchable? And what makes this a little trickier is when we're dealing with previous mediums, it was all text-based, and so there was some type of thought going into your hands and feet like that. Now we're actually not only seeing people, but their facial expressions, how they're saying something, their backgrounds. I was talking to a Fortune 100 company saying that going forward, we're going to recommend that all our employees only have corporate-approved backgrounds, that we don't want to see all this other stuff behind that person that it may be inappropriate. It may cause some emotion if I have a red flag or a blue flag or a blue and yellow flag in the background. All these things that can be in the background, but yet people can see.
And is it? I mean, you mentioned kind of like facial expressions or gestures, and those can be so culturally determined.
Right.
But is that all potentially fair game?
It's all fair game. When I say yes and do this, you go, did he really mean yes or not? So, taking, not only what we're saying, but also how we're saying it, the way we say it, stuff like that, into context.
So the best practice that you're telling people to do is sort of, set up some governance, figure out what the boundaries are for your industry, your country, your other parameters like that?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a legal team, so you got things that you got to do for your industry compliance. You've got pretty much every organization's got to follow the compliance of GDPR, because even if you're not in Europe, you have customers in Europe, your employees fly to Europe every so often. So you've got to have all that information across the organization. You got HR people on what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. You've got managers on what they want their team members to do and not do. You're interacting with your customers a lot of times more in the contact centers. Some of it's starting to become video related. So all these dimensions are fairly complex. And that's one reason I chose the topic this year. Not that there was a silver bullet answer, but that it's a complex topic that we need to at least be talking about.
Well, I mean, it's a better topic if there isn't a silver bullet, because then you got to talk it out and you've got to exchange ideas, and people have to say, what about this? And raise even more questions.
Yep.
So, I mean, compliance, in fact, we created a new track for Enterprise Connect this year that we called Security and Compliance. Compliance is kind of goes hand in hand with security. And security, as I said at the top, is something you've talked about a lot for us, written about on No Jitter, and come to the conference here. You've specifically done sessions. You're going to do another one tomorrow with another consultant on Zero Trust. So whether it's Zero Trust or other issues, what are the kind of hot sort of security topics in unified communications?
So some of the hot topics, in security is really you have security, privacy, convenience, and compliance, and they all sort of have to work together because there's a lot of overlap in them. And so understanding that overlap, I think one of the hottest topics in the security and privacy is how do we keep users from hurting themselves while yet giving them the freedoms to do what they need to do to get their job done. I don't want my users, clicking on, phishing emails and stuff like that. Phishing is still one of the top breaches within an organization. Okay, so I want to keep my users trained and keep those emails actually from getting to them. On the other hand, I can't make it so restrictive that they're not getting emails from outside parties that they need to do for their job. And so defining those boundaries and those rules on both the technology side and on the policy and privacy side is interesting. How do you protect me from myself? If I'm about to say a whole bunch of swear words, how do you stop me? Can you stop me? Can you have those edited out? That's really hard. Sometimes I get emotional and something doesn't go right, and all of a sudden a word slips out. That's not appropriate. But we're all human, and so balancing these is part of an organization. And HR teams are having fun. And one reason I don't work for big firms anymore is because of HR.
Thinking about security too, I mean, you think about the past 2 years and everybody going and working at home, working remotely. Do companies does that create like an attack surface or a threat surface that's just like scary?
Employees working from home is scary on a lot of different dimensions. How do you know that the employee you think you're working with is actually the employee that you think you're working with? From the time you send someone a laptop to the time they interviewed, you can never be sure. There are cases where people outsource their job to somebody else in the family.
Well, it was the best story I heard today, or one of the best stories, was we did a enterprise panel on the main stage, and one of our panelists who works for Ryder described how they learned that one of their remote workers wasn't bothering to pay for his own broadband. He was just stealing his neighbors, and all their company data was going over this guy's neighbor's Wi-Fi, which was, who knew what that guy did. So it's an incredibly rich topic, and I know that we'll be doing more on it and having you back to talk more about it. And so we really appreciate getting your time here on the Enterprise Connect TV and here at Enterprise Connect. Sorel Slaymaker again is You're Principal Consulting Analyst at Tech Vision Research, and really appreciate your time today, Sorel. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Eric.
All right. So that's going to do it for today's broadcast of Enterprise Connect TV. Be sure to tune in tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, when we'll be live streaming our general sessions here from Enterprise Connect and also the keynotes after that. We'll have keynotes from Zoom, Ring Central, and Google, and we'll also have fireside chats with Genesys, Salesforce, Slack, and Vonage. Then, in the afternoon, Terry Sweeney, my colleague, will be back on the news desk starting at 12:35 Eastern Time here in the United States. He'll have more industry thought leaders, more of our great independent experts from Enterprise Connect. So until then, for the whole Enterprise Connect team, I'm Eric Kraft, saying thanks for your time and thanks for watching us.